No, il video. No, ma è dopo. Ma da qui si può parlare...
Italiano, italiano.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. Welcome to our conference on the future of Europe. We are here with the S&D group in Florence to discuss the future of our democracy, the future of our project for changing Europe. Siamo qui, dicevo, ho voluto dire qualche parola in inglese per cortesia anche verso i nostri ospiti per discutere.
Okay, I will speak English also for our guests, but we are here with the delegation of the Eurodeputies of the Democratic Party, with the Democratic Party, the future of Europe, for what we want Europe to be in the future. And we are here, we will say it even better, but close to us, and we're also in contact. I want to greet a colleague of mine who is part of the presidency of the Conference on the Future of Europe. He is here. It is here close to us in Fiesole. He is bringing on a panel of citizens. Wood Scholz is here, colleague of the West Wing of the Left Wing of Europe. Thank you for being here, Elmet. And he is part of the colleagues like Irace, the head of the group, and unfortunately she's affected by COVID virus, so she couldn't be here with us, but we are advancing on this process on the future of Europe, and it is the core of our day today. We want to discuss about the future of European democracy. What is democracy and how can it be improved? Just a couple of words, because we will then get in deep in these topics. But I want to remind two things. Due to COVID-19, cannot be with us the winners of the European Prize of the Citizen of the Year, Parcecere Frolla from the Marche region, a pastry from Marche region that bakes with guys with disabilities. They should be with us to let us taste their products, but unfortunately, due to COVID, they cannot do it because they are affected and in quarantine. So we just want to greet them from here, maybe with an applause. So we want to thank Frolla. They wanted to be with us. And I also wanted to say that for those who are following us online, we are here in a cultural space, a place of the culture of Europe, Teatro del Maggio Fiorentino, and it is this European feeling that was heard in Strasbourg 3 years ago. Me and Simona were there, and many colleagues are here today also. We were hurt by the agitation which killed 2 Europeans who believed in Europe 3 years ago. 3 years ago, in a terroristic attack in the heart of Europe, and we want to remember them. We want to remember their fight. They really believed in fighting for Europe. I met them with Aerophonic, a project they were following, European radios for young people. And somehow today, with this day, which is a day to remember as well, we want to contribute and to make those battles alive with our engagement and our activities today. So I would like to leave the floor to Simona to introduce the first greetings, and then we will have our first political panel of the day. Yes, thank you, Brando. And first of all, welcome. It is a pleasure having you here in Florence. It is a pleasure having you here in these days, a few kilometers from here. We have a very important appointment connected. to the Conference on the Future of Europe. We expect a lot from this, for our Europe. It made several steps further, and we want to do even more. We want to improve it even more, make it more effective for our citizens. So as Brando has already said, this is an appointment that we have wanted in this beautiful place, and I want to thank the municipality of Florence. We have the mayor here, and I would like to start with greetings. So today with us we will have many guests from the European Parliament, many foreign guests and Italian guests as well, but I would like to start right now with the welcome of the President of the region, Eugenio Gianni. Welcome, Eugenio. Thank you, Brando. Thank you, Simona. Simona has a very important role here in Tuscany, the relationship with the European Parliament. And I'm very proud that today we have this special event in Tuscany, also online due to the pandemic situation. But this contributes to connecting us with different realities. So I would like to thank socialists and Democrats, and they have a role in Europe, in here, in Florence. This is a place for culture, a symbolic place, and this is the theater we created to welcome the 150 years of Florence as a capital, because it has been a capital together with Turin and Rome. And in the next few days, on the 21st of December, there will be the opening of the auditorium, the second big hall, because the presidency of the President of the Republic, Sergio Mattarella, will characterize the engagement of a region towards the investment and perspectives of culture as education and perspective of growth of the level of young people, new generation, from an education point of view and so a civilization point of view. So we've seen that a fundamental engagement of the socialists and Democrats in a Europe we support among the most convinced Europeans. In a season when sovereignty wanted to bring the parties of the center-right wing, wanted to bring down Europe that in this moment of resiliency is the most important element for a region such as Tuscany, but also for other Italian regions. We have ordinary balances which are shrunk more and more, and we want to contrast COVID virus in Tuscany. Compared to the European and Italian context, we see a coverage of vaccinations, which is part of the political engagement we have acquired of 83.6%. But we think that today, if we think about investments, we think about them related to Europe, to the plan supported by Europe for recovery and resiliency. And we talk about this regarding structural funds. In such a region, such ours, in 2020, we couldn't reach 3 billion, and this was an important figure, of course, already in the chapters for the European funds for regional development and cohesion fund, agricultural fund. If we couldn't reach 3 billion, the perspective from 2014 to 2020, the perspective for 2021 to 2027 is 3 billion point 3. So if we make investments nowadays, we can think about a policy of investment and expansion is thanks to Europe and to the faith Europeans and progressives have posed and placed in their agenda. So I think that today Europe means three things: cohesion among citizens and diversities, and all of this makes us live to go on united. But Europe also means investments for modernization of infrastructures. Europe means transition, ecological transition, to face and tackle in the right way all of the issues. And democratic leaders are the leaders, the guides for the development of these matters. The fact of seeing Florence and Tuscany of culture at the core of this meeting today has a symbolic meaning that I will thank you for. And as we have seen, I would like to thank Enrico Letta for his presence here and for the way our party has interpreted new elections in Italy on 5 municipalities, but then we also talk about Milan and Rome and Naples and Bologna and Turin. We all have had an important electoral feedback. Means that we should really keep on working on our values and cohesion as a group of socialists and democrats in Europe. Thank you, Eugenio. We are in Florence not just because there is this important conference on the future of Europe, but also because Florence has always been a very open city for integration, cooperation, a European city. And I would like to welcome here on the stage the mayor of Florence, Dario Nardella, who's also the president of Eurocities, because in Europe we want to build. We cannot miss the strong voice of cities and territorial realities.
Grazie. Thank you very much, Simona, for this excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, amici here, and thank you for choosing Florence for this important step in the process of the Conference on Future of Europe. Ovviamente continuerò in italiano anche perché Dante Alighieri. I will continue in Italian because Dante Alighieri wouldn't appreciate the fact that in his 700th anniversary we weren't to honor him with our language, with his language. I am very happy that you have chosen Florence for this meeting because I truly think that this city can give a great contribution to the process of European integration, and especially to the commitment of European socialists and democrats. I have never told this anecdote, and I'm very glad that our National Secretary Enrico Letta is here. It's an anecdote I've always wanted to tell. And Letta has always committed himself on themes regarding Europe, and also as a national secretary, he's always wanted to impress this idea of Europe in the internal debate. And the anecdote that I wish to tell you about regards the question of Europe. It was on 9th or 10th September 2017, and I get a ring from the UK embassy saying our Prime Minister, Theresa May, wants to talk to you. And I say, okay, so here's Theresa May on the line. Dear Mayor, what a great opportunity. And Prime Minister May tells me that she's decided to have her public speech on Brexit just on the eve of the very difficult negotiations for the exit of Britain from the European Union in Florence. So I ask, I say, Prime Minister, why have you chosen Florence? You'll remember the speech. I mean, it wasn't maybe the best in the history of politics. And when I asked her this, she said, because Florence is the heart of Europe. So I said to her, okay, well then maybe you should make a speech to come back into Europe. And unfortunately, that's not the way things went. We weren't able to give our contribution. You will remember that she made this public speech. It was the end of September, together with the then Secretary for Foreign Affairs, who was Boris Johnson. I met him as a mayor when he was mayor of London. And certainly he was better at being a mayor, being the mayor of London. Maybe he had other things to deal with. Anyway, the heart of Europe, even Theresa May recognized Florence as being the heart of Europe. And we are really proud of this role, of this cultural and political role that we can carry out. Simona was mentioning just a moment ago this citizens panel on the future of Europe, which is taking place just now at the European University Institute in Fiesole. And I think that it is a very innovative and interesting method to speak directly without filters with the citizens. And I think that this is how cities can truly play a decisive and important role. In Europe, as you know, 3/4 of the population lives in European cities. European cities produce 80% of CO2, 80% of waste, and consume 80% of energy of our continent. And they are the problem, but they're also the solution. Because, as you have seen, in every country during this pandemic, cities have put on the table organization, energy, tenaciousness in responding to the challenge of the pandemic, from the government of the social context during lockdown down to the organization of vaccination and down to the help in economic recovery. So I wish to say to my friends of the socialist and democrat groups this appeal to truly be the group who brings more than any other political subject in Europe the voice of cities. Because, in actual fact, in these recent months, maybe the strongest response to the nationalism and sovereignisms in Europe came from cities. The strongest response to the sterile and nearsighted and conservative regard that the center-right governments had and the parties of the right had, the best response came from the cities, from Marseille, for instance, where we won after 25 years, like Lyon, or the mayors of the capitals and cities of the East, Warsaw, Budapest, Prague, with the Pact for Free Cities. A month ago in Lipsia, we had the meeting of the Eurocities Assembly, and the mayor of Danzica asked, please, for help and solidarity. We can't leave the Polish mayors alone to combat against the Polish sovereignists. And they can be allies, very strong allies. They are in Poland, they are in Hungary, and they are in the Czech Republic, because they are in contact with citizens and they understand how necessary it is to have the union of Europeans and the union of Europeists. And that is why we have also launched a challenge as European mayors. We try and anticipate to 2040 the carbon neutrality, 10 years before the target, the deadline. 40% of European cities have declared that they can do so. Let's do it all together. Let's do it with the national states. And let's uphold this Green Deal, this great transformation for the struggle against climate change, with a strong commitment on social inclusion, because there is no environmental sustainability without social sustainability. Brando Benifei is very much committed in these themes, these social themes and social inclusion, and I believe that your group at the European Parliament can be decisive in upholding this economic relaunch and this challenge against climate change with this great innovation on social policies. Otherwise, the risk is that the economic recovery that we're facing after the pandemic crisis will suddenly become a huge social boomerang. We can't afford to see that. We can't afford that economic recovery, which will be taking place and is already taking place in many countries after the COVID, also thanks to the COVID recovery plans, be only the economic recovery for some, not for everyone. This is a big political theme of our party. As European citizens at the Social Forum in Porto last year, we announced that between here and the next 3 years, in 66 European cities, we'll have 100,000 housings. public housings a great challenge for sustainability and social inclusion, just like that of the relationship between European institutions and local governments. I wish to thank Brando, Simona, and all of you for having chosen this theatre. As the president of our region, Gianni, said, it's a place of culture and music, and it allows me, forgive me this last comment, and then I'll go away, and I hope that it allows us to take music as a special suggestion for our work. We often use the word unity and we confuse it with unanimity. I think that there's a basic difference between unity and unanimity, even in a political family like ours, which is plural. If we were to ask the music maestros to each play a note, we'd hear only one note. But for symphony and accordion, we need different notes. So the point is to do harmony, create harmony, but the notes have to be different. Otherwise, we'll never be able to produce good music. So good music to you all. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the Mayor of Florence. He's a great violin player. Dario has reminded us of the very many battles from social inclusivity to and sustainability with our social group is going on with great determination at the European Parliament. Within the group of Socialists and Democrats, we have our party, the Democratic Party. We have the National Secretary, Enrico Vedetta, with us. He'll give us his keynote speech in a while, but just now I want to ask Marco Recati to take the floor together with Monica Marini, who is Secretary of the Democratic Party in Florence. And Monica, so thank you, Marco Recati.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here and take part to this very interesting initiative organized by Socialists and Democrats. And I want to thank Simona and Brando for having chosen Tuscany, and I would like to thank our president, Eugenio Gianni, and Florence. Florence is an open city, a pluralist city, European city, not only today, but it has always been. And I would like to underline the fact that you have chosen a place where the Democratic Party is strong, actually very strong. It is a federation which is present in this area, and it won the majority of the challenges we have faced in the last 4 years. Difficult challenges, especially for what happened on the National Party, but here in Florence, in the province, we managed to have a constant presence and a support to maintain our cities and our municipalities and region. And Eugenio, in here you have collected more than 100,000 votes that allowed you to win against the populist right wing, very close and sometimes very stubborn. So it is an honor to be here and to be here for this beautiful initiative that regards democracy. The Democratic Party is facing this aspect of democracy, the congressional side of it, and we found my successor, Monica Marini. I know her. She has been a very skillful manager of Pontassieve, and I'm sure she will do a great work. From the point of view of Europe and democracy, of the future of our Europe, I can start from this. I was a very young student of architecture when we were approaching the common value in Europe. And I lived that stage of Europe as a sort of a train going towards the future for young people, for planet, because Europe is one of the fundamental pieces of the international and global democracies. And from there, we tried with the European Constitution test and was blocked. From there on, a decline, fear, and also lack of trust for a Europe such I am. And the attitude towards the Greek crisis, the numbers, and the GDP, politics, no cohesion, and no push towards a future for the expectations of a young person towards Europe, Brexit. That was a difficult passage for convinced Europeans. It was traumatic for a country such as Great Britain to leave from the European context. And then COVID, the pandemic, came, and Italy was strongly hit by COVID. As the first country, you may remember what was happening in the north of Italy. You remember all of the deaths and strong moments, lockdown, psychologically difficult moments. And at that moment, there was a solidal response, a very strong response. And the New Generation EU is a response we really needed to stop that side of populist parties that was spreading in the last few years, and that was bringing the fear of the defeat for Europe. So I think that nowadays we have the chance to seize these position and to take these resources to overcome these difficulties. I really think that we are exiting this pandemic that lasted for the last 2 years. I am sure we will get out of it. And from here on, the Socialists and Democrats, together with the Democratic Party, should raise even stronger than before and should take back the path of that train that stopped. A couple of examples of aspects I could make many, but I care about a couple of them. For example, work. In this province, we happened two important tragedies, Behert and GKN in Campi. We cannot allow those facts to happen. A worker cannot be fired at 9:30 on the evening. I think that for sure among the member states of the European Union, we should collaborate about this. I know that Simone is working on this, and I really hope that Socialists and Democrats will bring this voice inside of the European Parliament, because this is an aspect that I'm sure for Europe must be very compelling. And the other aspect is foreign politics. I think that we need a foreign politics that speaks with one only voice. This is something that we have lacked in the last few years, and I think that this is a goal we need to perceive, because we make Europe to have a stronger voice compared to the single states of our continent. So I think it is necessary and fundamental for Europe to have one only voice in foreign politics, because we will be stronger, we would count more, and we would take more advantage to the single member states. So I would like to thank you for letting me speak here, and I will follow you because the topics you will treat today are very interesting, and I think they will bring important results. Thank you. Thank you, Marco, and thank you for what you've done, Monica. Good morning. I am very honored of being able to welcome you here as a mayor and as a candidate to the Metropolitan Secretary of the Democratic Party in Florence. I want to thank our secretary. I'm very happy of seeing him here together with all of you. It is a great emotion being here in this theater, one of the most important cultural places here in the city, and for probably the first meeting in person of the European Progressive. And today is a very important day. What we require from territories, two parties which compose the socialist European family, is to give a body to the needs of people, because we cannot allow ourselves that these problems strengthened by the pandemic will be unanswered. it will affect the credibility of our political action on all of the levels. So we have many topics we have to face with urgency and determination, but especially with a larger perspective. We need unity of intents among parties. We need to think and act not on a local scale, but European, not even national, because rights, they may be social, civil, work rights, but they do not have borders. And a lacking right in even one of the countries, of the member states of our union, is a failure for everybody. So let me make an example. One was quoted by Marco as well before me. About this, as a strength of socialism in Europe, we need to fight to have common rules to grant our citizens a fair job, a good job, and this means a dignitous wage, but also an organization which grants harmonized working schedules and which would improve the quality of life of our citizens. We need to work for a shared system of rules that would uniform the labor market in all of the member states to beat firings and happenings such as the one that involved the GK and company here in Campo Bisenzio, and before Becca Heard in Incisa Valdarno. And this is not just a problem for those families, it is for everybody, because allowing this to happen in a European country means to accept that tomorrow this could happen everywhere and it will be too late. So we should not hide how difficult it was for our party to enter that factory, GKN factory, to talk to those workers. They perceive us very far away, and it is from here we need to restart. We need industrial policies suitable for this period and inserted in this European framework, and we should have it putting at the core of this the human and social and environmental dignity. So this is why we need to welcome the community proposal on riders that would recognize these workers the status of employees, and so more rights and less unemployment. But about this, it will be very useful to listen to Thailand Parigi, the first trade unionist of riders. These are just two examples of what we should take care of as politicians and administrators of the left-wing party. We will have to make very brave choices that will protect workers, not just of our continent, but people in general. Because as I was saying at first, rights have no borders, so we need to fight on vaccines. We need to make them universal and not just a privilege for a few countries, because it is fair and because this is the only way to defeat the pandemic. We need to keep on working on our fight for a complete inaction of rights, and we need to promote a radical change in the paradigm with which we manage welcoming and immigration. And we need to be aware of one thing: we need to make it fast, because we have no more time. We cannot allow ourselves to stumble on this topic. So we really need to bring on strength on our ideas and rights and dignity on the workplace and fight against discrimination. These should not be slogans and mottos. These should be the containers of ideas and threats for our vision of Europe that can be entirely solidarity with people who don't have, or it isn't. It may protect workers or not. It may protect right to love with no gender discrimination or not. That doesn't allow anybody to die in the sea or in the woods in the east or raises no walls. So today we need to show people who expect from us a real engagement on these topics that we're not afraid of taking a position, and we need to make these principles the pillars on which we base our values on the European Union. So we welcome meetings such as the one we have today, and before leaving the stage to the speakers who will be here on the stage after me, I'm really happy that this meeting is here in Florence, because this is a city that really represents the ability of the human being of creating beauty and creating a world to protect it. But Florence is also the city that first abolished the death penalty in 176. So it is a city where Giorgio Lapira was thinking about a Europe of people to spread fraternity and peace. And so I really wish that the spirit of our city would help and support this very difficult task awaiting for us. Thank you. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you. Thank you for our welcome. There is a change in our program. I would welcome here the Secretary of the Democratic Party, Enrico Letta, for his keynote speech, and then we could start today's program on Europe. Thank you, Enrico.
Grazie Simona, grazie Brando.
Pleasure for Partito Democratico to host you here in Florence. Thank you, Jens, thank you, Clara, Gabi, and all the rest of the speakers today here in Florence. For us, it's very important to be here, first of all, because today, yesterday, tomorrow, in Istituto Universitario Europeo di Fiesole, there's a very important activity that is taking place. All the citizens that are today attending the panels, the citizens panel at the Istituto Universitario Europeo, are here to try to change Europe, and to change Europe in a participative democracy activity that is the first time that is taking place at this level. And we are very pleased to try to link our own activity and their activity. First of all, because we are using the same method for our participative democracy activity in Italy. Agora Democratica, as you know, is the way in which the Italian Democratic Party is trying to change programs, behaviors, values, and activities, and we are using the same platform that the Conference on the Future of Europe is using. The platform is Decidim, the originary platform of the Barcelona municipality, and this platform is a very successful one. And we think that the citizens' participation in the panels and in the panel that we are taking, that it is taking place today in Florence, is part of the new model of the way in which we are trying to change Europe. And this is why we are here in Florence today. This is why we are trying as socialists and democrats to give our contribution to the change of Europe. So first of all, we are here exactly because we think that what is taking place in Florence in these very days makes Florence the heart of Europe, as Dario just said, and because the method is the right one. So first of all, citizens at the heart of Europe, because citizens weren't at the heart of Europe until now. I have to say that because in my 20 years of political activity, before leaving politics to join Sciences Po in Paris for 6 years, in which I was out of Italian politics, and in which I was also, and I'm still president of the Jacques Delors Institute in Paris, we had the feeling that the European Union is forgetting a little bit the role of citizens. I remember many expectations the day after the Maastricht Treaty, where the idea was citizens at the heart of Europe. I remember, and I'm very happy that Dario and Eugenio Gianni, the president of the region, the mayor of Pontassieve, a future leader of the Democratic Party in Florence, so representatives of municipalities, of regions. Maastricht wasn't only the single currency treaty. And today we are all linking Maastricht to the single currency. But in Maastricht we had many other ideas. First idea was the role of citizens, municipalities, local authorities, and in reality, we, I think, didn't deliver enough on these topics. And when I saw in the last 10 years the raise of the role of the European Council as the center of the European life, I think that was a big mistake, because the European Council is the a place where governments are there, but it is not the heart of Europe. And the European Council became the heart of Europe in reality in the last 10 years. And I think it was one of the reasons of the unsuccess of Europe when the European Union was unsuccessfully acting on many issues. So my first point is that citizens are at the heart, because we strongly believe that we can continue business as usual with this idea of Europe of governments. Europe of governments is not the way, is not the correct way to try to solve problems. So this is why, as Partito Democratico, this is why, as Socialists and Democrats, we strongly believe that the Conference on the Future of Europe has to be a success. And it is not until now. I have to be very clear. It is not until now, and we are here exactly to try to upgrade the role of the conference. So my first message is to thank the group at the European level, because the group decided to have this event today here. And having this event today here, it's a great message at European level. So thank you all for being here, coming from abroad, many countries. Today traveling is so complicated, so double thank because you are here. And I would like to, first of all, to thank our German friends, because they are here today in a very important period in German political life, because you are having a new government, and we are so pleased that the new government is under the leadership of a great friend as Olaf Scholz. And good luck to you, to all of you. Good luck for the best success. And thank you for being with us today. It's a double, I think, accomplishment for all of us. So, il secondo punto che voglio qui toccare è
The second point I would like to stress here, which are the results we expect from this conference? And I'm really grateful to Renzo Amendola, who's here, the representative, the principal representative of this government Draghi, on the topics on the conference for the future of Europe. And thank you for your work, and thank you for being here to listen to what we as Democratic Party and Socialists and Democrats want to say about the Conference on the Future of Europe. Because I want to be frank here, we cannot be happy of what happened so far, because expectations when this idea of the conference was born in 2019, and then it was postponed, especially the beginning due to the pandemic. So it started on the 9th of May of this year, of course, in a different condition compared to what we hoped. But there is the chance of regaining the lost time and gaining the expectations and results we wanted. So this is important. It is important being here to launch a message to our country. Italy has to be in the first row from the government point of view, the political parties, parliament, and all of the local realities. The president of Eurocities is here, Dario Nardella. So for us, it is even more important having you here, Dario. The fact of having and hosting this event in Florence, in one of the most important places for culture here in Italy. We have a problem of public opinion. We have it. The public opinion hasn't realized on a national and European level about the existence of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And in my experience, doesn't exist a great European result if we do not have a great mobilization of the public opinion, because in the end, European leaders will always have a reason to stop or to a step back or to accept the stop of a colleague in the European Council if we do not have the pressure of the public opinion. And what we've lacked so far is the awareness of the public opinion. So I speak from here to the Italian public opinion and youngsters. In here we have many young representatives, the academic world, the media world, the and work environment. So the Conference on the Future of Europe is an extraordinary occasion. First of all, because this is the first occasion after 16 years where we face the institutional matter outside of the rooms of the European institutions. Last time was with the referendum, the two referendums that we quoted before, the French and Netherlandish one, that determined the end of the path of the European Constitution. And from that moment on, there was no other path that would involve citizens to face the institutional matters. And as a matter of fact, the European institutions stayed the way they were 16 years ago, except for a few changes that, not by chance, were made outside of the treaties, because the main changes of the crisis period, 2008-2011, and the following period are changes made outside of the treaties. And the birth of the ESM, the famous EMSM, happened outside of the treaties. So this is a treaty outside of the European treaty. So we need to think about this, because we cannot keep on thinking that the future of Europe can happen with the institutions we have today, because these institutions are not sufficient. They're not enough. And I want to say that with great strength, especially to those who say that we should not think and talk about institutional changes, so changes of the treaties. But if we do not talk about this, if we do not talk about the European Constitution, what should we talk about? So especially when we talk about health, and we, of course, realized it with the pandemic. So when the pandemic outburst, and this was a very important event for the European history, the biggest one after the Second World War, pandemic came, and everybody realized that the fact that Europe didn't have community competences about health and social issues was one of the reasons why many people died. I'm weighing my words in this, but I believe that we would have had less deaths in Europe if we would have community competences on the matter of health and society from the very beginning. It took months to work together with all of the institutions and to find a common way. And it is not a relationship of binding rules. It is about choices governments take. But it is not regulated by a treaty, as Ursula von der Leyen asked. I remember what she asked during the 16th of September 2020. President von der Leyen had the speech on the State of the Union, and she asked the Conference on the Future of Europe to introduce and make the Europe of health created. So this is my message, my second message. In the changes we need to put in act, I think, and this is especially something we can do, we as Democrats, this is a fundamental point. We need to create Europe of health from the Conference on the Future of Europe. This is the message that the President of the Commission gave to the European Parliament on the speech on the State of the Union on the 16th of September 2020. And it is right, it is fair. This is what we want, because if we, from this entire period, Europe would have the same skills and competences on the state of health had before the outburst of the pandemic, what people say about Europe would be true. The fact that it cannot make improvements and reshape itself. So this is the first point. We really need to fight for this. The birth of Europe of health and the necessity around this seems to create something, of course, related to that. We had very important advancements. I want to welcome and greet the presidency of Portugal and Prime Minister Costa, and we want to wish him good luck for the electoral campaign that is taking place in Portugal. And the party of Antonio Costa is performing in this period, and the social pillar that was created with the European Council of Porto. And I want to add what happened this week, thanks to the great work, and I want to greet Nicola Schmidt, our European Commissioner, who takes care of these topics. It is a very important message that was sent. It is very important what has been launched last Wednesday on the big topics on the protection of the weakest workers. But I would like to quote another topic that is very important to me as part of the Institute Delors. One of the most important topics of Delors is the adults training. So I think it's fundamental. It is clear for everybody that what we were was getting educated in the last few years then was limited to a certain amount of time. And then we started to work, and then we would retire. So the idea of lifelong learning is fundamental to help workers who are losing their job places. And I really love to say that Tuscany is a place that has been hurted a lot from this point of view, and what happened in Campi Bisenzio will be a scar we will have to take indications from. And the topic I would like to launch from here in a national logic is the fact that we think that the government should really launch the law on delocalizations. This represents a very ripe and important matter towards which I think that launching a European message, sending a European message is absolutely fundamental. And I would like to conclude in 1 minute to say that in the ambitions we all have, I think that the Conference on the Future of Europe should say something very clear about the fact that a Europe that goes on allowing the denials to each single member state is not a Europe that will be able to keep up with the challenges. We have seen it regarding many matters, but I want to make an example, just an example, I think the most evident one. We all saw what happened among between Belarus, Ukraine, and Poland. This is something unacceptable. But when I think about Belarus, I think about the fact that for months, Europe has lacked speech, and it was incapable of being taken in consideration by Russia because it wasn't able to take one only position in matters of foreign policy because Cyprus had put the veto on the common position of the Union in a matter of sanctions on Belarus. And that veto from Cyprus has stayed there for months, blocking Europe from saying anything on Belarus. So I can imagine the scene of Putin in the Kremlin receiving the news of Europe, entire Europe, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Brussels, are not able to say their opinion on Belarus because Cyprus makes it difficult to happen. And I can imagine Putin's face commenting such a thing. How can we be taken seriously on our interests? This is nothing that is related to being brave, but it's just the interests of our citizens. This is our interest, and so that's why unanimity and the right of veto cannot be outside of the radar of our discussion. We are here for that as well, and I would like to conclude by saying and announcing that the Democratic Party has the intention of taking a serious initiative regarding the future of the Stability Pact of Europe. This is something that is outside from the Conference on the Future of Europe, but the matter of the Pact of the European Stability is still very important, and we're starting to dispute and discuss about it. And I'm personally following it, and in the month of February, we will put into act an initiative of the Democratic Party with all of the social strengths. And I want to say hello to Luca Visentin, the head of the European trade unions, a great chief of the European trade unions, and with the representatives of enterprises, the economic worlds, the academic worlds, and of course the Italian parties, the Italian government, and with the political party at a European level, because 2022 is an important year for the recast of the Stability Pact. We want to pass from the Stability Pact to the Sustainability Pact, and we think that this should be the main goal, and we want to work in this direction. I would like to thank the European Commissioner and the Commission, which opened the discussion about it. Paolo Gentiloni, he will be with us this afternoon in video. On the 19th of October, he opened this discussion, and the Democratic Party will be there. We will propose a proposal on the Stability Pact, and given that we want to candidate ourselves to lead Italy for the 5 years, going from the 2023 to the 28, so for the elections of 2023, I want to say that because in Italy we're still discussing about the next elections. So for what regards as elections, political elections in Italy will occur in 2023. And for that legislation in 2023-28, we want to lead our country with a sustainability pact, a European sustainability pact with rules which are improved and better than the current ones. And to win that battle on a European level is fundamental to be able to govern, to rule, and to do our job. Today will be a very important day in Florence. We are sending a special message, and I want to thank you all for being here. This message is important for Italy, a country which has become once again pro-European, not just with its institutions, but this attitude, this pro-European line of our country needs answers. And these answers should be given by institutions and political parties, politics in general, us, and we are here for this. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to the Secretary of the Democratic Party, Enrico Letta, for the many hints he gave us. And we will for sure take them into consideration. And I would like to leave the microphone to Francesco Cancellanto, Director and Editor of Fun Page, who will introduce the first panel.
Buongiorno a tutti e a tutte, grazie e grazie per l'invito soprattutto e per la possibilità di condurre questo panel su un tema, lo devo ammettere, diciamo, mi è capitato di fare diverse cose, anche con Brando, anche con Simona, sull'Europa, ma a me non mi era mai capitato, e questo forse è già un titolo, di parlare di democrazia in Europa, un po' perché la diamo un po' per scontata, non la mitizziamo, non è... Tocqueville non ha scritto democrazia in Europa, ha scritto democrazia in America. E lì il Dio, noi in qualche modo la diamo per scontata, la diamo come uno dei nostri, una delle cose che ormai dopo la seconda guerra mondiale pensiamo non possano più cambiare. Nello stesso tempo, un po' perché il frame narrativo quando si parla di Europa e democrazia, e lo dico con una punta di amarezza anche, è quello sovranista, cioè che l'Europa riduce gli spazi democratici anziché ampliarli. Ed è molto difficile sentir parlare di uno spazio democratico europeo, di un dibattito democratico europeo, e questo rende molto difficile per me da moderatore anche solo pensare a che domande farvi, perché è difficile trovare un benchmark, trovare qualcuno che le abbia già fatte, e nello stesso tempo questo dibattito è molto interessante.
And at the same time, this debate is very interesting. And I'd like to begin by calling up the people who will be debating with me. Brando Benifei is here, the Italian delegation to the ES Group Italy. Simona Bonafè, deputy chairman of the Democratic Group in Italy. I'll speak both Italian and English. Ian Geigers, I hope I'm pronouncing the name properly, head of German delegation to the SD Groups Germany. And he is the person who has negotiated in the new coalition of the Greens, Liberal Democrats, and especially regarding the future of Europe. We'll ask what he thinks of this and what the experience of the Socialists and Democrats is in the construction of New Europe. Clara Doppler, Deputy Chairman of Hungarian European Parliament, a country which is at the center of European debate, because Clara will be telling us she's very much against Viktor Orban. And we'll be talking about this too. And then connected with us is Helena Dalli, European Commissioner for Equality. She's connected in remote from Malta, but I'll start from a video message, the video message of the president of the European Social Democrat group, Iraxes Garcia Perez. So let's start with the video. She can't be with us here because for reasons that Brando Simone have explained, but let's see what she is going to tell us.
Antes de que la COVID-19 cambiara nuestras vidas, la Unión Europea se enfrentaba a grandes retos. El cambio climático, el aumento de las desigualdades, la transformación digital, por no hablar del deterioro del Estado de Derecho en algunos países y del renacer de ciertos nacionalismos y populismos. Con la pandemia, la necesidad de reforma se ha hecho más evidente, porque ha revelado los fallos de la arquitectura de la Unión. Ya es hora de afrontar estos cambios para ser más fuertes y más resilientes. También hemos sido conscientes de la desproporción entre las expectativas ciudadanas y lo que la Unión Europea podía realizar. A menudo la complejidad del sistema en la toma de decisiones o la falta de competencias condena a la Unión Europea a la parálisis y no somos capaces de actuar frente a retos importantes como es la violación del Estado de Derecho, la evasión fiscal o también importantes desafíos globales. En un mundo cada vez más globalizado, la necesidad de actuar con voz propia es interesante y acuciante. La COVID ya nos ha demostrado hasta qué punto somos interdependientes, a nivel personal y también a nivel europeo. Decimos que la Unión Europea es una comunidad que cuida de las personas, pues actuemos en consecuencia. Esta pandemia debería de ser una oportunidad para volver a lo esencial, a recuperar el espíritu de solidaridad. Esto conlleva mejorar la toma de decisiones y por eso vuestra discusión hoy es tan importante. La conferencia sobre el futuro de Europa es una gran oportunidad para que la ciudadanía diga lo que espera de nosotros, de lo que espera en el futuro y por eso muchos de nosotros estamos esperando escuchar vuestras voces y que podáis participar en los debates. Es cierto que muchos problemas se podrían resolver haciendo un mejor uso de mecanismos que ya están recogidos en los tratados, pero para el futuro necesitaremos más instrumentos. Esta crisis también ha dejado patente que el mercado no va a resolver todos los problemas, porque no valora la aportación de sectores importantes para el bienestar de nuestras sociedades. Por eso no teníamos la autonomía estratégica para producir vacunas, por eso ha faltado solidez y recursos en muchos sistemas públicos de salud, por eso ha faltado personal sanitario necesario y por eso tantos trabajadores y trabajadoras de sectores clave viven condiciones laborales precarias. Todavía hoy seguimos viendo los efectos negativos de las acciones unilaterales y descoordinadas de los Estados miembros, por ejemplo, con la estrategia de las vacunas y de los test. El Grupo S&D quiere trabajar para introducir más competencias sanitarias y lo mismo haremos para el pilar social. Durante demasiado tiempo la Unión ha descuidado la Europa social. Hemos dejado que crezcan la pobreza y las desigualdades y esto solo empeora la situación si no actuamos contra la crisis actual. Trabajaremos para incluir el protocolo de progreso social y el pilar europeo de los derechos sociales en los tratados. Y por último, necesitamos dar más importancia al sistema electoral europeo. Ya es hora de introducir un verdadero sistema de Spitzenkandidat y de reformar nuestra ley electoral. El Grupo S&D, con nuestro ponente Domènech Ruiz, está liderando este trabajo y estoy deseando ver ya el resultado. Deberíamos crear una circunscripción paneuropea siempre teniendo en cuenta el equilibrio geográfico y la situación de los Estados miembros más pequeños. Y esto podría fortalecer la dimensión supranacional y de las elecciones europeas y la vida democrática realmente en la Unión. La Declaración Schuman ya decía que Europa no se haría de un golpe, sino a través de pasos concretos, en una constante evolución y que se basaría en la solidaridad. Amigos y amigas, este es el momento de dar otro paso en nuestra unión. Os deseo un debate muy fructífero. Gracias.
Ringraziamo anche noi.
We want to thank Irache Garcia Perez as well. And before starting with questions to other panelists, I would like to remind the others that a typical Italian thing is that meetings are delayed, and I will ask you very short questions and European questions, and we will try to take back some of this delay, such as it happens with trains. And there is another video I would like to connect with Elena Dalli, the European Commissioner for Equality. And I move to English.
Nice to meet you. Nice to have you here, even on the screen. So.
Buongiorno, mi sentite?
Ok, allora le faccio la domanda in italiano. Sì, la sentiamo benissimo.
Yes, we hear you. Good morning. And thank you for this invitation. I would have loved being there with you in Florence and taking part to this day of reflection and actions. But I'm close to you, not just with my heart, but with my commitment as well, thanks to the host, Sindaco Nardella. And I would like to greet my friends there.
It is my great honor to take part in this opening panel, and I thank the S&D Group for your unfailing support for the strengthening of democracy and the functioning of the EU institutions. A strong democracy is crucial for gaining people's trust. People must also be able to trust that public institutions will protect their rights, including the right to equal treatment. In that regard, equality and democracy, which are two of the values of which our union was built, are inseparable. A full, healthy, representative democracy is not achievable without equality. And democracy processes and institutions must include everyone in decision-making, not just for the sake of equality, but also because a balanced representation leads to better policies. That is, policies that respond to the specific needs of the disadvantaged and of women and men in all their diversity. When it comes to politics, there is a great gender imbalance. Women are still significantly underrepresented in decision-making positions, and progress is slow, although the situation does not vary a lot between the member states. In the EU, women account for only 33% members in national parliaments and 30% of senior ministers in governments. Much still needs to be done. The political parties can play a key role in promoting gender equality in their ranks and subsequently in national politics. As for gender balance in the cabinet of ministers, less than half of EU member states have achieved such balance. I am encouraged to see that in the new German government, led by a social democrat, women also occupy portfolios hitherto male-dominated, such as defense, security, and foreign affairs. The same in Italy with justice and home affairs. The Commission remains committed to improving this situation. Gender balance in decision-making is one of the three main pillars of the gender equality strategy. For instance, the Commission will promote the participation of women as voters and candidates in the 2024 European Parliament elections, including through funding and promoting best practices. Under the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values Programme, the Commission published a call for proposals for projects on gender equality last month. The call seeks to promote equal participation and representation of women and men in political and economic decision-making. The second priority of the call aims at tackling gender stereotypes. The overall envelope for the call is 6.8 million euros reserved on the 2022 budget. Combating violence against women is also high on the Commission's agenda. Accession to the Istanbul Convention remains a priority, but as progress is stalling, we cannot keep running on the spot. We need an EU instrument that allows us to address violence against women and domestic violence as far as our remit allows. So I will present a legislative proposal with the same goals as the Istanbul Convention early next year. We will pursue both avenues in parallel, both EU accession to the Istanbul Convention and the legislative initiative. Funding will also be available to fight violence against women. Under the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values Programme, the Commission supports projects and organizations working on the ground to tackle this scourge. The Commission expects to spend approximately 150 million on tackling gender-based violence throughout the course of the 2021-27 programme. We have just published a call for proposals with a budget of 30 million euros. With the COVID-19 pandemic, when the COVID pandemic hit in March last year, we soon saw the first consequences for women. During lockdowns, incidences of violence against women and domestic violence rose sharply. Since then, we have seen other gender inequalities. Women shouldering an even larger share of unpaid care when childcare facilities and schools closed, and women being overrepresented in the most affected sectors and therefore hit harder economically. With the entry into force of the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility in February and the progress on member states' national plans, we have the tools to build back better. The facility will make over 670 billion euros available to EU member states. The Conference on the Future of Europe is an excellent opportunity for European citizens to make their voices heard and propose ideas for shaping a better future for Europe. And I thank the S&D Group for facilitating the participation of citizens in this discussion later today. We must encourage all citizens in all their diversity to participate actively in democracy-building processes and institutions, including marginalized groups, to ensure a better and fairer society. Every voice matters. Oggi è una bella occasione. Combattiamo insieme per...
Today it is a great occasion to fight together for equal opportunities. Thank you.
Grazie mille Natalia, ho risparmiato anche la domanda, ma la risposta...
Thank you. She's given us such a clear response. Italy, Europe of equality, Europe of equal opportunities as against Europe as a fortress, Europe as walls, Europe as inequalities.
Ms. Geiger, you negotiated in the formation of the new German government and you brought there the vision of the Social Democrats and for a progressive Europe, to reshape Europe as a progressive Europe, as Elena Dalli told in some ways. So right now we have a new, everyone remember that, a new German government led by a Social Democrat chancellor. So can you tell us how the perspective of the German government changed, how the perspective of reshaping Europe changed, and if it's gonna change or accelerate the process for ever closer union.
Yes, we'll give you some information on that with pleasure. Firstly, I was also in the negotiation group 4 years ago when we were negotiating a coalition treaty with the Christian Democrats on the European affairs, and it was quite a significant different situation to discuss a coalition treaty with two other parties who share altogether a common idea how Europe should develop. So with the conservatives it was always no, 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 and with the others it was a quite inspiring starting situation. How do we go on with Europe? How do we develop? What will we do? And there is one quote, interestingly, coming from the leader of the Liberals, from Christian Lindner, who, in a rough translation to English, talked about the special responsibility Germany has in a serving approach. That underlines two things. Germany is quite aware of the situation. That was a wonderful and great gestures of our neighbors after the Second World War to reach out and integrate Germany in the European family again. So we know about our responsibility here. We do know about how important it is that Germany takes its role in making Europe a better place, and that we do that in a serving approach to all, to the Union altogether. So what the treaty does is it mentions, especially the conference for the future of Europe. It says that it is the goal of the German government to take consequences out of this debate, to change the European treaty when necessary, and to end up at the very long perspective in a European federal state. I mean, this is the program of our party since 1925, and probably will not deliver that in 4 years, to say that with some irony, but it describes the long-term perspective of progressive parties in Germany to say, yes, we are not afraid of having Germany in a new framework of European states that works more and more together and even goes farther than the treaty, that we can imagine a European federal state. That is one strange, one strong message from this treaty, and that was a no-go with the conservatives. Absolutely no way. And shows in the beginning of the European chapter of the treaty how strongly the approach of the German government has changed. And the second is, of course, the protection of the rule of law, the defense of the common values we have, and out of the knowledge that when we do not defend our common values, the European Union finally will fail. It is a live and die approach that we not only keep together as countries and everybody does what every country does what it likes to do, but that we defend this common values. And when it comes to the protection of the rule of law, there is a strong wording in this paragraph, and I'm sure this is noticed in Budapest, Warsaw, and Ljubljana with quite some attention. And yes, what we are threatening them with is going along with the values means no money. So that the German governments will do what it can to withhold the flow of money to these countries when they're not able to defend of common values, if an independent jurisdiction is not given, that we cannot have the responsibility towards the European citizens to give money to these countries. So there are a lot of strong messages, and I'm quite happy that I could be part with Gabriele Bischoff, who is also with us today, we were 2 out of 4 negotiating this process. I was very happy to come out with these strong messages and with a totally different approach of this German government towards the European question. You will hear a lot of us.
It's a big program we heard from you, and thank you so much for telling us. We talked about moving to a federal Europe. You talk about a lot of things. You talk about even about the defense of rule of law, and I want to introduce Clara Dobrev about that. We're talking about more problematic issues, and we're talking about civil rights for women and for the LGBTQI people in Hungary and in Poland. We're talking about in a Europe and another way of thinking Europe, that is Europe of the sovereignist and nationalist and right-wing parties that are in government, that are in charge for a lot of time in Hungary and in Poland, and that are very strong even in Italy and in other countries in Europe. So how can we deal with that? If we're talking about future of democracy in Europe, you're a strong opposition to Viktor Orban, so we would like to I would like to ask you to share your battle and your opinion about that.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. And I know that sometimes when you are hearing some news about Hungary and Poland, you might say, oh, they are somewhere far east, and it will never happen in Italy. Although you have Salvini, so don't be so sure. But my main message, and the first message is, never take democracy for granted. We have made that mistake, and that was a huge mistake. We have made that mistake in Hungary and Poland. I think we Europeans made that mistake during the 90s and early 2000, and we are paying now the price for it. Because democracy is not a destination, is not something what we have to achieve, and when we are there, then we can relax and everything is all right. I think more, I would say that democracy is the journey itself, the path, and it's always bringing new challenges, and not only by populists, oligarchs, illiberals, dictators, or whatever you call them, but in our everyday life. Do you remember 2008 and 2009, when the austerity measures, part of the austerity measures were to cut back the trade unions in Europe? It was against the so-called democracy we knew. And even today, when we are always talking about the COVID measures, here we are all vaccinated and we do believe in science and in vaccination. But you see how many other informations are coming and how many other aspects are coming in, and we have to have an answer for that. And we have the artificial intelligence, we have the human rights, we have the data protection. So democracy is something what always has to be revised. And if you look on democracy as a path, as a journey, then immediately you may raise questions which have to be raised. Media freedom towards falsification, hate speech, or foreign interference in election. Democracy and human rights towards surveillance, security, and you name it. Today you are going to talk about these issues. They are very important issues. And if we are not brave enough to raise these issues, then we are going to be defeated by populists, not only in Hungary, but in Europe as well. So that's why what I would suggest is really to look on democracy as an ongoing issue, an ongoing project. And the institutions of democracy, which were, built, some of them 200 years ago, let's question them, whether they are enough. We have the Constitutional Court, we have freedom of justice, we have freedom of media. Are they enough for the today challenges, or we need some other institutions? Democracy was always safeguarded by national states. But the world became global, the world became international. Do we have enough institutions to safeguard democracy in a global world? These are the real challenges where in the Conference on the Future of Europe we have to answer not only of the sake of Europe, but of the sake of our all global society. If we are not strong enough, if we cannot defeat those attacks against our democracy in the future, then we are going to lose. And I'm telling it to you with a very painful feeling in my heart, because we lost in Hungary. They lost in Poland. And we all together may lose in Europe as well. So we need much more stronger institutions, like rule of law monitoring and rule of law preconditionality for the European funding. Wonderful. But we do not have institution in place against falsification and interference in social media on a European level. And we see that these interferences come not to the national state, but on the European level. We do not have institutions in place to look after the free elections. We are facing in Hungary election in 3 months. They are not going to be free, they are not going to be fair. And in Europe, we cannot seek for any institution to help us, Hungarian Democrats, with that. Because we thought in the 90s, you thought in the 90s, we thought in the 90s that democracy is granted and elections are free. No, they are not going to be. What are we going to do about it? And we take for granted the freedom of speech, and we look at Russia and China interfering not only in America, but at our local elections as well. Do we have an institution in place to defeat us, to protect us for them? So I think the today's conference is one of the most important topics of the Conference of the Future of Europe. How do we preserve democracy? And I think the answer, the only way how we can preserve it, if we do understand and accept that democracy is a changing thing, and we have to be flexible in our institutions in order to protect it. We have the basic values since 200 years, but the challenges are absolutely different today.
Thank you so much. Ed è una bella risposta dire che per preservare la democrazia bisogna estendere.
Nice respond to say that to preserve democracy we have to extend it and extend its boundaries. Simona Bonafè, one of the characteristics, one of the main criticisms of Europe is that it's far away from citizens and territory, and that it's an institution which is felt to be far away. I'd like to put on the table the Next Generation Europe and all of the programs that have been made to face the post-pandemic situation and the economic crisis as an opportunity for social and economic transition of the whole continent. I say this because from my point of view, we've known each other a long time because we've dealt with many themes of ecological transition together. There's a great opportunity called Next Generation Europe, and there is the possibility of bringing these projects and this money from top, bottom, top on the territory. So what is your opinion on this? How can a new European Economic Pact start from an alliance between with the territories and local?
Hometown to speak in my own language. So I switch into Italian. Grazie, una domanda molto...
Thank you. It's a very complex question. I want to go back a step and bring you back to 2.5 years ago when we were dealing with the European elections, and when we were greatly fearful for the whole European project, because 2.5 years ago the fear was that sovereignist parties, anti-European parties, populist parties might win the elections. It didn't go that way, thank God. And in the meantime, something else happened, which we might remember. We're in the midst of a global pandemic, and that's where we understood the importance of a European response to the crisis that we're going through. And that's where we saw Europe come up, the type of Europe we always hoped to see, and which often we had not seen in the past. Not only Europe of vaccines, because I remember that the plan for the purchase, the centralized plan for purchase, which the Commission organized, maybe slightly late at the beginning, but it allowed all of the European countries at the same conditions to have doses available for their vaccination plans. Then there was the other great response you were talking about the Next Generation EU, which we take for granted in our country, because in our country we're going to have an arrival of 200 billions, and the government and everyone will have the great commitment of being able to spend these resources properly so as to make investments which will be useful for our country. this great instrument, which today we take for granted, was not so to be taken for granted, because we know what the response that Europe has when in the previous crisis, the crisis of sovereign debt. So here we saw the arrival of Europe of sharing of risks and solidarity, not only of great economy. That's where we see Europeans get together with all of their know-how, and that's where we saw that the sovereignist recipe, the recipe of closing, of walls, of boundaries, of I can solve everything at home, was a recipe which could not work, and which in fact showed that it's like it's out of date. We have a great opportunity now, great opportunity for beginning again, for this next generation EU and its investments, the great opportunity after this shock, which is called COVID-19, to try starting from the beginning again, because we could have done without the pandemic, but it did show us the lacks in our model of development and what is crooked in our model. When we faced this shock, we realized that if we knew it before, we knew it ahead of time, we knew that the development model didn't make us grow enough and was hurting the resources of the planet and create huge inequalities socially and on tensions, which then created the possibility for sovereignists to thrive. But then we did understand that after this shock, we have to try and put up a new model for development. And today, this is the challenge we're faced with, a challenge that we decided to invest on in terms of greater sustainability, greater inclusivity. We decided in Europe to put this 37%, this famous 37% of threshold for the investments for a new model of sustainable development. But the new model of sustainable development has to be not only environmental but social. And today we're talking with the European Parliament of a great package, the Fit for 55, which is not only the package which is legislative through which we can reach climatic neutrality between now and 2050, which the Mayor of Florence was referring to just now, but it's that package which allows us today in 2030 to reach the new objectives that we have placed for ourselves, the reduction of 50% of CO2. And all of this is done because we believe that today the fight against climate change, the contrast against climate change is important, but it's also important to put back on track Europe with new bases of competitivity. But to get this done, we can't leave anyone behind. And that's why the resources which we see in the Climate Fund to start all of those things which have to accompany transition. But with this new development model, it's on the new model of development that we are able to defeat those false democracies that Clara was referring to. I liked your words very much. We should never take democracy for granted. And in order to never take it for granted, we have to make this democracy work. Up to now, it's always worked. Well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. But to work, it has to give responses to citizens. And with what we've put on the table for Europe, that's where we want to act, on the responses that the citizens expect today. They expect them from Europe and from our states. So I think that we are faced with a period of great reform, a period of great change, but we also have understood that we can't govern with populism. We can't govern reducing the phenomena which are complex and bringing them down to just a slogan. Today, complexity is to be governed, and with everything which we put on the table in Europe, that's the direction we want to take. We want to govern processes. We want to give responses to the citizens, and thus reinforce democracy. Thanks, Simona Bonafè. Now I give the floor to Brando Benifei with a question which will remain. In this panel, we given you a sort of trailer of all of that which will be said throughout today, because all of these themes will be gone into once again. There is one theme which is how can rework the institutions, rework the European democratic process, through which we can reach these, what is hoped for, the results hoped for, as we've heard from everybody up to now. And especially, I'd like to ask you a very precise question. How do you think that there can be more democratic processes for elections? Not for elections of European institutions and European Parliament, but also for the transnational processes. I mean, today we're here with the socialist and democratic, but when will we really have transnational parties? Because we're voting for our own parties now, but when will we have transnational parties that we can vote for?
Thank you for your question. And we have here Dominic Devesa, a Spanish colleague, governor in the Institutional Affairs Commission. And I'm sure that in the afternoon he will go deeper in the theme of the elections in Europe. And we are involved not just in the conference, but also in Parliament and matters cross in discussing about what the director Cancellato posed and as a question. So about how to create a transnational democracy through reforms of the functioning of the institutions and how to make stronger the participation of citizens. I want to be clear and brutal about my opinion. I do not think that the involvement of citizens will improve and increase through transactional lists that I, of course, support and that we support here and are object of negotiations, or through the change of the electoral law. But through those actions, we will reinforce the political forces and the construction of a real European policy. Today, it doesn't exist. It's just the sum of the national parties. And this way, we'll create a confrontation that will be clear. Because our problem today is that we do not have a clear discussion on Europe. Too often, we confuse words. And when I hear Europeist, this is something like a sort of a motto or you know, I get scared when I hear Europeist, because what does it mean? Europeist is something that also people in the PPE defended the presence of Orban in that place and the moderate Europeistic forces. In what sense? I do not think that you can be a Europeist. We also heard it from the Lega here in Italy that they were starting to become Europeist, given that Clara quoted Salvini. I do not know what being Europeist means, but I am for a construction of democratic Europe, unite Europe. This is my position. Of course, this is not the position of the entire group, but I suppose that many of them share it, of a federal Europe. And as Jens reminded it, for the first time in the program of the German country, we talk about a Germany that will become a federal state. And I think this is a very important moment to discuss about our proposal for Europe. And I say that we need to be ambitious. We need to be radical in proposing a very strong change with respect to a Europe that our secretary explained very well, Enrico Letta, a Europe that has very often been laid with in tackling problems such as the pandemic. And today we have a new tool that didn't exist, Next Generation EU. And I want to quote again Secretary Letta, the localization. I was in Campi Bisenzio yesterday with for a meeting with the Mayor Fossi. He's been a protagonist together with the Party of Florence and Tuscany in the fight with GKN. And this is an example of the theme of the very strong delocalization, and we will hear this also from the General Secretary of the Confederation of Trade Unions, Vicentini. And there is an imbalance between economic freedom and social rights. We want this reform, this radical reform of the European Union, and this has to be object of the discussion inside of the conference. We want clarity. We want that the Conference on the Future of Europe doesn't just state or takes conclusions which are generic on how much we should love Europe, because this is useless. We do not care about it. We want a political conflict, a clear one that may emerge in all of the seats, and the conference is for sure one of the most important ones, between nationalists and also the ones who hide behind a moderate Europeism, but they do not really want the integration in Europe, and those who believe that development for Europe passes through a full-fledged democracy, as Enrico Letta said, with the participation of citizens, with the initiatives of citizens that would become, and I'm sure we will talk about this in the next panel, that would become more effective to relaunch the European proposals and to manage to create, to build a real union based on the rule of law and democracy, fully fledged and with no cracks towards sovereignism. And we've been in the border between Poland and Belarus with some of the colleagues of the Democratic Party, and there is happening one of these situations where the European Committee was too weak towards the requests of some governments regarding the right of asylum and the fundamental rights. So we need to be more rigorous, and we need to start from the conference, which is the place where we can build this political battle, this fight, and we can really debate about it, be clear, and bring the public party to know what we are discussing about. This is our commitment. Thank you, Brando. I think we managed to find some extra time, so thank you to all of the speakers for being so short. I would like to add something. In the program, there was the intervention of David Sassoli, but for a personal issue, he didn't manage to be here and to share his opinion, but he lets us know that he is with us and that he follows this process. So I would like to thank once again Jens Geiger, Clara Dobrev, Simona Bonafè, Brando Benifei, Elena Dalli from remote, and I would like to leave the stage to the next panel. Brando or Simona, if you want to introduce it. The next panel on the European citizenship will be moderated by the journalist Francesca De Benedetti from Domani, and I invite her here to manage the debate.
Allora, intanto mi sembra che Ok, allora io welcome to everyone, benvenuti a tutti. Intanto
First of all, I have asked the organizers whether I should speak Italian or English, and we are now on a platform which is in several languages, It's a platform on the future of Europe, so whoever is in Europe is able to dialogue with us, and this gives us an idea of the great experience we are living and experiencing here. We're talking of rule of law, democracy, and this debate comes at a really important moment so that we can bring Europe to carry out a real change. I will call upon the people to take part in this debate. And first of all, I'd like to call Anton Emmerich, a professor of the Law European University Institute. Please come and take the floor here next to me. Manuela Bora, who is the regional MP of Regione Marche. Welcome. Tommaso Biancuzzi, coordinator of the junior high school student network. Then Caterina Cerroni, co-secretary of Young Democrats, and Raffaele Marsa, also co-secretary of Young Democrats. And I invite Monica Frassoni to get connected with us. She was also elected transnationally, even when the theme was not among the institutional things to be discussed. She was elected in Belgium, and she is now in the Municipal Council of Ixelles. So I will see her appearing on the screen behind us. So where should we start? European citizenship, what does this mean? At the end of the 90s, during the Single Act, there were the consumers of the single market, which the institutions referred to, and then common rights became important. There was an important dialogue. Enrico Letta said this before. There were many things that did not work out for pro-Europe people, and then there were several of these problems, and there was a stop here. So where are we now? In my opinion, I think things are going faster than institutions because we have young people already that are carrying out pan-European battles that for climate change, and we'll talk about this with the people who are here present today. We have feminists who come down into and protest to defend the rights of Polish women, for example. So people are further ahead than the institutions. I'd like to start with a courageous gesture. Instead of saying where we stand, to say that we are far behind, I want to ask Professor what the most ambitious plan can be. Professor Hemmerich is about to publish a book, Who's Afraid of the Welfare State Now? That's the title of his book. So I would like to ask Professor if the social dimension of citizenship is realistic or not, because it's important to really start with the highest point where we can go. The concept of European citizen with the social dimension that really is important.
First, let me say that I have to kind of improvise here because a couple of days when I looked at the program, I saw my colleague Simon Hicks on the program and not myself. But it's true, I'm about to publish this book with Manos Matsaganes with the title Who's Afraid of the Welfare State Now? Lessons from the Great Recession for a Post-COVID Social Compass with Oxford University Press. It's going to come out in half a year. And we kind of took this title because at the beginning of the Great Recession, I mean, there's a famous speech by Angela Merkel when she said at the World Economic Forum something like, Europe is 7% of, the world's population. That's not much. It's 20%, 25% of the world's GDP. That's pretty impressive. But we spend 50% of the world's GDP on social protection, and therefore we are not competitive. So I kind of took this idea. So there's many reasons to be afraid of the welfare state, according to Angela Merkel at the time. I don't think she thinks that way anymore. But anyway, Manos and I wrote a book where we just completely disprove this fear. There's no reason whatsoever to be afraid of the welfare state. And the Great Recession lesson teaches us that kind of, the glass is half full. that employment has been stabilized, that the unemployment buffers really worked well to buffer the crisis, exactly the way Keynes and Beveridge had predicted this. The countries that do really well are the countries that invest heavily in families and young people. I think that's something that is very important to recognize today. In the process, there was an existential crisis of the Eurozone, and the direction of change is positive in the sense that the Eurozone today is much more mature, and I hope it will stay that way thanks to the new German government. Also on the side of social Europe, I mean, remember the Ruffert and Laval cases in the early 2000s. Now we have the European Pillar of Social Rights. So there's a real big change going on already now. And then I think the best part, although it's a tragic story, is that once COVID hit us, that all these lessons that were learned during the Great Recession were implemented decisively and very swiftly. And this is something to build upon. Now we're talking about citizenship here. So I went back to a very old definition of social citizenship of T.H. Marshall, and this was written in the 1950s, and he talks about social rights, and I cite, that's the whole range from the rights to a modicum of economic welfare and security to share to the full in the social heritage and to live the life of a civilized being according to the standard prevailing in society. And obviously these standards change over time. Holding out a promise of the enlargement, enrichment, and equalization of people's life chances and equal social worth. Now, what does that mean in policy practice? In a way, it means three things. First is guaranteeing individuals and families a minimum income, irrespective of the market value of their work or wealth. Second, by narrowing the extent of insecurity by enabling individuals and families to meet social contingencies such as sickness, old age, unemployment, transition, divorce, that otherwise hurt individuals and families. And finally, and this is, I think, more important today than ever before, by ensuring that all citizens without distinction of status or class are offered the best standards available in relation to a certain agreed range of social services. And obviously, these are things like public health, education, and housing. Now, if we think of these three functions in the context of today, post-industrial economies, I would reduce this complexity to three important functions. One is it's about buffering. Second, it's about easing the flow of labor market transitions and life course transitions. And third, it's about investing in human capital stock, so stock flow buffers. Now, again, going back to my book with Manos, we see that the countries that do relatively well are the ones that have the most inclusive buffers. The countries that do also quite well in terms of labor market and life course transitions is that the flows, the regulation of the labor market, these are flexible labor markets, but they're very gender balanced. And finally, that there is a lifelong commitment to human capital stock development, also in an inclusive manner. So in a way, this is kind of, this is a lesson to be drawn from history that is evolving right now. And I think it's fair to say, I mean, there's a lot of literature that says, digitalization is going to destroy so many jobs. I don't think so. Digitalization and a well-functioning welfare state really helped us through the COVID crisis because people were able to work from home. Key services could do their jobs. Furlough schemes were necessary, not simply to compensate families, but also to buy time to develop effective vaccines, especially important for aging societies because they are more vulnerable. So again, there's an element of positive experience that we should really cherish. Do I have 1 more minute or not? Well, no, okay.
Just 10 seconds.
No.
Intanto grazie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We've opened with this academic prospect that looks to the future. It's up to us now to be rapid in the debate, but efficient also. So I confide in Tommaso Biancuzzi, who coordinates the Young People Network. I'd like to ask you, on the debate on European citizenship, we're dealing with education and the world of students. So you students can tell us exactly what it means to have a pan-European approach and battle. What do you expect for this conference on the future of Europe? Since to make the future citizens of Europe more similar to what you hope for in future?
So we can start from what you were quoting before regarding the mobilizations on climate that occurred in the last few years. It would take those strikes just as manifestations, strikes of students in the whole world to focus the attention on the environmental and climatic matter. I think that we would miss a fundamental part of what those mobilizations, strikes were. Fridays for Future, together with having the opportunity of having had the opportunity of connecting with the most progressive parties and also those who concern the climate matters, also had inside and still has inside one other important request, which is participation, involvement of the youngest ranges of population, so those who generally are not listened to. We can just think about the fact that, for example, regarding the program of funds for Next Generation EU, only one country in Europe involved the organization of students, and it's Romania. In our country, this didn't happen, and it didn't happen on a structural level in no other country in the Union. So the request of participation coming from those squares, those millions of young people who wanted to strike, states something very clear. In our country, and generalizing, we could say it in absolute level, there is this idea of thinking that next generation and young people, students are the future. And I think that somehow this is for sure fair, but it's also a bit superficial on one side because young people, students are actually the present of this country, of the European Union, and in general. So ignoring this data means to ignore and misunderstand what these strikes were and what this as the biggest mobilizations of young people we can remember because, for example, thinking about the Wave or the Panther, the mobilizations of students we had in our country, we're talking about something very different and very localized. So what I would expect is that this strong request of participation and involvement would actually be the present and not just be postponed to the future when we will be able to be a real part of. And nowadays we should just sit down and shut up. No, I want this request of participation be embraced on a national and a European level because we really need to involve the next generation for what concerns the construction of the next 20, 25, 50 years. And this has to happen on all levels, so involving student organizations, young people organizations, and this should happen thinking that it will be young people who will decide not just their future, but also their present as well. And I think this is only possible if we implement the right democratic spaces that already exist and creating new ones also. I can make an example about this. On a European level, there are different degrees of student participation from the Visegrad bloc countries who repress it to Italy, which has many tools and boards. We should actually rethink them, to France, which doesn't have a perfect system, but for sure it is more open to the student involvement. We can just think about the weight of student boards in France, because they are actually important. And I think we should work on these differences, looking at those countries where the liberty of students is undermined. Of course, I'm not comparing the Italian situation to the Hungarian one, but then we need to create and shape new tools so that students and young people of the entire union could actually feel at home and could tell and talk about their opinions to institutions that otherwise would feel very far away from them. Thank you. Tommaso launched a very important message. So we're not the future, we're the present. So to the politicians, we want to say we want to be involved now. So Caterina Cerroni, who is the secretary of the Young Democrats, I would like to ask you about the decision-making process. When you discuss about how to change the European policy, I suppose you talk about this. Which are the motions, the requests you have about this? Well, regarding what Tommaso was saying, young generation, especially the youngest generations, students who are still in schools, they're very decided into keeping on with their battles, and they say that G20 meetings are not satisfactory, and if the result is that we should keep the rise of temperature within 1.5 degrees is not enough. So one first trait we see in the activism and in the relationship with institutions, with our parties, which is not just the Democratic Party, but all of the socialist and democratic parties on a European level, is a determination, a real conviction in this fights, in these battles. And we also talk about social anxiety connected to climate matters with a psychological effect on the youngest generations. And from here, our duty is not just on an Italian level, but also European, is to be determined with our parties to make them ecological feminist parties which can make of social rights their core, so that they can bring consistent commitment inside of these institutions. And to open up this day, it has already emerged, starting from the mayor, Dario Nardella, and the secretary, Enrico Letta, the necessity of the defense workers to be made today. We have been talking about how important it was, the directive on the platform work in these days, and how much this European commitment should be related to the Italian one, with the push on the agreement on the delocalization on a national level. And this is part of the commitment, which is more general. And we, as younger generations, we should bring it further. But there are lots of topics that regard us much closer. For example, there are several students or young people who move to other member states to work. And so this is something that should be granted and regards us from very close, not just in Italy, but on a European level. The access to the market of labor is sometimes available just without being paid or with very low wages. So I think this should be reflected in a norm in the member state that should be more advanced. So there is a point in the history of Europe when the concept of citizenship has become very important, which is the French Revolution, because in the Greek polis and in the Roman cities, cities were perceived as something to belong to. With the French Revolution, citizens substituted the people under a king. And so I think that the task for younger generations and for each people is to affirm that these rights, civil rights, social rights, democratic rights, human rights, will allow to obtain a people's sovereignty for each citizen. The Conference on the Future of Europe is part of one of the participative tools which represent the richness of Europe. And we actually have the chance of involving citizens in the decision-making processes. But the Conference on the Future of Europe, together with other tools like petitions or initiatives of the European citizens, actually allow to take part to the construction of European democracy. And this should leave its evolution with the centrality of the European Parliament and with a wider use of these tools. And the other data that is connected to the other theme that has emerged is that very often when citizens are consulted directly, it emerges that citizens want to be more integrated in Europe on topics that pass over our heads, such as health, let's think about a pandemic, or climate change, or tax justice. These are international topics and can find answers only on international level. And reinforcing the European democracy means actually to fight together, fight for the affirmation of social rights, because the other element that is coming up and is that citizens care about a social Europe when we do public consultancies, for example. And the other important topic is to fight for the others, even if they're not European citizens. Let's think about what is happening at the border of Belarus and Poland. So I think that it is in every European citizen's duty to fight and say that Europe should not cease to threaten, and they should not think that managing the migration issue is something that can be left on one's decision. So now I would like to call Monica Frassomi from the net, and I would like to say that rights and the European citizenship is something she really cared about. She's been a forefront on many of these aspects. She's been the woman leader of a European party, and she's been the first Italian elected in a list in Belgium. So an experience that for that time and still nowadays is very innovative. And she's now at the head of a municipal council, Excel. So Monica, what can we do to strengthen and to launch forward rights and European citizenship?
Grazie. Thank you, Francesca. I hope you can hear me properly. Good morning. I'm really very glad to be with you, even if in remote, because Florence is the city of my university, and so I'm always happy to be there, even if only virtually. I wanted to start by answering your question and starting from two elements which came out of this discussion. First of all, what Clara was saying before, that is to say the fact that democracy is never acquired, and it is a process which involves not only institutions but all of us. And what Tommaso was saying when he said mobilization of students, and not only of students, also some are grandfathers, has shown that there is, climate-wise, a desire to participate, a pretense to participate, that the institutions have to regulate and value and valorize. At this moment, there are a series of experiences which need to be brought forward, not only theoretically, but in a very concrete and practical way, with the rules which I am sure the party members of the Democratic Party will know how to use and go on with, and which is to be found also in the very ambitious plan and program of the new government of Germany, whose intention is to do exactly this, to put together the desire to participate, which is not only something theoretical, but which is something organized through concrete proposals with a concrete effect on what is decided. And I speak, and I must say that the ambition of the Secretary Enrico Letta, with the launch of the Agora, using the same platform of the Conference on the Future of Europe, has this as an objective. I want to quickly give you 3 examples. The first is that of the so-called Assembly of Citizens. As you probably know, there is a proposal of a popular initiative for a law which is the introduction of these mechanisms. Here in Belgium, we are trying something even more advanced, that is to say, parliamentary conditions which put together, according to a very clear regulation, precise times and procedures recognized from the legal point of view of the parliamentary members, the elected members, with citizens who are extracted by chance on specific themes for parliamentary activity. And the third example, which I think is not particularly positive, is that of the Conference on the Future of Europe, where we have seen that a derailing an opposition between the 3 European institutions is bringing to a decrease of the strength and value of the contribution of citizens. And from this point of view, I expect that from the progressive groups, that the ecological and democratic groups of the European Parliament, we shall receive impulse and a push to avoid that this conference end up in a few months' time, in the month of April, continue until the month of October, and especially that the results of the work of the conference be adopted by the conference itself and therefore by citizens, and not pass to an opaque organism like the executive committee, which has to decide in majority. And in conclusion, I wish to say a few words on the theme of that many of you faced in the previous panel, on what is the object of the democratic reforms that we should go on with through the with the help of citizens, because often citizens, when they can participate and have their say, want Europe not only on health, but also on climate and on climate change, on security and foreign policy, want to have their say. So I think that the question of destroying unanimity and having direct participation of the European Parliament with new democratic structures and with a sort of stabilization of the Conference on the Future of Europe are battles which are possible and which can unite us and which can have an effect which will truly be concrete. So new laws, but also a great pressure on citizens of all ages, especially of the young, in order to obtain today what it is possible to obtain, especially in our democracies. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. I must say that in a few minutes you've said a lot. And at this point, I'd like to call upon Emanuela Bora, a regional councillor, but also member of the Conference on the Future of Europe. Emanuela, Monica was saying something very important indeed. Citizens want to participate. There has been an exercise of listening in Fiesole also, in the same city just now. But what will emerge from this conference? There are high expectations, and we mustn't delude them, disappoint them. So you who are in the situation do so. What do you expect? What will emerge from this conference? Give us an idea of what is happening there. Thank you, Francesca. The conference on the future of Europe that I'm part of and I'm very proud of was born about a year ago, and the objective being to relaunch the democratic project of the European Union involving directly the citizens and civil society. I think that this is the most extraordinary novelty, but I also must say that, as our Secretary Enrico Letta said, he was very right in underlining how maybe from the point of view of communication there is not very much awareness. And so I want to thank the PES group for having organized this initiative and all of those who will make other events similar to this one. The aim of this conference is to create an opportunity, a unique opportunity to reflect upon not only the but also the priorities of the European Union, an opportunity, a unique opportunity, which in fact is considered, considering the pandemic crisis and the economic crisis which ensued, arrives at the right moment to show which are the most critical aspects which require interventions at an immediate level, apart from geographic provenance or the role that one has in this conference, but contributions can be made both on the future of Europe and especially on the Europe we would want to have. It is a moment of listening and sharing, which is something that Parliament wants, and the Council wants, and the European Commission wants, in order to have to reach all Europeans and to hear their voice, so that their voice can be heard, and so that next year in the spring we shall have conclusions which will be taken in consideration of all this. I want to use a strong expression. They'll be decisive in orienting Europe in the next decades. The heart of this conference is, in fact, the multilingual digital platform, which I ask you to consult, futureeurope.eu, where all citizens can contribute with thoughts and can talk about the Europe they would desire, but especially it is the place where it is possible to consult all of the reflections of events tied to a conference on the future of Europe, like the one that we are participating in today. And together with this platform, this multilingual platform, there is also the important work which has been carried out by the plenary working groups, which are 9. Just like 9 are the themes that have been chosen as themes for discussion, and which in fact are nothing else but the pillars upon which Europe is built, which is to say climate change and environment, health, a stronger economy, social justice, more workplaces, Europe in the world, migration, transition, ecological transition, European democracy, values and rights, and finally, instruction of youth, culture, and sport. The outcome of this working groups, which are very important, are then shared in the plenary session, which is generally held on Saturday. So in conclusion of this, where not only every member of the Conference of Europe can listen to the outcome of other working groups, but it is possible to illustrate to illustrious members of European Parliament and of Council and of the European Commission. But it is obvious that this work has to be carried out in every city, in every place in Europe, so as to have the citizens listen to listen, and the conference has to be used especially to come closer to the citizens, but to make shorter the distance between citizens and European Union. And I think that the biggest challenge is that of making this moment of comparison a permanent one, because, as has been said, the basis of reconstruction of Europe have to be based upon a moment of sharing, which is to be as wide, as vast as possible. So thank you once again to our PES group for having organized this initiative. And I wish to thank each one of you not only to participate upon the digital platform with your own suggestions, but also to help us share it as much as possible with all citizens everywhere. Thank you. Thank you. And now, Raffaele Marras. They used to call us the Erasmus generation, and then COVID came up, and the freedom of exchange and of going around Europe was suddenly stopped. So what can we expect now? How can we relaunch? Give us your point of view in the closing of this debate.
Okay, very well, I'll try. They called us the Erasmus generation, saying a part of the European dream and what a part of young people have had the opportunity to do. But there's another part of our generation, which is that those who did not have access to superior studies that are moving around in Europe, and Caterina mentioned this before, the passage from one country to another in Europe is something that happens for people who have done superior studies, who have gone through Erasmus studies or placement, but also people who, for reasons of work experience, leave their country, even if they haven't had upper studies, and they go elsewhere, they go to other countries to find jobs. So vis-a-vis the topics we dealt with today, we have certain opportunities in comparison to what has happened recently, and this is an important risk. In comparison to the last 10 years, we had the reform on the initiative of European citizens that only led to 5 initiatives that were completed, but that didn't become a legislative process, and there was a gap between a participative kind of democracy, and that didn't really translate into anything. So we have 3 elements that have occurred in recent years. Differently, in the last elections, we had a participation of 8% more in 2019. So before the pandemic, there was greater attention given to that. And the outcome showed us, as Simona Bonafè said, those who were against Europe didn't win, but a different kind of Europe sort of arose. Second point, the element of a kind of participation that goes beyond national boundaries on topics of work, school, the environment. This occurred before the pandemic, and it continued after the pandemic when opening started out again. So something that was not interrupted during this period of lockdown. And the third element, which is the fact that the pandemic was the opportunity for the very first time in which we didn't make the same mistakes that happened between 2009 and 2012. Europe hadn't invested to overcome that crisis. Instead, this time we have. So Next Generation EU and helps in this direction. So we have to consider this all positive to close the gap between the process of reform and Europe. But the risk is the following. the opportunity of the conference, as was mentioned before, might not be really understood. There was very low participation vis-a-vis the Conference of Europe. And so we have to ask ourselves how that can become more widespread and also become one of the tools of participation. But also, it is not only tools that create a horizon, but and what Professor mentioned at the beginning, it's certain elements that drive participation, shared health, and a common vaccination plan may be the first element of this community plan, a discussion. You talked of GKN. In 2008, Becquet, a Belgian company, to delocate another European company, closed a former Pirelli company near Figline in Cisavaldarno in Tuscany. So those workers see a Europe that has two levels of Europe, battles for certain rights, common rights of employment can mobilize, and it is on these topics that we have to be able to build participation with this tool, which has to become a permanent conference and not something that remains only in 1 year, and we have to multiply the possibility of having impact on with other tools, with European petitions, for example. And our country is one that presented more petitions in this sense. But we have to try to have faith in these three hopes. There's greater faith in Europe, but we have to find the way in terms of community, political parties, institutions, to put all this participation into the same channel, because the sentiment of our citizens has changed, but we have to give them the possibility to have a real impact and to see the end of these battles. Thank you. Thank you, Raffaele. I think the topic of employment is extremely important in this debate. We'll talk about this even later in the next panel. Before introducing the keynote speech, since we're talking about participation, I think we should ask if there are any questions on the part of the audience. If you have a question, raise your hand into the mic. Please be quick. I'm sorry, we need a microphone for translation purposes. Thank you. Thank you. You talked about the need to increase participation in the platform and in the conference, but what are your organizations doing concretely to do so?
C'è una conferenza che si sta svolgendo all'Università Europea ora.
I would ask to give
partito e a Caterina a nome dei Giovani Democratici, proprio 30 secondi a testa.
La domanda è molto interessante.
30 seconds each. Well, the question is very, very interesting. I come from Le Marche. The provincial Congress has finished, and we won, and the person who won this election likes to stay with citizens, talk to them, etc. And so we hope in every club, open agora, moments of confrontation on themes of the conference. I will do this in the political party, but we'll do this also in the regional council. Thank you. Caterina, as we mentioned before, we're participating as Young Democrats in the democratic agora that really are very open. We've opened a debate that will create an agora on the conference on the future of Europe with your young European supporters. and in particular among the agoras that will help us go beyond our political participation. There will be one on school between January and February that has already started on the territories with the students that will be dealing with subjects of European citizenship, going towards the digital platform, the Conference of Europe. I'd also like to say that perhaps at the European level, our European family, young democratic socialists have to be stimulated to use this platform more, because our experience is that of creating events to promote it, great debate days, but the follow-up, bringing them to have discussion there has to be promoted more, and it has to be part of our mentality, especially of militants, since we meet, let's say, only from a distance in the last few years. So it's a really important tool. Maria João Rodrigues, you know her as one of the people who have organized the Lisbon strategy, and she is the president of European Foundation of Progressive Studies. Our European Future is her book, and it's a new progressive course. I give her the floor. She's connected to us for her keynote speech.
Sperando che parta il collegamento. Welcome.
My warm greetings to all of you in Florence, S&D Group, all our progressive friends across Europe. This is a pleasure to join you.
So, welcome. Thank you very much for being here with us somehow by internet. We are here to listen to your proposals and your opinion about the issue we are talking about. So I welcome your speech. Thanks.
Here we are. My warm greetings to all of you in Florence, in Europe, S&D Group, and our progressive friends. Look, I've been involved in the past in a huge operation to rescue the constitutional treaty, which then became the Lisbon Treaty. And I'm bringing you a clear message. I really believe that the next phase of the European project should be based on full European citizenship. Because what is at stake is to solve a big problem in this next phase of the European project. On one hand, we know that we need to invent a new economic and social model to cope with climate change and make the best of the digital transformation. But on the other hand, we do know that we still don't have the means for this, the financial means and the political means. And this can only be solved if we have a big democratic push. And a big democratic push based on full European citizenship. So let me tell you what I really think about the challenges ahead. Yes, we need to invent a new economic and social model dealing with the climate and digital transformation, but there is a risk of big social regional inequalities to emerge unless we involve citizens much more closely, all European citizens. And yes, we have a new world with bipolar competition between the United States and China, with the risk of a Cold War. And the only way to prevent the risks of this Cold War is to strengthen a multilateral system and to bring about a large coalition of forces, not only with states, but citizens. Citizens, as we can see already, about climate change. Now, look, this is an ambitious agenda for sure. And we need to secure the means. First of all, the financial means. recently we had a qualitative leap with this decision on the recovery plan, bringing about a stronger budgetary capacity. Yes, this is true. But we need to make this permanent, as well as the sure instrument to save and sustain jobs. Secondly, the budgets at national level, they need to have more room to invest and to create jobs, and quality jobs, particularly for young people. And all these can only be working if we can count on a deep reshuffle of our taxation system, going to new sources of taxation for those who pollute, for those who speculate in the financial markets, and for the extra profits of the big corporations and big digital platforms. These are big changes, for sure. But for this to work, we need to have a big democratic transformation. And the big democratic transformation means to count on citizens with full citizenship. All European citizens should count on the same fundamental political, economic, social rights. A real community, let me tell you, only emerges when it is organized to take care of everybody. This is the main purpose of the recently launched European Pillar of Social Rights, is to provide a strong and full citizenship to all European citizens backed by the necessary budgetary capacity. But again, all these can only be decided with a big democratic push. So that's why we need to transform our democracies. First of all, with participation at all levels, local, national, European. Secondly, with a renewal of participatory democracy and representative democracy working together. And on the decision making, yes, we need to come with big changes. Qualified majority voted for all kinds of decisions. If this is not working, we have the possibility of using enhanced cooperation. And if this is not working, yes, we need to consider treaty changes. And that's why I think we should be prepared to call for a European Convention. We need to learn from the lessons of the past one. And we progressives, we are already preparing an ambitious agenda to transform our European project and to prepare it for the next phase. So let me just suggest something prepared by our Foundation of European Progressive Studies. You have it online, and this will come soon in different languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this crucial contribution. Thank you for being with us. Dunque, allora, mentre libero...
So I can free the participants of this panel, and I can tell you what the plan is. So now there is a panel dedicated to social rights, and it will be concluded by an intervention of Minister Orlando. He is already with us. And I was asked to inform you that at the end of that panel, there will be a launch offered to participants. So you are free to follow us from there. So I want to welcome the guests of this new panel, but as you've seen, the topic of the rights on work has become part of the panel on citizenship. So let's say that somehow we are following on the same track. So I'm just giving you some time to prepare yourselves, but I want to tell you a couple of things. When the social pillar, at the time of Juncker Commission, we were exiting the austerity moment. So that pillar was also used to give some comfort to the citizens that had suffered the austerity. And then there was a pandemic, and so the social dimension was crucial once again. And we had the summit in Porto to relaunch the social agenda. But of course, this is not enough. And the group of socialists and Democrats fights to give more space to social rights in a European Union that focuses more on economy and market. We need to work more on rights. But we have seen that in the latest months, we have worked on platforms and workers. So I take this hint to call Luca Visentini here on the stage, the General Secretary of the E2UC.
Upon Gabi Bishop, co-president at the Conference on the Future of Europe, Europe parliamentarian from Germany. So welcome. Yves Talem Parigi, who is well known for his battles for riders. And so welcome once again. Arianna Curti, who worked in the campaign against unpaid training programs, and Tommaso Nannicini, senator and economic politician. So welcome once again, and welcome for being here. Luca Visentini, I'd like to start with you. We saw the proposal on minimum wage. We saw this draft having to do with the workers, platform workers. And when Ursula von der Leyen made her speech on the State of the Union, we agreed that perhaps the social Europe risked being more words than facts. Whereas a few months later, are you still of that opinion? How can we relaunch this social Europe? Thank you, Francesca, and welcome, and thank you for the invitation. I think that social Europe, one brick at a time, is becoming a building. And of course, we won't be able to construct a social Europe that can make a difference for the life of people if we do not change the economic and social model on which the social Europe has to be built. Maria João Rodrigues is absolutely right here. Especially after the pandemic, we cannot adhere to the rhetoric that says that we have to go back to normal. There is no normal to be rebuilt, because the normality we had before the pandemic was a normality that we did not like, because even after the financial and economic crisis, the reconstruction of our economy and the social model that had been created had simply increased disequalities and had created lots of precarious work. So this jobless recovery that was created by austerity and non-liberal ideas cannot be the basis to reconstruct today our economy, our social model. We need a real radical change to redesign an alternative, more inclusive, sustainable model. And we need great ambitions, but also great pragmatism, the capacity to create initiatives that produce concrete effects from the point of view of the working conditions, legislation, inclusiveness, etc. So I'd like to mention three things that we should all do together immediately. Otherwise, we'll really miss the train of change if we don't do this right away. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to reform European governance. This is not something connected to the Conference on the Future of Europe. But I don't agree here, because I believe that this is one of the central themes of the future of Europe and the European well, we only have a few days to answer the consultation launched by Europe, and this is a public consultation. Everyone has to say what he thinks. Institutions, political parties, social partners, organizations of trade unions, civil societies, single citizens. We have to all intervene in this debate. If we are unable to reform radically the governance, economic governance, the Pact of Stability, fiscal rules, and create new rules for our model, we won't be able to win the challenge of change. And there are concrete things that can be produced in our daily life, transforming Next Generation EU has to become a permanent mechanism. We have to unleash our economic growth introduced by parameters of 3%, 60%, etc. All these things are indispensable to really make investments start up again, both public and private, so that these investments will have a concrete and positive effect on people. So let us participate actively in this discussion. It is absolutely fundamental that we all mobilize from this point of view. And then second issue, how do we build our economic recovery? It cannot be an old economic recovery without inclusion, without creating new job opportunities. There's a lot of money available. This is an extraordinary fact. So this means that the European Union can make it if there's the political will. But this time, public money cannot just be given to multinationals to increase their profits. This time, each single euro of public funds that is spent has to be invested to create quality jobs, to increase social cohesion and equity of our economies. And there has to be certain positive conditions for this, so that monitoring system for national recovery plans have to be real. There has to be the possibility of controlling how this money is spent and what the effects are. Because to spend money well means creating jobs, increasing salaries, and increasing life conditions of people. So how do we design this economic growth is fundamental. We are all responsible from this point of view. Third element that I'd like to mention, which is that close to my heart as a trade unionist, we have to redesign our social model. We have to build what we call a new social European contract. And to do so, there are several elements to be considered. The European Pillar of Social Rights, the Summit of Porto, so that the action plan to implement those 20 principles may become a law, real policies, so that it may be included in economic governance. Social policies cannot always come after other policies. It is fundamental to manage climate transition, digital transition, so that the social part will be an integral part of this. We can't just tell people that they will lose their jobs because one closes a mine or a metal company, or we give them a course, a training course, or pre-pension, give them pre-retirement plan. We have to organize things in regions, in those territories where there is a total disruption. We have to create construction. We have to give real opportunities, job opportunities. Finally, we have to be able to reform the European legal framework, because it's no longer possible that minimum wages are so low as they are. It's not possible that collective bargaining can reach 11 out of 27 European countries. It's not possible that there are no protection for platform workers and for those false, bogus, self-employed, etc. There have to be constraints from this point of view. And through European legislation, we have to be able to introduce wage parity, equality between men and women, etc. There are many opportunities. Many legislative things have been launched, but we have to be active there. And this makes me come to the conclusion. The Conference on the Future of Europe is a real opportunity for all of us, but something not very exploited. To have 20,000, 30,000 people that have taken part of this online platform is ridiculous. We have a 500 million number of people that are out there. We have to have people participate. And 800 citizens that take part in citizens panel is very important. It's also important that from the citizens panel, innovative ideas, progressive ideas, advanced ideas come out. Maybe some people didn't expect this to come out. But we have to make a greater effort to have greater participation. What we've done until now is not sufficient, and we have to remove those blocks that come from some parts of the three institutions that govern this conference. A great emphasis was given on the participation of citizens when we saw that the results of citizens' panels go in such a progressive way. Some governments, some parts of the European Commission said, oh, maybe we should slow down, maybe we should cancel some meetings because we have COVID. We shouldn't have great, ambitious results coming out of this conference. Whereas we think absolutely the opposite is true. We have to increase ambitions. We have to it is fundamental that we have to go towards the changes in the treaties and towards the convention to make these changes real. And when we talk about changing treaties, three things must be done. Eliminate vetoes, extending the vote to a qualified majority, even in the social and employment sector. We have to give the right of initiative to the Parliament, European Parliament, that is the only institution elected by citizens. And third, and most important point, we need a social European protocol that rebalances the level of importance between the economic rights and social rights. Court of Justice shouldn't just interpret treaties only from a neoliberalist point of view, saying that economy has to prevail over social rights. We have to change treaties. We have to insert this social pillar inside the treaties. This can be done with small changes, well-focused changes. And if there's a great popular mobilization of civil society, we can do this. If we are able to involve people and to construct things for the future, this is the great appeal. The great appeal that we must have. We have to be there. We have to participate with our positive contributions.
Gabi Bishop can't avoid to start from the shift that there has been recently in these days in the German government and in Europe, of course. So we have seen the SPD and Scholz promising to push for a higher wage in the electoral campaign, and we have seen a coalition pact that really invests on the European side. So may we hope that this is a push at the European level too?
Yes, indeed. And I think it's very much connected, because what also Luca described already is that starting with the Gothenburg summit, we have a development that social Europe is back on the agenda. And it was not for almost a decade. And this was very important, and it's very much linked to what Maria Rodriguez said and the panel before on the European citizenships. Social rights are essential because citizens realize that the European project is bringing them more and better perspectives, and perspectives that are real. And therefore, I think the minimum wage put in the center of an electoral campaign that we had in Germany, and also putting the minimum wage in the center of the debates on European level is not only politically essential, but it will have an impact on the future of Europe, and it will have a huge impact on the kind of social model we will have. Because what is absolutely unacceptable in any country, be it Germany, be it Italy, be it Austria or any other country, that we have people working full time and will not have a wage that they can live off. We are one of the richest continents in Europe, and how could it be that we accepted this so long? And if you look at the more than 20 countries that have minimum wages, we have only 3 that really have a minimum wage above the poverty line, internationally defined. And this is also why this battle about this proposal of the Commission, in my view, is one of the key battles and is one that we cannot lose. And I think it was very important, it was said here also, that in this German coalition agreement, we did fight very hard, and I was a member of this negotiation team, to have the support written in this coalition agreement that the German government will support the Commission's proposal. And it was not easy to get this. because of one party that is also involved, but to see this is a core project. And I think this is also connected for me with the other important proposal that we have recently got on the platform work. And it's the same direction. Do we want to have more and more people that are not protected if they get sick, if they have a work accident? Do we want to have more and more people that have no paid holidays? Do we have to have more and more people that have no representation of trade unions or of workers' representatives? No. And if we don't want this, we need to create the conditions for this, because what we can see, otherwise these models of bogus self-employment will increase. And this is why when I was in Göteborg, I would have never anticipated that I would sit today here in Florence and have these two proposals really done by the Commission. And this makes us proud because we were the political force to do so. And this also gives me the energy to say, in this conference on the future of Europe, where I'm also a member in this social and economic group, we will fight for a different recovery, and that we use this time that we are getting out of the pandemic, as it was said, not to return into the old modus, but really to put the social Europe at the heart and to really deliver, and not just have nice programs and principles and all of that. That is good, but it doesn't help. But if more than 20 million people in Europe will tomorrow have more in their pockets for their families, for their lives, this can make an impact. And this is why we use this conference on the future of Europe also to address these imbalances between economic freedoms and social rights much more than we did before. And we had already one little chance to get the social progress protocol. I will never forget this after the Irish referendum. We were very close. We didn't get it. But this time, I tell you, we will get it and we will fight for this. And it will be also because if you look at the citizens on their debates, if you look at the platform, the digital platform where people can participate, if I look at the Eurobarometers, I always see that we have a big support and high expectations of citizens regarding social rights and regarding reducing inequalities. And I will finish with a point. In the book that I think you all will have on the future of Europe of FEPS, some are also speaking of a Spinellian moment we have. And as a federalist, indeed, I think we have to create this Spinellian moment still. But we have to go back to if you go back to the manifesto of Ventotene, one thing was very clear for the authors. It was that you will not have a sustainable peace in Europe if you have high social inequalities. And to link this question, that what we are doing is to create, with a new social contract, to address these inequalities with real political proposals and legislative initiatives, also to make sure that people will have a prosperous life in Europe, and at the same time we will stabilize the European project, and with this also peace and well-being of the people. And I will not comment on economic governance because the link between this and the social is very obvious. If we don't have a different economic governance, if we don't address the problems of the Stability and Growth Pact, we will not have a strong social national policies even. And therefore, I think let's take this conference as an opportunity. Let's be very active on the different levels, use the platform, initiate everything so that we will have a strong change here. And I will end with, I still remember that there was one of the biggest European demonstrations ever in Nice under the French presidency to have the Charter of Fundamental Rights because citizens were sick that the governments didn't want to include it in the treaties. We achieved this, so maybe, Luca, you have to think about organizing under the French presidency a big massive demonstration to get the social protocol and also to put social Europe back on track. Thank you.
Thanks for this enlightening contribution. Iftalem Parigi, 3 anni fa, in una lettera al sindacato, la CGIL.
Parigi, in a letter to the trade union, CGIL, wrote, don't have rights as riders, but we are workers. And in those 3 years, lots of things have changed and happened. To begin with, the pandemic has shown how you are fundamental. It became fundamental for the daily life of many people. And at the same time, there were a whole series of things that were said in Europe that started to get us to say that in reality, workers, platform workers are workers, employees, they are workers. So the idea of the sharing economy was rhetorical, but then they are workers like all other workers, and even the European Union and the Commissioner Schmidt put it in their proposal that you are employees. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? You have many battles, probably. You've won a few, and you have to launch others. So thank you for the invitation. Well, satisfied. Well, we're never satisfied, of course, because there's always something else to which we can fight, for which we can fight for, to improve. But the European directive that the Commission and the European Parliament is about to approve and which they presented is surely a step forward. It's absolutely right that we are workers, and since we are workers, we must have rights, even if our employer is not an actual physical person, but an algorithm that has been designed by a person, of course. But in this directive certainly is a step forward from 2 points of view. From the point of view of the merits, what does it say? It says that all people who don't have real freedom, real autonomy on a workplace have to have the same rights as people who are employed. And so many people have told us in the past, you are self-employed, you are autonomous, you can decide to work or not to work. You relate with us for just a few details, but that was not true. There was an algorithm that decided everything, that made you work all the time, that you had to risk your life sometimes, compete with your fellow worker. You had no protection. There were no rules that protected you, and you were left alone. And the European directive starts to regulate things. Then there's another idea, that of algorithm. If you have to deal with companies that have an algorithm but refuse to say what are the parameters of this algorithm, on what basis your work is organized, and how it works in detail, it becomes really very difficult. And companies know this, and they refuse to tell us. Even in the law court in Bologna, they refuse to tell us. And so it's hard to have impact on these things. Of course, I think it was about time that Europe deal with this world. On the one hand, we are riders and platform workers. On the other hand, we have multinationals that really reason on the European basis, not on the national one. I'll show you an example now. We had several tables at the Ministry of Employment, one with ex-Minister Catalfo, where we're about to reach an agreement to regulate things. What happened? Well, multinationals decided to make an agreement with a certain trade union, and this, of course, went against certain trade unions, us, and, of course, the ministry, and they created a precedent. What could one say? What can all the other multinationals say? But who cares? I can go and have secret agreements. I can reason at higher level, and nothing can happen to me. But I can go on, and that's what many companies have done. If we can have this
European legislation, all this won't work, and this will give concrete answers to certain world of workers that need answers to their question. Then, on the other hand, you have a right wing that says, oh, Europe has to be thrown down because it doesn't guarantee your traditions. On the other hand, we have to say, look, Europe is absolutely necessary because in a globalized world, a world of multinationals, either you can have a European level of working, or you will lose out every single time. And this was shown by this example. So I see this all positively, and this, I hope, will be the first step in a sector where we really need a lot of these social rights to be approved. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Arianna Curti, you brought up the campaign against non-remunerative apprenticeship, and this topic regards institutions as well. Even at the United Nations, there were such episodes. Brano Benifei talked about this at the European level. So I want to ask you to talk not just about non-remunerative apprenticeship, but also the world of unemployment. These people exist, such as the writers, but they do not have a real voice. So please give us your point of view. Sorry. I represent an association that already, starting from the name, makes it clear what we care about. We care about frustrated apprenticeships, and we want to indicate the condition we live in today. Our path is a bit special because it was created and raised from a need, seeing protection as traineeships. And in this path, there are people just like me, people who were on the other side. We were studying law, and we wanted to understand how to help those who felt these needs. Our work started in an informal way through a questionnaire, a survey that collected many answers among stages in different states, and so we could understand the gap among men and women and South and North, and we realized how much we needed to do something consistent with it. We were not the first ones. Before, we talked about Onorevole Benifei, and he talked a lot about this at European level, but what we wanted was to make a survey on the Italian level to understand if this was shared or not. And we actually understood that it was. It was shared not just among us, because our generation is a generation which is very professionalized, but with no protections or very few protections on a working level. And also the category of writers that suffers the unemployment. And the objection that is moved towards us is the fact that we don't want to be educated as young people. We want to, actually, but we want to be protected. And this is possible in Italy with the apprenticeship contract. But the idea of stage or traineeship is different, because this is not a real job, and so it doesn't have a real contract. I come from a region, the region of Lombardy, who's been very affected by the COVID, and we've had lots of people, young people, who found themselves at home due to the pandemic. It's very often professionalized people, so against what people believe, generally, they had a real education as a background. So last month, on the 10th, it was the day of the stagist, and we delivered virtually the 61,000 signatures that we collected on change.org with a petition. And this is also to answer to the previous question. Of course, in this moment, we have a digital participation, but these tools are fundamental because they made it possible to collect the voices of young people such us, who were in the condition of wanting to deepen on a theme that is not very studied even in universities at the moment. And so for us, this topic is an emergency topic. What can Europe do? Europe has already done a lot because the resolution of the Parliament, even if it's not binding 100%, it is very important, especially for states like ours, that for topics regarding social rights, civil rights, risk to be left behind. The collaboration started also on an international level with associations of non-remunerative traineeships has been very important too. Also at a European level because we consulted them and we extended the proposal that we presented and for which we discussed with the minister. We confronted not just with the employers but also with all of these associations outside of our country who leave the same problem, same need. So what is important for us is to remember that a stage is not a job, and this is the first thing to underline. This is the title of our petition that we would like to support any way possible. So what we ask to Europe is to be more incisive in this and to make it possible on an international level to channel this matters and this request so that we as young people can have support to get a real job with the correct retribution. Thank you. Senator Nannicini, we have many disparities here to resolve in Europe, and there are the ones regarding unemployed people and this entire world, which is not very represented from the right point of view, but also disparities inside of Europe. Let's think about minimum wages and pay countries where the contracts are reduced to minimum terms. So many iniquities that we should really rebalance and tackle. So do you think it is necessary to reshape the architecture of the European institutions to reach the goal?
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti.
Good day to all, and thank you for your invitation. I'll try and give an answer, and I want to enter the discussion with 2 points and an example. The first point is that the new social contract, the new European social contract that both Luca Volantini and Gabriel Bishop were talking about, this attempt to think over the social state to see that there be advance in social rights is something we can't rewrite if we don't have a political Europe, a social Europe, if we don't have democratic spaces of discussion for Europe on how to describe this social contract. We have a European currency. We have a European market, often with some distortion and some fiscal dumping. We have a European bureaucracy, but we don't have European parties. We don't have European trade unions, in spite of our leader, who is Licoretta, who is coordinating a coalition of trade unions. But we see it on the directive on minimum wage in the family of European socialism or within the European trade unions. What triggers is the instruments of intervention of each national state. So the conflicts become conflicts between national visions and not as how we can rewrite altogether as Europeans a new social European contract, because that model is something we don't design if we don't have proper instruments at a European level. Now, of course, we all know that magic doesn't exist. We can't think that there is a magic wand. But if we do have this objective of rewriting a social contract, a European social contract with instruments and discussions which are European, we have to open all spaces, both institutional and also in our own political organizations and trade union organizations. We have to find instruments that are truly European and spaces that are truly European. And this social European contract is not something that we rewrite without democratic and social conflicts. We have to get rid of this idea that conflicts are to be anesthetized, are to be put under the carpet. Populists, as Simona Bonafè was saying, and sovereignists have this illusion of taking a complex problem and making it simple, often generating fake conflicts. We, democrats, socialists, and progressists, have a different problem. We take the conflicts and we hide them. We think they don't exist anymore, but they do. Many social conflicts exist which have to be governed, and many democratic conflicts which have to be dissolved with political and social battles to advance the rights of the riders, to take away the underpaid trainerships, to have new instruments of management for climate change. And these conflicts, to these conflicts, you have to give a political response and transform them into social struggles. So we can't just have a digital platform and then say, why is it that people don't participate? They don't participate if we don't create real political spaces where their struggles for the advancement of rights find answers and strong interlocutions. So I want to close with the example. I think that the great challenge, as the Secretary of PD Enrique was saying just a while ago, of the European social state, and not only is to create a system of permanent training or where for the masses, because if we want, when we say masses, we can do a whole lot of congresses on ecological and digital translation, but this means that the enterprises will have to change a lot, and nobody has to be left behind in the difficulty of change. When you have children, you know that if there's 6 around the corner, there's a school, and you find out what the quality of the teachers are. We have to create a new social infrastructure, a new piece of social state where those who lose their work or feel that they're threatened by process of delocalizations know that they'll find true services of orientation and training and accompanied work and a guarantee of revenue, which will help him and take care of him and make him strong without feeling alone in the difficulty of change. It is a great change, like compulsory instruction and the national health system, that we have to, as progressives and socialists of Europe, put at the center of a new social contract, of a new idea of a social state. Thank you. I wish to thank everyone, not only for the quality of their intervention, but also because we are within our time limits. We started late, but we're enough to give the minister his space. But I have to ask if there is somebody who wants to take the floor. You must be brief, but you can take the floor if you want to. So if you want to, please come up and ask. We're all very curious to listen to Minister Andrea Orlando. I'd have to welcome him and give him the floor. I will immediately say that very many of the things that I wanted to say have already been said by Tommaso Rannicini, in the sense that we start out from a theme. This can be a passage where we describe the European Constitution, the material constitution. The fundamental problem is that we have on our side something which has taken place at the basis of other constitutions, the so-called socially oriented constitutions, a traumatic pact. They had a war, we have a pandemic. But we don't have something that they had, the parties, because there are no European parties. There are organizations of European parties, but there are no European parties in the sense that for 3 years, I was coordinator of the ministers of the PSE for justice. And I must say that when we did our pre-councils, there were greater distances than what we recorded in the council, simply because in the council, you kept things a bit to yourself, and instead elsewhere, maybe you felt freer and said more things. So the theme of having parties as the beginning of a construction for a new Europe, I think, is a fundamental thing. And what can we see? What can we do? We could have proper congresses of parties where we have those who are participants of PES throughout the European Union. That yes, those who are enrolled in the parties who are part of PES are the basis of the Congress. Otherwise, the people who go there bring the position of independent parties, which are difficult to bring together. Now, having said this, I think that another aspect that we should try and face to correct the treaties, and this is what we said in the panel, dealing with the question that the treaties are greatly influenced by the liberist action upheld also by the socialist forces at that time. We have to be intellectually honest. So I think, I mean, the Constitutional Court is in contrast with the European Court nearly always. The position is to the left of the European Court. But it's not the fault of the European Court. The European Court applies the treaties. The treaties have the problem of building a market, and they don't have the problem of building a social Europe because it was not in the mission upon which this phase of integration took place. Today, we have a trauma that, as we were saying, where we realized that EBSCO, the Council of Ministers for Work and Social Policies, cannot be like the what follows ECOFIN. It can't be understood as such, even if up to now this is how it worked. And the first reform we have to deal with is how can we build up an equilibrium between the two levels? The pandemic, in this case, has imposed this data because first we had meetings for ministers of health and then for social work, and then ECOFIN tried to run after these emergencies, but this is not the way it's going to work in the future, at least so we hope. If it won't work this way, we're going to have to try and build it on the basis of rules that we create for ourselves. So I think that we have rules of an awareness that things have changed because, as I was reading in an important American journal, magazine, not on Pravda of the 2020s, and the article said, after the pandemic, the idea of how precarious our lives are doesn't allow us to accept conditions which we used to consider acceptable before the pandemic. Today, basically, the phenomenon of the resigning from workplaces is considerable, is shattering from this point of view. So it's an awareness which we have in society and which somehow or other has to influence the reorganization of New Europe, where the social dimension has to be stronger, the social pillar has to be stronger, also in terms of power, not only in terms of generic statement. And if it is so, there is a discussion which we are doing, which is to be upheld. As PES, we have to put together with the procedures for macroeconomic disequilibrium, also the procedures for social disequilibrium, an initiative of Belgium and Spain that we adhere to, which we consider as an initiative which goes in the right direction, because I think that we can't worry only for the other crisis and the theme of financial compatibility. We also have to deal with social compatibility and the social sustainability of certain policies. And from this point of view, I think that Europe, which we have to build, has to be a Europe of work, and for reasons which regard our roots and our values and our objectives, at least those declared in documents, but also for reasons which are very contemporary and very much tied to the challenges we're faced with. There can be no equal and inclusive transition that does not involve the workers fully in their fundamental decisions, in decisions which regard them, with consultation, social dialogue, participation in a board of directors. But to think that these changes, which have been so quick and which will be taking place in the world of work and will be transmitted only hierarchically, only to the rules that have been followed now, is an illusion, because the practical possibility of the transition will be put in doubt. So the theme of participating in great decisions and the participation of workers in great decisions is something which regards common sense, not only justice, but also common sense. And there's another question. Everybody thinks about the fact that we can't only think about the sequence, as Tommaso was saying. We must set up a permanent training which should accompany one lifelong. We don't think that one goes to school, then prepares for work, then goes to work and tries to go off on a pension, because this sequence will not take place, because if things change quickly, you'll have to continue studying while you work and so forth, all things that we tell ourselves. But if this is so, then the fundamental point is, can we think that Europe will continue investing, will finally begin investing billions in training, and this remains compatible with a structure of the work market which is fragmented and precarious. We invest on human capital, but then we know that somebody can be kept for 3 months, sent home, used at night, on call. So here, too, we have to leave aside the theme of our values. We have to look at the functionality of processes. Of course, there will be flexibility, but if this flexibility does not go beyond the elements of precariousness, which actually are characteristic of our world of work and also that of other countries, it is evident that the investments on human capital risk being rather unproductive. So if we're not interested in the conditions of life of workers, at least let's talk about how we're spending our money. And that's why I think that in our country, this theme is to be looked into. I don't have any illusion on the fact that in a situation as we are in now, we can write a new statute of workers or overthrow policies which have been going on for so many years. But I do think that certain points, certain bits can be cut, we can prune here and there. The fact that there are free training courses which have no function for real training, it's just free hand labor, is something which has to be looked into, at least looking to a generation who will pay a high price because of the consequence of the pandemic, because we've kept them 2 years at home. They're going to have to pay for the debts we've run up. And so let's at least recognize that they mustn't go and work free. The fact of the more important dossiers, and they've been, remember, we talked about them before, the minimum wage. I think that in our country it has a function. We've upheld it, and we've upheld it with a certain equilibrium, because clearly the trade unions didn't want it mostly. At a European level, we knew that we should go on with this, because it's not in the interest of Italian workers that there be no norms at a European level in terms of dumping that other European countries create on salary. And we said, let's go on. And what's coming out is a point of equilibrium, which is less stringent than what we would have had. But what is coming out is something which will push in the right direction, but which should tell us, basically, you cannot put rules on the minimum wage if there is a training beyond a certain percentage. We'll see what it is at the end. And this, in our country, brings to a crossroads. Either we look at what weight the representation have, or we decide to introduce minimum wage. This is a question for the trade unions. Because in the course of these years, we have recorded a doubling of the number of contracts deposited with CNEL, and not because there is such an articulation on the use of manpower, but because there are many contracts which are pirate contracts. So those who are at the table and are negotiating is fundamental. So not having minimum wage and not having a law on representation is not possible. Either we do a law on representation or we do minimum wage. And this, and since I am convinced that in a country with strong tradition of contracting and negotiation, and some say that this is preferable to the salary, because the contract is not only a salary, but this means that we have to find means through which we enforce negotiation, or else what happens is what happened to the riders' contract. At a certain point, somebody invents a trade union and signs with 20 companies a contract which does dumping. with other contracts in comparison to other contracts. It happened. A work consultant, I think, was in Veneto, wrote a contract with 20 companies, invented an abbreviation for a trade union, and this was, I think, in the tannery business sector, and our law allows it at the moment. So if the trade union wants to defend its role, a subject who's able to create re-equilibrium on the articulate front of the salary, the needs of workers. This theme is something to be looked into with a law, with an agreement. We have to be open to any form of modality with which we can reach, but not having anything means to condemn the worker, the Italian workers, to a progressive erosion of the wage capacity. In the European Union, we're the country that has lost most. Maybe we'll stop the delocalization because soon a Romanian will earn as much as an Italian. At that point, we'll have lose. But the problem of poverty of workers, and this is a data which we should talk. We have 25% of workers in Italy who are just slightly above or below the threshold of poverty, and 20% of those who take the reddito di cittadinanza have a work contract. So also the rhetoric of divanisti, those who sit on sofas and don't work, we should consider that 1/5 of those could take away those who cannot be given a job, those who are actually in a reality where there is no work. 1/5 of those people actually do work and are still in the terms which allow the access to the reddito di cittadinanza. And one last comment. On platforms, we have upheld with a letter together with the other ministers of the union the need for an intervention, and I think that our country has to become available to anticipate the contents of this directive, of that hypothesis of directive which has been made known 2 days ago. Partly we can do it receiving previous directives. I'm thinking of that on the foreseeability of decisions of enterprises and organizational decisions of enterprises, because the questions on this front are three. The first is what was posed, how the platform workers are to be considered. I think in the end it's the easiest thing to solve, especially if there is policy. Technically, it's the easiest. We invert the burden of proof and we say, if you don't show that actually that is he's self-employed, then he's an employee. The other two themes are more complicated and more strategic. The first is that of access to the algorithm, because it doesn't just regard riders, it regards all of the intermediates who are ever more. The access to algorithm means the access to the real working contract of the future. And this poses a question of equilibrium between industrial properties and the right of workers to have access to that formula. But it also poses a question of leap of quality of the trade union in carrying out its function. I don't know how many organizations at present are able technically to enter to the definition of the form of algorithm and to calculate all of the effects which it can produce on the organization of work. It's a huge challenge. We have to prepare for this challenge, but it's the only way, because in the end, that's where our fate will be decided. That's where it'll be decided how much you'll be paid, how your day will be organized, and so forth, as how your career proceeds, if there are discriminations or not. And it won't be written black on white. It will be written in formulas, which will look like hieroglyphics to me, but instead that's where the truth is. And the other question, which is more in prospect, is we think that the value that we produce, or a reader like can think that the value produced in carrying a pizza is the advantage to the person who makes the pizza and the advantage to the person who has bought the pizza. So we think, but it's not exactly so, because that platform, in truth, the real value is taken from the fact that there is an accumulation of data, and those data are the real wealth of that platform. On that wealth, how can we have what happens to the fiscal aspect, and what happens to the redistribution of that wealth? Because the person who carries that pizza is not only giving that service, but they're allowing the accumulation of that data. And so either that data does not produce value, and then it's to be neutralized. But if it does produce value, the worker has a right to participate to the distribution of that value. This is another great theme which we have, and I don't know whether we will deal with it, but I think it's difficult from this platform, because it's the real theme of the future, that data will have more value than the services given. And if this theme is placed before us, I think that there will also be a question of how work has the possibility and the right to proceed to that creation of work if it remains an extractive value in using data. Some say that it should not be so, but if this is so, why should I be precluded from a value which I am producing? And I think that there are many other things to say, but I'll go back to the starting point, which I started from. Going back to what Tommaso said, I think he posed the political heart of the reasoning we're doing and the theme we're discussing. The scenario, the deployment, the scenario and the deployment on the minimum wage. There are countries that don't want it because they want to do dumping, and others who don't want it because they think that their model is a model which is so far forward that any other mediation at a European level will bring it back. And we can say very little to these. We can hope that there will be a reaffirming of the left in those countries where maybe it's been forgotten. But to the others, we must say that there won't be happy islands in the future that get saved in a continent where islands are not determined. And this is a great theme which regards the socialists. And because sooner or later, there will be a non-regulated system where basically you have the illusion that your regulation will be able to resist to the aggression of the force of things. And this is a point which maybe could find some high level of discussion, because we can't afford to have a reformist field still fragmented on the front of the actual adhesion to the process of European integration. The possibility of stating rights can only take place if the process of integration goes in the right direction. Because for it to go in the right direction, it has to work, because otherwise, if everyone still thinks that they can propose the recipes for welfare of the last century, all at a national level, they'll stop the possibility of a European welfare, and the risk is that sooner or later they'll have some ugly surprises. So I think that this is a real political point that has to be dealt with and cannot be postponed, at least on all of the dossiers which we're dealing with at EBSCO. Thank you.
Grazie Ministro Orlando, grazie a tutti voi che siete intervenuti.
Thank you, Minister Orlando. Thank you to you, all of you. You can enjoy your lunch, and then we can keep on working in the afternoon.
di iniziare fra poco.
We would like to start soon.
Valentina Ghio, la sindaca di Sesto Levante, piacere.
Io ho preparato un piccolo memo con le cose che non vi chiederò, ma che idee di cose che si possono fare per la conferenza. Piacere, Tommaso Bori. Oggi si è tanto parlato della necessità di coinvolgere i cittadini. Sono solo idee molto concrete a costo zero di cose che si possono fare riguardo a quel tema, perché alla fine la conferenza non arriva a 1 milione di persone come per un'iniziativa dei cittadini europei. Se per fare una proposta normativa se 1 milione di cittadini, se sulla piattaforma non è portato in qualche forma 1 milione di cittadini. Certo, questo è giusto.
Trovare dei momenti di visibilità locale dove coinvolgere le persone che magari altrimenti non vanno in altri luoghi.
Sono tante modalità molto semplici e appunto a costo zero. Sappiamo che la situazione è quella che è, quindi certo. Una cosa, sono pronti con... Bene, possiamo dunque...
We can start with this first panel of the afternoon. Welcome, everybody. The panel of this afternoon regards the involvement of all of the European citizens in the construction of the European democracy. And we want to treat this topic with the representative of the local bodies, which are the closest institutions to citizens. And we have the wish of knowing their point of view, their perspectives on the future of Europe, but also the initiatives that they will put into act to make citizens feel closer to Europe and to the Conference on the Future of Europe. We will have a video message of Stefano Bonaccini, the president of the Council of the Municipalities and Regions of Europe, and we will also have the vice mayor from Budapest, Catatutto, and also member of the Conference on the Future of Europe, Valentina Ghio, mayor of Sestri Levante, Tommaso Bori, regional councillor of the region Umbria, Giacomo Possamai, regional councillor of the region Veneto, but also an important player for the PD party for the realization of Agora, one of the most important tools with which it is possible to make citizens closer to the Conference on the Future of Europe. And also Stefano Castagnoli, national president of the Federalist Movement, and we want to welcome him. He can for sure have a seat with us. So I would like to start with this panel that we would like to start with the video message of Stefano Bonaccini. I want to greet you from the airport of Dubai. We came here with the region Emilia-Romagna and with the Italian embassy in the Emirates here at the Expo to consolidate relationships and to bring the excellence of my region to exchange information on the Food Valley, Data Valley, and Modo Valley. I want to greet Brando and all of the participants. I'm really sorry for not being there in person, but I really wanted to send you a brief message to thank you for your work in leading the group of the Socialists and Democrats in Europe, of course, of the Italian delegation, for continuous reference in regard to respect the topics of Europeisms. And I think this is the only way we can follow to get out of this traumatic pandemic and to rebuild and relaunch our country. And the growth pace is probably the best of the last 30 years. We have two great opportunities in front of us, the PRR. If it were for our sovereignists, it wouldn't have had this dimension, because cuddling the countries of Visegrad, for sure, Italy wouldn't have had access to this amount of money. This is an incredible occasion and an unmissable occasion, of course, because I think that something like this is unprecedented and will not happen ever again during this century. Next to this, I would also talk about the other big opportunity nobody talks about. And Europe is, again, the protagonist, 47 billion euros that our country receives from Europe for the 7 years programming. And these are funds given to the regions in a country where, unfortunately, we know not all of the regions, actually the majority of the regions is not able to program and spend the money is given. But I think that if we will be able to spend in the right way and to create projects, not to improve one's consent on the surveys, but to build Italy of the next 10, 20, 30 years with strategic projects that the Next Generation EU indicates very well in the digital and technological transition. I think we could consolidate on one side the value of Europe and making it more understandable to citizens, to families, to companies, enterprises. And in the past, I have criticized the European Union when they took more care of banks and speculation and a bit less work, enterprise. But it is true that today, in front of this great opportunity, we cannot say anything but saying that Europe, with respect to our country and our work, did their job. And so it is up to us now to demonstrate we are a directive class able to tackle what happened, so this pandemic. But I'm sure that if we will do things in the right way, if we will cooperate with each other in the following years, with a cooperation with European institutions, I really think that this will be an opportunity that will become a challenge to relaunch our country, especially to bring it to the place it deserves. So we thank Stefano Bonaccini for his message, and we can open the connection from remote with the Vice Mayor of Strasbourg, if it is possible. Well,
that the problem with the train didn't allow you to reach Florence today as we hope. It's great to have you here as you are the Vice Mayor of Strasbourg, a city which is at the heart of Europe and a symbol of European unity. And I know you are very committed European, and even you are thinking about organizing a big event in Strasbourg for the end of the conference on the future of Europe. And we would like to know some more about your ideas in this regard. That can be a very important appointment for all pro-European forces in the next months. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm indeed also really sorry that I was not able to reach Florence yesterday, but I'm still happy to be there online. Indeed, as you said, Strasbourg is really committed to the Conference on the Future of Europe. I mean, we believe that it's really a chance for all citizens to shape the EU they want. And it's really important, as you say in the introduction, that local level are involved because we are the closer to the citizens. So we really need to make the bridge between the European institutions, the European Parliament, and all the citizens in our cities. As you said, Strasbourg is a particular city because we are also European capital, and we like to say that we are the parliamentary capital, the one that represents the best the EU citizen, and that's why we want to be really involved on this conference. So what we did already for the past few months is we are working with NGOs and a lot of the civil society in Strasbourg to build program. We're gonna have a democratic convention with randomly citizens that will get involved to try to shape their idea and to advocate for it. But also, as you said, what we want to do is to this conference to really have an impact on the future of Europe, because what we are afraid in Strasbourg is that it's only a beautiful conference, a lot of idea, but at the end, nothing happened. You know, it's just like a big book you get on your table, on your desk, and you're proud of it, but at the end, no one read it and no one do anything with it. And we believe, especially as progressives, that we need to avoid that at any cost. And that's why the idea will be to have a big gathering at the end of the conference in Strasbourg. And for that, I really hope that all the colleagues in your room in Florence can also help us and join us in Strasbourg. The idea will be maybe to organize a civil society summit, because we believe that the civil society is a real strength of Europe, and to gather all of them, ID, political party as well, of course, and to tell to the European institution, and especially the Council of the European Union and the European Commission, that they need to listen to what the citizen has to say. And for that, I will be really happy to invite you all in Strasbourg, either in March or in May. We still have to work all together to define the best period for doing that. But I believe it will be a strong message, and especially as progressive, to defend our social, democratic value and to make Europe a better place.
Thank you very much, Céline Guesman, Vice Mayor of the city of Strasbourg. And from one city, which is a symbol for Europe, we move to another city, which is a symbol for Europe and for the European struggle. Budapest, we have here with us Kata Tutto, Vice Mayor of Budapest, a city which is very much in the heart of all Europeans because of what's happening in Hungary and of the fight for the defense of democracy, fundamental rights and rule of law that the SND is bringing up also in Hungary. And Budapest has become a symbol of this resistance of the Hungarian society against this attempt to erode the rule of law in your country. We are very pleased to have you here. Thank you for being here with us in Florence. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. As everybody has many hats, I have two hats, and I will start with the easier one. Besides being Deputy Mayor of Budapest, which I will concentrate on more, I'm also a member of the European Committee of the Regions, and I have to talk about that. Because we are today talking about connecting to our citizens, the Conference on the Future of Europe. But I have to remind us that we already have a European body. It's called the European Committee of the Regions, which consists of locally elected representatives, mayors from small towns, from middle-sized cities to capitals like Budapest, to regions. We have politicians there who don't live in Brussels, who live in their own towns, in their own regions. And what I see, the problem is that we don't use this body well. We make them write opinions that nobody ever reads and put them somewhere in the desks. So I think the Conference on the Future of Europe is really important, but never forget that you already have a body filled with locally elected politicians who daily talk to their citizens, understand the silent majority, not just those who actively participate in a platform and write their opinions, but that's a minority opinion. But we have those representatives who actually know what most of their citizens actually think, because they have to push through all of their initiatives and all of our common European goals. And it's not an easy thing to do. And then I'll switch to Budapest. When we talk, we already had Klára Dobrev here today talking about don't take democracy for granted, because it's challenged all of the times. And what I see in Hungary, in Budapest, today, I can honestly say that the local authorities are sort of the last resort, the last pillars of democracy in Hungary. And they are looking to their ends now. So when we see the next elections, national elections coming up in April, it will be the whole of the Hungarian democracy, killing the last pillar of Hungarian democracy, killing the local authority level. We can do a lot of things. So there was a change 2 years ago when we had the local elections. Most of the big cities have chosen an opposition mayors. And what difference can we make? Just a few examples. There is no talk in Hungary on the Conference on the Future of Europe. It's just the talk about Brussels bureaucrats having more migrants in Europe. That's a national agenda. While we, cities, Budapest, organize national citizens' assemblies on the Conference on the Future of Europe. In the COVID crisis, when the Hungarian government was talking about there's no need for masks, that's good for nothing, we were handing out masks. We were the first to start the testing in Hungary, free testing. When the Hungarian government made a very interesting business with the Chinese government and Chinese vaccines and gave it to elderly citizens, it was Budapest who organized free antibody testing, which found out that the Chinese vaccine is not efficient for elderly people. When it comes to centralization, everything being centralized in Hungary, Budapest opened up to its citizens. We are the first to do participatory budgets. We are the first to organize citizens' assemblies. When it comes to climate ambitions, when the Hungarian government says that, okay, our energy strategy is to have a very special business with the Russian government to build a new nuclear power plant, and it's all secret, then Budapest adopted a new sustainable climate and energy action plan with locally produced energy, with energy communities, with adopting nature-based solutions, biodiversity. So we can really give alternative to the government, to the current government, and we are still trying to bring our citizens with us. But what we see is today that all of these decisions made by the Hungarian government is about killing the local level, being everything centralized, our budget centralized, our power centralized. So for us, these elections coming in April will be a very important one. I think not just on the Hungarian level, but as Klára Dobrev already talked to you today about that, it's also will be a European issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all what you are doing in Hungary to defend democracy and the rule of law. The floor now is to Valentina Ghio, sindaca di Sestri Levante, un'altra appunto esponente degli enti locali.
She works for the local bodies who are working hard. We're going to see their vision as to how they are involved in the conference and what they can do to involve citizens. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I believe it's really important to have faced the subject of strengthening European democracy through a panel specifically dedicated to interaction with local communities. As the Budapest vice mayor said, I really believe that these are two processes that hold together, and it can be only so. And also the task of strengthening democracy in Europe is also useful and is successful if one keeps alive certain inclusive communities. This is the direction we must move in, and I think that we who are here have this vision of the future. Inclusive communities, and we saw that in a period like this of the pandemic, are those that really held the reins of citizenship. Therefore, the interaction between all levels, strengthening of the interaction of these is really fundamental. And also to aspire to a different model of development. Recently, the experience of cities, Italian cities, European cities, and also of small medium-sized communities produced experiences that reached levels of experimentation and models that many of the European directive aspire to, the 2030 agenda, for example, that were innovative from the point of view of the environment, of social inclusion. And if they did have a limitation, it was that of not being a structural model for states, for countries, and for the whole sphere of the European Union. So we have to work on this element. We have to do this together through the various levels of government. We have a very important opportunity now. This was mentioned several times today. It's that of replanning structural funds, but also the extraordinary resources that we have available. And I believe that one of the elements that we obtain effectiveness addressed towards values models like inclusion, not worrying about differences, reducing inequalities. It is really the good use of these funds trying to improve the life of people. This is what politics must do. This is the aspiration of politics, trying to improve the lives of people that it administers. This means sharing more at different levels, and this also means, and this is an element that has to do with European Union institutions, but also the governments of single countries. This really means that we should give the local communities the possibility of implementing as quickly as possible and in the best way possible all this potential that we have available to demonstrate what Europe is, where can Europe bring us to really improve the life of citizens. This is a very punctual way to fight against sovereignty and radicalism that want to exclude people and who want to divide our community, with the European community. And therefore, I believe this is the way we should go. And also, regarding the intervention of citizens on the future of Europe, being able to organize events on themes that are important to communities, like I think now we are trying to move out of this pandemic, but we have this new awareness today that we should look at our country as it was before the pandemic and see what we are doing now, trying to be more inclusive than in the past. Therefore, trying to use the resources, dialogue on resources, projects which are very participatory, starting with local communities, and that should really involve young generations. As you can see, every day, these young generations want to deal with strategic topics which are fundamental for all of us. So we should do this at the level of local communities, and this is worthwhile for the consolidation of a European democratic process and an idea of Europe, which is a tangible Europe close to people who want to improve the life of our citizens. That's on the things we should work on. Thank you, Valentina Guillo. I give the floor to Tommaso Bori, the Councillor of Umbria. I think there's a challenge for regions in particular, because Italy benefits a lot from Next Generation EU and structural funds. So one of the things that Italy must do is that Italian regions are not so efficient in trying to spend all these funds. And our friend said we should tell our citizens how useful Europe is for them. And we can do that, trying to spend better all the European funds that are rendered available. In our previous cycle, if we look at the official data, we have spent only 25% of the funds with the previous cycle. So now we have 46 billion of the next cycle. Well, we still have to spend 30 from the previous cycle. So we have for those regions. But in the next 5 years, between structural funds and Next Generation EU, we have 350 billion European funds. This is a huge challenge for administrations, but also for political parties, because the Marshall Plan gave 30 years of Atlantism. This can give us 30 years of Europeanism. And we have to say that it is Europe that is giving Italy the right tools to recover. Thank you.
Tutte e tutti, grazie ai socialisti e democratici.
Thank you to the Social Democrats for this initiative, which I find very interesting indeed. I was thinking today, I crossed the hills that divide Umbria, my region, from the Marche, and I was thinking that we would have met lots of people today from different areas of our continent. And after 10, 20 years or more, our contemporaries were shooting at each other. We're reasoning about the future of Europe, because we have known how to build a Europe which is based not only on funds, and I'll come back to this, but especially on the ideals and values. And we were listening this morning to people talking about the fact that we have to go back to being radical, but a good radicalism. And I would like to talk about a good European who used to say that to be radical, you have to take problems at their root. I think that the European themes have to be connected to the structural funds, the PNRR, the subject for the future. But what we all have in common as a first thing to do is to build the Europe of ideals, the Europe of values, the Europe to make us feel true European citizens who live in Umbria, in Tuscany, and all of our different regions. And to do so, in order to go to the root of the problem, I'd like to go back to a lovely book of Umberto Eco's, which is called Eternal Fascism. And I'd like to go back to this before coming down to the economic themes, because my job is being a doctor. So when there are symptoms, underneath there's always a disease. So we must understand some symptoms. At this point in time, in these first 20 years of the new millennium, there's a great symptom, which is the sense of suspicion of culture and science, which creates movements which exist all over Europe, the no-vaxxers, for instance, or movements of contrast, for instance, those who deny climate change. And this, for us, has to be a first symptom. Those who attack the young, who go, like Greta Thunberg, or others who make us smile because they're going to a vaccine session with a fake silicon arm. But we should think, I mean, this is, being anti-scientific, the international contact, this is a first symptom. This is being suspicious of culture. This is the first symptom of something. And the second is the cult of the past. the defense of boundaries, of frontiers. Like they were talking about migrants who are massing up at the borders of Europe who are dying of cold, women, children, whole families. And this, unfortunately, is possible because there is a fear of what is different. I remember that I remember the declaration of Giorgia Meloni, who said, think the migrants are coming here not because there's war, but because they're hungry. Well, yes, that's it. And she'd say it as if it were something strange. So that is the second big symptom, the fear, the cult of the past, the defense of boundaries, nationalism, which becomes sovereignism. But there's another great symptom, which is the fear of what is different in every form. We are in a country where a law was blocked, which was a law to punish those who commit who did crimes against those who are disabled or who are different. And this is a symptom that has to worry us, like that of machism that the right expresses, because machism is expressed both by Salvini and Meloni when they start yelling and screaming and attacking. And I come from a region where the right of voluntary interruption of pregnancy had been stopped by a president of the region who was a woman who had not allowed this right to exist, putting rules, 3 days of hospitalization, rupture of privacy, and so forth, which stopped other women from having their rights. This too is a symptom, like all that which the senator is saying, Senator Pilon, who lives in my region. And together with all this, there is another symptom of this disease, which I will be describing in just a minute. You must consider that what happened when one begins attacking the ganglions of a society. We're here at an initiative which talks of Europe at a crossroads. I remember the first time that that the headquarters of a trade union was assaulted, and this assault is brought forth by forces of the right, which call back to fascism, and not all condemn what has happened in the same way. And when you start attacking the places of democracy or representation, whether it be parties or trade unions, there is something which happens under the embers, and I'd like to come down to this point. The point is that together with all of these symptoms, there's another which has to regard us and which is reconnected to the use of funds and opportunities that Europe gives. What has unleashed the Ventenium of a century ago, fascism, Nazism, Frankism, and that is the great frustration that people, the middle class and the workers feel in not being able to decide and in not being able to govern their future and their life. This frustration has to be our first concern, the first thing that we go and act upon. Because if all of these symptoms exist, it means that there is a pathology, there is a disease, and the risk that to degenerate remains. As I was saying, we shouldn't take for granted we shouldn't take democracy for granted. We mustn't take it for granted. We have to regain it day after day, each day. We have to know that we, as democratic socialists at a European level, in our countries and in our communities, have to build the opportunities for this not to happen, the opportunities for work, the fight against inequalities in all their forms. If we don't do this, the risk that the situation degenerate exists. So we have to use opportunities as best we can, and we've done so. Absolutely, no, we haven't. Is there a different future that can be constructed? We have to do it together. But if we don't have a basis, an identity of values and of work in common, all of this cannot help. And spending European funds as best as possible, having the best PNRR when there's a widespreading of in our territories, in our community, of what is like a black sea, can only bring us to the famous Ventenium. So be careful of the toxic messages that come through our communities and are passed as common sense. they're very dangerous. The Europe we want to build has to be on the right side of history, and we have to do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tommaso Bori, and I would like to welcome Stefano Castagnoli, President of the Federalist Movement of Europe. It has been the first association to talk about the possible proposals for Europe, and so we would like to know which are the proposals and the initiatives of the Federalist Movement of Europe. Thank you to all of the hosts of this event, and also for the possibility of telling you which are the things that we ask the local bodies to do in function of the moment we live in, and to improve the perspectives of the conference on the future of Europe. Two are the main introductions that derive from the intervents that preceded me. So the Europe we live in was born on the idea of peace after the Second World War. So it was born with this value, and to date has become an historical necessity for Europeans, because the pandemic crisis, which has been a symmetric crisis, brought us back to the fact that humans share the same fate. They are a community of fate, and this is an element that should make us think, because this is next generation's fate, and it passes through the decisions we are making right now. So at this moment, the only place in the world where we can overcome the national state is European Union. So this message to the world on the fact that sooner or later this community of fate should encounter sooner or later, but better sooner than other catastrophes would occur in the future, and that may not be tackleable. I would like to conclude with a declaration that was made previously by the colleague, mayor of Sestri Levante. We need to do something good for our citizens, and today, doing something good for citizens means to complete the path towards the European Federation, because there is no state in Europe, but neither in the world, that can make it without this path. So doing something good for our citizens means to do this path and do something to achieve this goal. So the Conference on the Future of Europe is the first event about real participation. It may fail or not according to what we know for our part. We are able to make it work and make it effective. So one thing that Federalists ask the local administrators in entire Italy is to favor citizen assemblies. We would like to have 100, and they can be 100 open municipality councils where we talk about the Conference on the Future of Europe, and we identify the steps that this conference should decide. And these steps are, for example, the Next Generation EU. These steps are making structural this measure, and so going towards a possibility of a taxation for Europe. And the second is the abolition, the elimination of the right of veto, because without that, we will be able to be faster. And the third one is to start to think about defense, common defense, and safety. And among the crises, we also have the retirement of the American troops from Afghanistan, and it made it clear to Europeans how things are. And so we should also work in this direction. And all of these things can occur. And I remember that while we were signing the treaty at the Quirinal here in Italy, the new German government, which has an important social democratic component, was talking in their program about the organization of the federal state in Europe. And they were talking about a possible constituent procedure with a with relation to the conference on the future of Europe. So Arturo Spinelli used to say that Europe doesn't fall from the sky, and in this moment we all can do something, and on a level of municipalities and regions and administrations we can do a lot to involve citizens through citizen assemblies or open councils that may take an explicit position on the points I have stressed and also others. And on this, the Federalist Movement of Europe is an ally that you will find on your territories. And we really wish that this battle will get to the end. And this is the only goal that we all need to complete after many years the process towards the European Federation. Thank you. Thank you, Stefano Castagnoli, the president of the European Federalist Movement. And I would like to call Giacomo Possamai, regional councillor of Region Veneto, and the organizer of the Agoras for the party. And also in this role, he will have an important position in the mobilization towards the Conference on the Future of Europe, also because Enrico Letta this morning recalled the importance of the Agora with this goal.
Hello. Thank you very much on my behalf for this invitation. Agora have arisen from the model of the Conference on the Future of Europe. They changed the basic model, that of the platform, and the involvement from the grassroots. And these are two things that work together. And so we should transform some agora in certain moments connected to the Conference on the Future of the Union, of the European Union, because the subject of the future of the European Union is really important in the discussion, in our discussion, and it's one of the main themes that are on the platform of democratic agoras. So I am really convinced by what other people this afternoon have said, and therefore the battle for a federal Europe is one of the great topics on which we have to build a political battle for the Democratic Party, because I believe the games have really changed in comparison to 3 years ago. I'm going to give you a concrete example. I come from Veneto, which is not a social democratic kind of region or of the center left. And a couple of weeks ago, well, perhaps a month ago, thanks to Giorgio Anselmi, we gave rise to an intergroup within the Regional Council for a federal Europe. Now, what is of interest here is that apart from the various representatives of minorities in the council, there are also many people of regional ministers of the Lega, which are about 65% of our regional council, to give you the size. It's interesting because for those regional ministers 2 or 3 years ago, although some of them might have wanted to participate in that intergroup, because Lega is several different things on our territory in Veneto, but we didn't have the political conditions 2 or 3 years ago. So in the national dynamics of things, the battle between sovereignists and European people pro-Europe was so strong and so dividing that it was impossible for local representatives of parties that declared themselves as being sovereignists to be able to think that they could do something like that. Now, what changed in the meantime? Well, the pandemic showed us that even for them, the idea that the role of the European Union becoming a federal state is not central in the years that lie ahead is something that they no longer can even imagine. For us, this is a great opportunity, therefore, and also responsibility. They talked about PNRR and the capacity also to put on the territory resources coming from Europe. Now, leaving to one side ordinary resources, if the PNRR should fail, this would be a tragedy, not only because we're losing an opportunity, but because the message, a part is that we might have to give back some of those resources. Well, nobody in Italy really takes on their own responsibility. The message would once again be, it's the fault of Europe that they asked the money back, instead of really realizing that it was our own fault because we were unable to spend that money. So this battle today, this moment, and the fact that this moment today really is worthwhile is a great responsibility, and also we can show the sense, the usefulness, if these things work. And we will give a future to be able to work together inside Europe. So I believe days like today have a certain sense, because we can talk at various different levels, not only at the national level, but also at the international, European level. This is a great challenge, a global challenge that lies ahead. It is also a great window of opportunity to be able to say this today. Before the pandemic, this was not possible. We were always on the defense. Today, I think we can, if we play it right, things will certainly improve.
Grazie, grazie. Permettetemi una chiosa su.
Thank you. I would like to say something on language, because as a director of Eractive and communicator, language sometimes shows small but relevant aspects. Enrico Letta, when he talked about certain political positions, called them nationalists, not sovereignty. And I think that this is a very important element, because actually nowadays, who wants to talk about the sovereignty of citizens? So somebody said before that somebody wants a European sovereignty. And Enrico didn't talk about PNRR, but the next generation EU, because if we want to let citizens understand that these are European resources, maybe we want to stress the fact that a European program looking at the new generations, instead to an acronym that makes them look more national, because this is an Italian plan, a national plan, but made with European resources. And these are interesting aspects, because each one of you used a different language to indicate the same thing. And this choice shook me, because I think that what Enrico Letta said is actually very suitable and may be very useful in your campaign, the campaign that you are about to create to uniform the language and the message that you are giving. We still have a few minutes for this panel, so I don't know if you have any question there from the audience. There's a hand there. So I would like to ask something to the Vice Mayor Tutto, and I would like to ask, there was a survey by Eurostat where they asked the citizens of the different regions of Europe if they felt more connected as identity to their region, nation, or Europe. And in all of the regional Europe, the region of Budapest capital was the only one where the majority felt more connected to Europe instead of the nation or city. So I think this is more connected to the role of Budapest as European resistance against Orban. But I would like to ask you, what is in the model of Budapest that could be applied to our regions or countries to help us overcome nationalisms and arrive into Europeism? Are there any other questions?
I could say it was us doing this, but I rather think that, well, Hungary is quite a Budapest central country. So like we have 1/5 of the population living in Budapest, and they are the most wealthiest people living in Hungary who has the most opportunity to travel to Europe. So people living in Budapest and the big cities could really feel being European, who could be really part of the Erasmus program, who could go and travel and look around. So I think this is also part. So for those citizens who never felt anything of being part of the European Union because they never even reached the capital, not going to Vienna or any other European cities, it's a different sense. What we do is we try to do a lot. It's hard to measure what effects really have. But we as Budapest and the mayor of Budapest formed the Alliance of Free Cities. And it's not just the Visegrad cities, it's not just Bratislava, Prague, Warsaw, it's also within Hungary. We formed the Alliance of Free Cities. We try to form this network of resistance and the safekeeping of democracy, sharing good examples, keeping up hope and organizing ourselves to win back democracy in Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to all our speakers. I would like to especially thank also the Vice Mayor of Strasbourg who has been connected with us. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to do a second round and give you the floor for lack of time. So I would like to thank all our speakers now. Thank you so much. Grazie a tutti. E chiamerei sul palco Matteo Ricci.
I would welcome here on the stage Matteo Ricci for its keynote speech, mayor of Pesaro and coordinator of all of the mayors of PD. And he will have a key role in this mobilization campaign with respect to the Conference of the Future of Europe.
Grazie a Brando per l'invito, grazie a tutti voi.
Thank you to all of you for giving me this chance and for the being able to follow the interesting presentations of the last in this panel. 15 years ago, my thesis at the end of university was a thesis on nothing. It was the years of the European Convention we were discussing, as we are discussing now, the future of Europe. And the discussion was of a treaty which would have let us make this step forward, a political step forward for the European Union, a more federal European Union, less intergovernative. And in my thesis regarding democracy, I was able to put in a talk I'd had with Giuliano Amato, who was vice president of the European Convention at the time. And as a convinced Europeist, I was talking about the popular referendum for the approval of that treaty. Because, as has been said this evening, speaking about participation and involvement of citizens on a mission on the future of the European Union, I was thinking, maybe I was naive, that a popular referendum would have created growth in an identity, in a widespread identity of Europe in many different countries. And Giuliano Amato, who was an old politician, had the opposite point of view. He was talking about the confirmation of treaty in Parliament. That year was a tragic year for Europe, because a couple of months later, France and Holland declared themselves against that popular referendum, and that was the origin of the European crisis of these past years, and maybe the origin of those nationalistic movements and populist movements with which we're still up against today. Since then, the Europe we had dreamt of started going backwards instead of forwards, thinking, and maybe we were all naive, that we would have guided each one in his own home the globalization, which at the time was the new thing. Instead, in the meantime, everything changed. What changed are the world equilibriums. And a couple of years later, a huge economic crisis came, which Europe dealt with the wrong handle with the keys of austerity instead of the keys of investment, with a further choice which made the European countries grow into nationalists and populists. And now I don't want to be too lengthy, but I just want to give this as an introduction to say that COVID instead created a fracture, but at the same time created a complete U-turn compared to these other two events. 2003 and 2009, which were dates which created an involution of Europe. Instead, COVID, maybe unexpectedly, was instead a traumatic fact which gave a new turn to the European Union and which consequently today we cannot forget and we cannot afford to make the wrong choices. COVID showed how weak the national states are in dealing with these life-changing challenges, and it showed that the response is not austerity. The response is a policy of investment, a social policy for Europe. Now, however, we who are amongst the main beneficiaries of this European turning point vis-à-vis next generation EU have to show that this turn can produce results. And this is an alarm signal for us all, for those who did not believe in Europe, as used to be said when one referred to the Veneto region, but also for those who are still doubtful on Italy and on the capacity Italy has, as other countries, in taking this opportunity. That's why, for months now, together with many other mayors, we're saying that one of the main things that we have to remember to go on with is in politics is speed. Some were talking about futurism. I wasn't talking about futurism as a cultural movement, but I was referring to this historical moment. Because if Italy will not become quickly simpler, the risk is that we lose a historical opportunity from the socio-economical point of view, and that we make steps back compared to the evolution of the European Union and of European culture. It has to do with democracy a lot. And I say this especially to our party, to this political party. Every time that we've asked for more speed and more simplification, there's always been something who's gotten up and said, well, watch out. Because especially in Italy, to make simple and to make quicker means to open the doors of illegality. But this is not so. Illegality and criminality in the strange laws and bureaucracy and infinite courses that make people go crazy always will find the right way, in fact. When the ways are complicated, the way of corruption risks being an easy way out for some people. Instead, the people who are anxious to get things done, and at this point of time, the Italian mayors are together with the population and wanting to do. They're anxious about constructing and achieving. They want to change our economic system. So these are the ones who have an anxiety to do things, who bang their heads against the wall. So it's a cultural challenge for us, and that has to do with democracy too, because in Italy, to make public works, small works for, say, €1 million, it requires 5 years time-wise. But to do a big 100 million public works, you need 15 years. Since we know that we have to do it within 2023 and finish by 2026, you understand that the rules we have today, it's impossible. So looking at this problem is not only concrete, but it's something that has to do with democracy. Because if we're not able quickly to reform our country, the idea will be that the only way to do things in Italy is to overcome the rules, to go beyond the rules. And what will win will be deregulation, the idea that Italy with its rules cannot make it, that the only way to get things done and to achieve things is to have a commissioner commissioner, like, for instance, the question of the bridge in Genoa. This would be a failure in democracy and in local authorities and economies. It's a central theme, and I think that our political strength has to be on the side of those who push, not those who put a brake on things, because otherwise we really risk being short-circuited, both from the socio-economical point of view, because the public investments are one of the few ways we have of upholding growth and creating growth, real growth. And COVID, furthermore, has reinforced the role of mayors in all European cities, because there's been, in all European cities, the mayors have been the front office of the state on the territory. They've not only done things that regarded their specific town. And this reinforcement in the relationship between the citizens and the mayors is something which is very good for democracy. It's good for democracy. And the fact that in Italy today, 70% of the mayors are progressists and reformists is the demonstration not only that we have a better ruling class on the territory, more rooted, more popular, but it's also the demonstration that we have managed this pandemic better, and that the rigor and the way of fighting COVID with the vaccine and with all of the precautions we're taking is something which pays from the electoral point of view, too, because it shows how serious we are. And COVID, I think, is redesigning the parameter of European policy and of Italian policy, politics. There are certain elements which are defining new parameters. One is Europeism, and we see it especially. We see how it's creating problems within the family of the European Popular Party, which within itself maintains in certain states a strength with sovereign properties. The theme of sustainability and ecological transition as a strategic choice, which is defining new parameters in European Parliament and in Italian Parliament. And the third element is, in fact, the question of the management of the pandemic, rigor in the management of pandemic. In Italy, this new parameter, this new political parameter, which is taking place, comes up against an election system which is not able to get this parameter to be expressed properly. It's just a theme. Enrico decided to postpone the decision of discussing the electoral law after the elections of the President of the Republic, but I would rather he'd done it before. But it is a theme, because we have an electoral law which is not an electoral law which represents, at this point of time, the evolution of European and Italian politics. Without the electoral law there is in Germany, with the debarring at 5%, we wouldn't have had the growth of a government with socialists and liberals. We wouldn't have had it. So this theme is a theme which I think is very important, just like the theme of representation and connection between parliament members and territory, because if mayors have acquired, we have to tell the truth, if mayors have acquired more strength during the pandemic in their relationship with citizens, we can't say as much for members of parliament, because the members of parliament in Italy, because of the Italian system, do not have a constant daily connection with the territory. It's a statement of fact. So this theme, since we are talking about democracy, is a theme which I think is very important, and we hope that after the elections of the President of the Republic, we'll be able to take it up again. I think it also has to do with a lot with the election of the President of the Republic, because of course we do need to elect a president with a wide majority, possibly. We need to elect a President of the Republic who is a Europeist. I mean, this seems obvious, but it's not really that obvious if you think of the political situation we're living through. And we have to give stability as much as possible to the legislature so as not to lose this great opportunity of the PNRR. As you see, things are coming together, and Italian European cities can truly have an important thrust for the evolution of politics in this historical phase, and cities can have a Europeist thrust. In 2019, when we had the European elections, we launched a manifesto of European cities. We were in elections where, in our country, the sovereignist forces didn't win, but the others didn't either. We must say that very many cities, even if they had to daily deal with very concrete problems, adhered to this Europeist manifesto to show that in cities which today are the laboratories where concrete reformism more than elsewhere is represented, we can see a great thrust which comes from the Conference for the Future of the European Union. And not by chance, as we've heard from Budapest just a while ago, that most of the mayors of Europe at this moment, especially of large cities, are Europeists. So this is a great opportunity for the Socialist Democrat movement, because reinforcing the network of mayors, as we're doing in Italy for the network of Italian mayors, can be a very great opportunity. And finally, COVID has reinforced the politics of sustainability and is a great opportunity for overturning a model of development from the territorial point of view. We have assisted in the last 30 years in a gradual the small cities being empties and the big cities being filled. This is not only Italian but also European phenomenon. And the COVID is opening a great opportunity regarding the differences between territories. A great opportunity because the value of terrestrial space today is a greater value compared to what it was in the past, much greater compared to the past. And if we don't invert today in this historical phase through the funds of the Next Generation EU a model of development towards the internal areas and the small boroughs and centers, we'll lose a historical opportunity. Today, the space is looked for, but if we don't orient these resources towards this territory, we would certainly waste a historic opportunity. Just like as I was in Trapani, in Palermo yesterday, today the fate of the South is the fate of the whole country. The difficulties that the municipalities have in spending the resources of the Next Generation EU, consider that 70% of these resources will fall directly or indirectly upon the cities. So the municipalities will be role players. I think there is an excess of role playing of the regions who want to put their nose into and give attention to competences which are not their own. And this is a further passage which is to be avoided. But it is clear that this time the fate of the South is the fate of the country, because 60% of the resources are aimed in PNR are for the South. More funds for social inclusion. If the South doesn't make it, Italy won't either. So not only can we exploit this great opportunity, but this can truly be the historical phase where we reduce inequalities between urban territory and internal territories, and we reduce the difference between north and south of the country. It's a very interesting phase, and I've tried in just a few minutes. Time has flown, hasn't it? I've tried in just a few minutes to try and get you to understand how Italian makers don't only take care of the state of street roads and sidewalks and lampposts. They do think about streets and sidewalks and lampposts, but they also try and express the most advanced form of concrete reformism in territory, therefore think that they can give their own contribution to the future of the country and the future of the European Union. Thank you, and all the best to all of you.
Grazie di questa
Thank you for this keynote speech. And now I would like to welcome here on the stage the speakers of the next panel, Domenic Ruiz-Devesa, the coordinator of the Commission for the Constitutional Affairs of the European Parliament, Antonio Argentano, the president of the Young Federalists of Europe, Piero De Luca, vice president of the PD group at the Chamber of Deputies, Patrizia Toia, member of the S&D group at the European Parliament and also member of the Conference on the Future of Europe, Nicoletta Pirozzi, responsible of the program for the EU and the institutional foreign affairs, Piero Catelli, International Secretary of the PSI, Francesco Gazzetti, President of the Commission of the Tuscany region. And we also have from remote Marek Belka, Vice President of the S&D Group at the European Parliament. He is a member from Poland. So we are here to discuss about the fact that we need to relaunch a process of institutional reforms. And already this morning we have been talking about this topic, especially Ricoletta talked about this. And this is one of the most important topics of the government program led by Olaf Scholz. And he stressed on the Conference on the Future of Europe to start a constituent process. And of course, this position of the German government, this is a position I would like you to confront with, because this is a new position, but also it opens a window of opportunities related to the use of the conference to start a reform of the treaties that until not a while ago seemed very complicated. So I would like to start with the intervention of Marek Belka, Vice President of the S&D Group from remote. No, we have a technical issue, so I would like to leave the stage to Domenic Ruiz-Devesa, coordinator of the S&D in the Constitutional Affairs Commission, but also one of the members of the board of the Spinelli Group that reunites all of the parliament members on this aspect, and also part of many initiatives, also the Manifesto Ventotene that we celebrate this year. So the perfect person to talk about this topic, Domenic. Here's the stage to you. Thank you, Roberto Castaldi. It is a pleasure to be here with you in this panel. And thank to Sandia Group and Irache Garcia, the head, and also the Simona Bonafè, Brando Benifei, Enrico Letta, for the opportunity of being here with you today with this panel, these relevant panelists, and also the ones we had this morning. And for sure, this is the first big meeting for us, Socialists and Democrats, on the Conference on the Future of Europe, and we do it here in Florence. And I was lucky enough to be an Erasmus student in Siena 20 years ago. I would have never imagined that after 2 decades I would be here with you talking about the future of Europe. This morning we were talking, at least 2 of our colleagues were talking. You were talking about the Spinelli Group. We have the founder here, Giver Hostad, and I'm very proud of having him among us. So I was saying that 2 speakers this morning talked about the Hamiltonian moment that comes with the recovery plan, and with the conference, we need to complete this Hamiltonian moment with the Spinellian moment. So we need to complete this start of finance and fiscal union. And as the colleague said, this has to become permanent. This should not be a one-off. And we should also complement this union with a real union, a stronger political and constitutional union. To me, this is the most important task of this conference, and I really enjoyed what Enrico Letta said this morning. If we do not speak in here in this conference of constitutional changes, what are we doing here? So he has been very clear in establishing that policy, and as Brando Boniface said, this is the political line that is supported by the majority of the Socialist and Democrat members of the European Parliament. So to make it more consistent, we also asked during the morning something about the electoral matter. This is something I care about as a reporter, and Javier Hostad also as a representative for the Liberal group. And in our opinion, we have here an important occasion for the first time in 20 years to really change this law to reinforce democracy in Europe, the transnational democracy. And this is also important because at the beginning of the conference, there were many who said, we do not want a conference just to talk about institutional aspects, but of course we need to talk about many things, also about big policies and the social and climatic dimension. But this prejudice that was somehow repeated in a paroxystic way of saying this is not something that citizens care about. We should not talk about institutions. But actually, we can see that the theme, the topic of democracy, is the second in the ranking of topics in the online platform. And today, contemporary Guy is coming from the city panel in Fiesole, and they are working very intensively, and it seems like there will be a conclusion tomorrow in favor of the election of a majority of the deputies of the European Parliament on a transnational basis and other topics, of course. The European Youth Event that occurred 2 months ago also proposed the circumscription of the Pan-European Constitution. So this is something that people are interested in, and we want to go beyond it. And it may look somehow for constitutionalists who have nothing else to do, nothing better to do. We don't want to propose this as an electoral technicality, but we actually want to answer 3 difficulties we have in this moment at the level of European democracy. And this is something that Andrea Orlando also said, the matter of political parties in Europe. If we really want European political parties, one way to reinforce them, it is not the only one, and it will not be the definitive one. We also need to start other measures, but giving these parties the chance of deciding the composition of a list at European Parliament, which is a European list, not on a transnational base, and that should carry the logo and the name of this political party, and that should be connected to an electoral program made by this political party in Europe. We think that this could go in the direction of reinforcing these parties, but also reinforcing the European citizenship, because the European elector would have the possibility of voting 2 things, the national list and the pan-European list, or the European party list. So this way we are giving the chance of having a debate at the moment of the European elections, which is transnational. So this is not, it would not be the sum of 27 domestic debates contemporary to the European elections. And lastly, this would be the 3rd virtuality of this mechanism. We would like to make a reality of the head of the list principle. So this way it would be clear that number one of each European list would be the candidate of this political family to the presidency of the Commission. So 3 objectives in one measure, such as this one, to elect part of the deputies of the European Parliament on a transnational base. And one last point, the roadmap. We have been talking, and you have been talking very well about the program of the German government coalition, the European Federation, and also the Constitutional Convention after the conference. And I think that it is very important to have this convention before next election so that we can go to next European elections with a project of a new treaty with a constitutional character, a federal one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic Cristevesa. We have 8 speakers, so I ask you to maintain the times of the European Parliament. About 3 minutes. I give the floor now to Antonio Argenziano, President of the Young Federalists in Europe. Well, 3 minutes is a bit too little, but we'll try. Thank you very much for the kind invitation, and to the Democratic Socialists to share ideas that come from our daily work as young federalists in Europe. We have been talking about the topic of a federal Europe is starting to come in the political debate. In Germany, this has happened, and I'm going to give you other elements. On the platform, one of the proposals that we downloaded in which we asked for a federal Europe, the Commission should become a government, the Council should be a chamber of states. This is something that is very much supported among the citizens that are involved in our platform. And the same proposal, there's a federal Europe, is among the most supported things that have been supported by the 4,000 young people who took part in the European Youth Event. We should consider this because the problem of democratic Europe is really important. We say that Europe is far from citizens, but why? Because often Europe cannot decide on the themes that are close to the citizens, and this tells us why Next Generation EU has had such an important impact. When we talk about the democratic nature of Europe, we talk about the capacity to take action to solve problems of our citizens. I'll give you an example as to the role of the European Parliament. I am a historian. I studied at the university that parliaments in history arose to decide upon taxes that were to reach the government, the kingdom, or whatever, so that the government could spend. The American Revolution happened because there was no taxation without representation. The paradox that we live is that the European Parliament has representation, but no taxation. And some people might say, that's good. No, taxation in this case means the capacity to invest, to ensure European citizens' public goods. This means preserving retirement pensions, free education, health. That's what it means when we talk as federalists to give a budget to the parliament, to give the European Union own resources to be able to invest on citizens, to have a federal budget. This is important. We're talking about the democratic nature of Europe. This is it, to have the resources to invest on the future and on new generations. And I'm going to conclude by saying that when we talk about convention, when we talk about constituency, we have to clarify our own ideas. We often think about the right of veto, whether some decisions within the European Council are obstacled by the right to veto. I'd like to mention, if there should ever be the activation of reforms of the Union, this famous convention, if each country would have the right to block everything because of this right of veto. Reforming Europe has to be done even if not all countries will agree, it doesn't mean leaving someone behind, but that means not leaving behind the whole of Europe while the world is moving on. So that's how we should think of reforming Europe. The euro was not done by the whole of Europe, but 19 countries. Well, they weren't 19 at the time. Schengen was not accepted by all countries of the Union. And so we are in a two-speed Europe, or more than two-speed Europe. Should we go towards a Europe of concentric circles? A certain number of countries can move on towards a nucleus, a core, a federal core, to allow the other countries who do not want to take this step to remain a part of the single market, and so on and so forth. I say this because it's important to act now. I, as a young person, as a representative of young people talking with even younger people, the message we want to give is that of urgency, of emergency on the climate, urgency for fighting against pandemic, in renewing a Europe that risks drowning in all the crises that surround us. Thank you. Thank you, Antonio Argenziano. We give the floor now to Piero De Luca, Vice President of the PD Group at the Chamber of Deputies. We're talking about Europe, participation, citizens. Now, one of the great challenges for European Parliament is to be active in the ascending part of the European legislative proposals. When there is a proposal of this kind, all parliamentarians are informed. Some systematically send their opinion, but the Italian parliament hardly ever sends his opinion. This may be one of the challenges vis-a-vis the participation in this process on the part of the European Parliament. You have the floor now. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. To speak of institutional reforms, I agree, is not something theoretical or abstract. It's real work. It's debate. It's concrete discussion. It's useful and necessary for the political evolution of the policies which the Union has to set on in the field from now onwards. Look back to when the first European economies built up. There were constant changes, and it was the great wealth of international and European evolution, reinforcing, improving, becoming more perfect. And I think that the results are there. I'd start from this positive message of hope and looking and success, because the messages now have been extraordinary. The results have been extraordinary from an institutional point of view. The European Parliament, which was an assembly, which was an expression of parliaments, now represents European citizens. Maybe it was slightly forced, but it had an evolution in the 70s. For instance, it was allowed to become the direct expression of the European citizens. It has become a co-legislator, a co-lawmaker, together with the Council in many policies, in many decisive positives. It had the capacity to participate actively. Therefore, European citizens participate actively together with states within the Council and with action and European political activity. The single market is the main single market in the world. The euro is the second most used currency at a global level. And I always remember that in 2012, Europe was given the Nobel Prize for Peace. So we have to start from there in the awareness that the most recent events, also the incapacity to respond to the latest crisis, I think of the economic and financial crisis and the challenge of the management of migration, have provoked a lack of faith in the public opinion regarding the actual sense or use of European Union, the onset of sovereignism, the idea of building new walls within the European Union, and Brexit, of course. It is clear that something has gone wrong in the development evolution. But we have to start from there, start from the results, which are extraordinary, are positive, which have been set forth in view of the pandemic. There could have been an implosion in this health emergency. Instead, there wasn't. There was the capacity, thanks to a strong, decisive political work, especially of the Democrats and the Socialists at a European level, to relaunch their action, to put on the table coordination and activities which have allowed that no state remain backwards in directives and protection at a health level. There have been revolutionary measures, more revolutionary than took place in the last 30 years. The suspension of the Stability Pact, the purchase of public debt bonds, which guaranteed stability to states like Italy. The measure of safeguard, the SURE for sustain the Cassa Integrazione, which is to be relaunched and maybe doubled in the coming risk, cyclic action against unemployment problems. The health mess, the sanitary mess, the fund and possibility of using for health reasons the resources of 240 million within MES and the next generation U2, which is not only a plan for relaunch with important resources, but it is a program for the first time carried out through the emission of Euro bonds. We have finally come to put our debt in common, to invest in the future reconstruction of our communities. So we have to start from here, from what has been done extraordinarily with a strong political will to look at the reform, institutional reform, which is decisive, and the overcoming of the veto and of the unanimity in many sectors, which still today become ever more decision-making. I'm thinking of the fiscal policy, the foreign policy, security and safety. Of course, we have to overcome unanimity if we want to imagine on these themes the Union can supply responses more efficacy, more immediate, more rapid for the need of our communities. That is the great challenge we have ahead of us. And then I think we should also relaunch the need to assign initiative to the European Parliament. How is it possible that still today we can imagine a co-legislator that not have a full power of initiative in legislation? This is a theme to reinforce, as we have to reinforce the cooperation of national parliaments and the European Parliament. There was an old project in COSAC, which today exists, which is this coordination of assemblies, of political commitments of different, it is hybrid. We have to be frank about this. I think it would be right to work to reinforce this instrument and this organism to allow the national parliaments to play a greater role in the ascending phase of the making of policies of the European Union. And all of this to reach the objective of increasing the rate of democracy, of being close to citizens, transparently, but also to make more efficient the political action of the Union in the years to come, and to start those reforms of institutional policy which we need. Reforms of the social pillar, reforms tied to the struggle against social and wage dumping, which still exists in Europe, and which creates those difficulties tied to phenomena of savage delocalization, which we see taking place, which happened because of disparity in wages. The fight against fiscal dumping, that too is a great battle upon which we will have to reason, starting from the agreement that we reached in the OECD on a minimum rate, 15% in large multinationals. And this is something we have to do to increase European resources, because without greater resources, it will be difficult to set up more efficient policies of national interest. And so we really have huge crisis, the modification of the Stability Pact into a pact for sustainability. This is a big challenge we have. We're going to have to propose and promote as social democrats. So we've got lots of challenges ahead. We have to start from a common awareness that this is what will have to exist in public debate, that union is the solution to crisis, not the cause of difficulties or problems that our territories and citizens have and our companies and enterprises have. It is the only possible solution for challenges and problems of our time. And so, as Jean Monnet used to say, union will be forged by its crisis. And like Schuman, the idea of functional integration, until we create a common solidarity between citizens and people and states, we will not have ever reached the more advanced level of European integration. We'll have to start from this awareness. We start from this dramatic crisis to find the opportunity which has emerged and to relaunch the process of a new constituent phase to reinforce the European integration, because reinforcing the sovereignty of Europe means to reinforcing the sovereignty of member states. I think this is a message we need to launch against the sovereignists of our home, the European sovereignists who instead want to return to the past, a Europe of governments, walls and barriers, which instead would be a dramatic mistake for the future of our communities. Thank you. Thank you, Piero De Luca, for the passion.
Thank you to Piero De Luca also for the passion, and with many limitations, but of course this gave us also many results to be protected. And now I leave the seat to Patrizia Toia, member of the Parliament and member of the Conference on the Europe of Europe. So I would like to know something else about the way the conference is proceeding and which are the actions you're taking so that from the conference this constitutional process will come up. I would like to greet everybody, also the ones who are listening to us. First consideration, how is the conversation going? It is going very well for those taking part into it. So if we look at the third report that came out yesterday, there are amazing things. The chapter, the part which had the main intensity of proposals is the institutional one. So for sure, citizens care about participative constitution, and we could not avoid taking into account this aspect. So we're not talking about institutional reforms. That's not true. You can for sure make proposals about the institutions, but we cannot, we're not an elitarian party, so for sure we need to express, as Letta said, and I really appreciated his speech on many points. We need to say first that what is happening is not enough. We need to do more. I am saying this to Verosata, I will say to Sassoli, please say it to your governments, but we need to do more in terms of involvement. Europe is not something that only belongs to professors, academics, and associations. This is something that regards citizens who walk on the street and don't even know about the conference. So please do something so that citizens will be aware of it. It is okay from the contents point of view, the intensity of proposals, but still it is a closed circuit, which is not enough. And second thing, you asked me, what is my group doing about it? 2 days ago, we had a fantastic meeting. Dominic, you were there with me, Maria Joao, Tello, professors. We're there, and amazing, fantastic things came out. The protection of the facilities and policies and new ideas. And right now, this is my task. I think I'm part of the healthy group, so very interesting aspect came out as well. But what this conference has to be with the engagement of PD and ST is to create a link between the conference and this future, which is already today, but has to become the institutional reforms. Otherwise, all of the beautiful and fantastic things you said and he said and I say won't be made possible. What Ricci was saying, we will not put in act PNRR if we not change the tools, and the Green Deal as well. We will not the thousands of things that we have in our minds for Europe if we do not change the rules of this game, stressing the ones that we already have. So stretching, for example, with the next generation, we have stretched to the limits, the juridical basis and competences. We can do this, but let's change things, otherwise this won't happen. And even accepting, this costs a lot to me, but accepting going on with reinforce cooperations, because if this would stop for a moment, we would say, okay, let's wait for them. But given that they are stopping a part of the history, we cannot wait for all of the countries. And the connection with the future, I was always connected for the parts that I couldn't be and that I couldn't follow in presence. There is a connection with what happened and the answers and what we have to do. So the Spinellian moment. This is Europe. So it takes the shape of the answers that the crisis gives, but it also lacks the shapes for the answers that it doesn't give. So in front of the crimes in the Mediterranean in 2016, we didn't give answers, and this is the consequence. So missing this moment, not transforming what we've done as next generation with the next steps and this conference in a policy of reforms, if we won't do it, there won't be next year, 2 years from now. We will have missed the future that we have in our hands now. So we, as ST, I'm sure we will do it, but we will be very ambitious and radical, as you said. I have my meaning of this term, but we can understand each other. A bit extremists, dreamers. We will not leave the federalists alone doing their proposals and then say, okay, no, you're too advanced. This time we have to be advanced as well. We need to be very brave, but if we don't step further, I'm really afraid that the conclusion will be very theoretical, and there is not a future if we do not connect it with the conference.
Thank you very much, Patrizia Toia, who always puts a great amount of passion in her activities of the conference. The floor goes to Nicoletta Pirozzi, responsible for the program of the EU and on institutional reforms and in foreign policy. Thank you very much for this important moment to discuss things. I'll just talk about one political point which is particularly important for the season of European reforms. Yesterday, I was in Paris when President Macron presented the priorities of the French presidency. I think we'll have a lot of interesting months ahead, and we have to be prepared. In the post-COVID era, I believe we should really try to adapt the policies and the institutions of the European Union to respond to the requests of citizens for a Europe that can guarantee security and well-being and welfare, as is emerging from the discussions from the conference on the future of Europe. So we have a whole series of proposals. We want to make Next Generation EU a permanent mechanism, creating a fiscal capacity on the part of the European Union. We're talking about the Europe of health, the Union of defense. And so all these things, this transfer of competences from the national level to the European level is necessary and important because it is in line with the commitments that we have in treaties and also for the objective of creating the United States of Europe. But we have to be careful because this transfer of sovereignty requires a reform of institution to guarantee two things: that policies may be correctly implemented and that the working of the union may be correct, and to guarantee democracy of the decision-making process. When we talk about reforms of Eurozone towards greater integration, economic, fiscal integration, we should always talk about the reform of the Euro group that should become more inclusive and transparent. We have to talk about institutionalization of the Euro group. We should talk about enlarging the number of meetings in terms of meetings that have to do with the 27 member countries. We have to involve parliaments, national parliaments, in the creation of an ad hoc body like a commission of the European Parliament. When we talk about the Union of Defense, fine, it would be the dream of many. But at the same time, we have to create a political authority that can take the decisions when we're talking about Europe of defense, the creation of a Council of Ministers of Defense. And this because We have to do things step by steps. We have to do step by step, as we've seen recently, through a concentration of power in the European Commission for the defense of Europe, or when one makes certain declarations that are too powerful as to the creation of a European army, for example. So to move on in integration in a democratic way, we have to first of all start with the requests of citizens, and the Conference on the Future of Europe is extraordinary opportunity, and it shouldn't be wasted. We should find the objectives that see the 27 member states as convergent, or on which it is possible to have a consensus of a certain number of member countries, and to think of the institutional reforms that make these proposals democratic and effective. And I'd like to also mention Jean Bonnet, who said nothing is created without men, and I add women. Nothing lasts without institutions. So let's get started and go to work.
Grazie Nicoletta. La parola ora.
Thank you. And the floor to Pia Locatelli, International Secretary of the PSI. She has to take for the proposals on the future of Europe. I, like Sinda Grice, remember well what happened 20 years ago at the time of the convention. And it's exactly 20 years now since the Declaration of Laeken, December 15, 2001, when we started what then would have become the convention and the hope to reach the constitutional treaty, which we all who had worked with such passion came up short, and we're back to the beginning. We declared that we wanted a democratic Europe, a transparent Europe, and an efficient Europe. And there were 60 questions, 60 grouped into 4 large groups. Now, I don't want to make this a mistake again, because the platforms with 9 wide ambits can include everything. But when we say everything, we are not able to be aimed to make precise surgical interventions. So I think we have to converge on certain decisive priorities and all work together in that direction. And it's not by chance that this platform, which is not so participated, there's a low participation and a very low participation of women. This is the problem. So in this low number of participants, the fact is that within a democracy, the theme of institutional reform is not there. So my priorities are, as I said, the reform of the decision-making process. Unanimity, which means right to veto, is the denial of democracy. This is my first priority. My second priority is the ascribing more power to the European Parliament, starting from the power of legislative initiative. It is the denial of the essence of Parliament, the fact that it does not have lawmaking or legislative powers. The problem is that this comes from a fact that I'm embarrassed about. It's the accumulation of competence of the European Commission. The European Commission, since we keep talking about liberal democracy, which is what foresees that the powers be separated, I find myself in great embarrassment when I think of the Commission, which has the power of initiative, of laws, executive power, the politics and distribution of financing, and legal judicial power. How can we go and say to Poland and Hungary that they have to think of separation of powers? I am in great embarrassment. And the lack of initiative in legislation in the European Parliament comes from this concentration of power in the Commission, in the European Commission. So the change is due. The change is due. And the other priority is the change of the electoral law, coming down to transnational lists. It's something we've already said. We have to be brutal. European elections are national elections made by national parties on national lists, with national candidates, with national campaigns. The result is that when I was at European Parliament, we were talking about agriculture. All of the French, from extreme right to extreme left, were voting in favor of the measures for agriculture. when we talked instead about automotive, all of the Germans from extreme left to extreme right were talking in favor. If this is building Europe, forgive me, I mean, it's not. So these are the first three priorities, and the intervention is change of the treaties. If we go with the statements and declarations which say we need to change the treaties, the risk is we go and come up against the wall. But the treaties need to be changed. So I think that we have to be not say that we are radicals, but we have to make surgically precise interventions. One cannot make a mistake in surgery, because otherwise the patients will die. In this case, it would be Europe to die. So our intervention has to be precise, surgically precise, finding the problems, the solution, which are a sort of Trojan horse. Once inside, we know what happened in Troy. So we have to have this approach. And one last thing, which has remained difficult to digest as compared to 20 years ago. I've been working as a national commission to give contribution to the European Convention, and one of the contributions that we'd sent in, I think it was when the president was Silvia Costa, we asked that in the values foreseen by the European Union there be democracy and equality and parity between men and women, said in explicit form, paritory democracy. And of course, it was not included in the values of the European Union, and it is not even included in the Treaty of the Union, the Treaty of Lisbon. I would like that one of the reasons for change, one of the subjects for change, be that of introducing the theme of paritory in democracy amongst the values of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia Locatelli. And now I would leave the stage to Francesco Gazzetti, the president of the Regional Commission for the European Affairs for Tuscany region. And today you're playing in your home field, right? So good evening, everybody. I want to thank you, and I'm very happy for this initiative. And I want to thank Simona Bonafè and Brando Benifei and all of the participants, all of the speeches. I think each one of them created an important hint for our reasonings. And I would like to start from something that I have experienced very recently. Yesterday evening, I wasn't either at Dubai Airport or Trapani. I was in Castelnuovo della Misericordia, which is a very small village. It's actually isolated or very difficult to reach in the municipality of Rosignano Marittimo here in Tuscany. And we made an initiative dedicated to the inner areas. I was with Marco Nicolai, the president of the inner areas of the Council of Tuscany. And why am I telling you this? Because in that meeting, there are 480 citizens therein. And at that event, I took my commitment. I decided that every time I had to talk about PA on air, I would have placed attention to the thematics of the young matter. Because amongst the speeches, there was the one of a parent who recalled the necessity for all of the matters concerning the European interventions for the continent and all of the measurements we are working on, also the aspects Caterina Raffaele commented on, should have a real application for the life of the youngest generations. And I confirmed that she was right. And as Mattarella said, that when we say P and RR, we make a mistake because we use this acronym. It's easier, it's faster, but we need to talk about next generation EU. And from there on, we need to let people understand that in that decision, there are measurements that are transversal to the reach of the general equal opportunities that are the indicators of all of the 6 missions. So this is beautiful, but scary at the same time, because when we read the document filed by the government, we know that one of the starting points is the one of the scaring data of the NetNet, which are at an extraordinary high level, also compared to the European average. Why am I telling this? I'm telling this because I think it is fundamental. As a small man of institutions, I think that fundamental are regulations and also the regulations that determine our operations at the institutions, because we know that when rules are well applied, they're so important. And I really agree on the fact that there are tools that that, from my point of view, should be reinforced. For example, the conference and the European Commissions and the regional councils, because we perfectly know the ascending and descending stage, and for the parliament this is like this even more. So as the Treaty of Lisbon was for the regions, for sure this aspect is one of the main topics we should focus on. But I also believe that the precondition, or maybe the condition that should be there in parallel, as also the other administrators of the territory said, is that we have to be able to spend or to allocate, let's say, these resources the best way possible. Because when in Castelnuovo della Misericordia, for me, but each one of us has a Castelnuovo della Misericordia in its territory, so the EMS and the PNRR are able to give an answer to those wide areas where there's not even connections, because sometimes we push on the fact of creating a platform for this conference, but there are places in Italy where there is no connection, and this is not anybody's fault. And I think that PNRR and the next generation can bring a concrete answer, a consistent answer, such as also for the healthy matters and the problems related to the community housing. These are matters that are perfectly intertwined with the maximum European level. And I want to say that each one of us has the chance to find positive interfaces. In Tuscany, we're lucky for the role covered by Simona, but we need to have the chance of having at that table in our Castelnuovo della Misericordia, next to the mayor, there was the regional councillor and the presidents of the commission. So the role of the regional assembly and also the role of the president of the region that we heard at the beginning, Eugenio Gianni, and also the voice of Europe. So we should have all of this at the same table. And as Nanni Moretti was saying, words are important. In this sentence, the slogan we've chosen, Rise Up, is very close to the Italian translation of Insorgiamo. This is the Italian word. And we know that this is the word chosen by the mobilization of GKN. So if we would be able to choose a form of communication, and I'm a journalist also, to create a vocabulary, and here in Florence we celebrate 700 years from the death of Dante, that has been one of the fathers of Europe as well. I believe that creating a Europe based on something that is very close to our communities is for sure fundamental to look at the institutional designs that should be supported by this balance. And I want to conclude by saying that today I brought this red mask because I have in my heart the teaching of an extraordinary Italian, an extraordinary European, but also an important person from Leghorn, who taught us that at the same time you can be a lover of your own city, of your region, of your own nation, but you can also vote for Europe. And that man was Carlo Azeglio Ciampi. And I want to send a memory to him. thank you, Gazzetti, also for recalling Carlo Azeglio Ciampi, one of the most important personalities for Italian policy, one of the main protagonists of the access of Italy to the common currency. And one of those who's not very often remembered, leaving to the nationalist propaganda to depict the access to Europe as an unlucky event. So I appreciated the fact that you reminded that the Italian response to the pandemic was actually made possible by the EBC, because this was by the EBC as a response to the pandemic. So I would like to thank all of the panelists of this panel, and I would like to apologize on behalf of Marek Belka because he wasn't able to connect. So while I free our panelists, I would like to give you a news. So Brando told me that Giffel Ostad came here with us, one of the presidents on the conference on the future of Europe. So we would like to take advantage of his presence here to welcome here on stage. Welcome, and please come to the stage.
Asking him to tell us something more about what's going on at the conference. You have the floor.
A lot of things. Prima non va parlare in italiano, è un poco troppo difficile per me.
I'm not speaking in Italian because it's too difficult to me to speak in Italian about this.
And first of all, thank you for the invitation. Somebody was asking me what you're doing here as a liberal. I say, yeah, but I was invited and I was not invited with the PPE, so I was only invited by the socialists to come today. So thank you very much for the invitation. What is going on with the conference? So we are in Florence here because it's the last round of the citizens panels that's starting. And the citizens panels are now concluding, are now deciding on the recommendations. Because that's, we talked a little bit here in the previous debate about the convention. Yeah, this is not the convention. I remember me very well the declaration of Laken, because I was in the chair of the European Council at that moment. And people said to me, if you want to have a conclusion of the European Council, the best way to do it is to put it under questions. That's the reason why there was 60 questions. That was the only thing that was allowed at that moment. That was to formulate so-called neutral questions. It was not neutral questions, it were all rhetoric questions, but okay. And that was the start from the convention. But the big difference between what we are doing now and what we did at that moment is that the convention was purely an intergovernmental initiative of the European Council, to which the other institutions, Parliament was invited. And there were 15 parliamentarians invited to the convention, with Giorgio Napolitano, one of them. And there was naturally an enormous battle and an infight in this convention. But finally, it was an intergovernmental exercise. It was not what we are trying to do now. What we are trying to do now is the three institutions together. I can tell you that is not easy at all. When I have to go to the bagno, like we say in Italy, I have to have the approval of the two others. That's the reality of today. So it's not an easy thing, because we have the three institutions who have to agree on every detail. We have the national parliaments who are also involved with 108 representatives in this plenary. And we have then the novelty of the citizens. These citizens are, it's the conference, I want to tell that, it's not a listening exercise. It's not a propaganda to tell to the outside world, look how good we are, citizens can participate. It is an instrument to in fact solve a fundamental problem we have in the European Union, that is that we can do reforms. We talk about reforms, but it's so difficult to do them because there is always one or other member state who are saying no and who is blocking the situation. And on top of that, we got also, the last years, a so-called not functioning Franco-German engine. It was an engine, I don't know, it was a diesel or a petrol engine, I don't know, but it didn't function at all the last decade. That was the reality, because the French were speaking another language than the Germans. That's normal. The one speak French, the other speak German. But on Europe, they were also speaking different languages the last decade. That's the reality. So the opportunity of this conference is that we involved citizens directly. These citizens will formulate their recommendations and will stay in the plenary. They will not go out and saying, here are our recommendations, do whatever you want with it. No, they will continue to participate in the decision-making process in the plenary. And they will say at a certain moment, hopefully it's not necessary that they do it, but they will say at the end, okay, this reform, this proposal is responding to a recommendation. But they could also say, no, this is not responding to our recommendations, to our proposals, to our wishes. So it will be whatever you want, a sort of a balance between representative democracy and participatory democracy. And for the first time, we do that on the European level. It's not like in the Convention Citoyenne in France. There, about climate, the citizens came, they gave their proposals, and they went out. And then the politicians formulated their proposals, and there was a huge tension between both of them. So this time, on the pan-European level, it's another way of working, and I expect one thing from it, that is that the active participation of citizens will create a pressure so that we can come over a number of obstacles, hurdles that we have every time faced inside European politics. And in that respect, and that's my second point and misunderstanding, it's not about, is it now an institutional exercise or an exercise on policies? I find that a completely stupid discussion. It's about policies and institutions, because both are interlinked. How you can develop good policies if you don't have good institutions? Bad institutions create bad results, so create bad policies. And the opposite is also true. If you have fantastic institutions, but you have no vision about policies, what do you create? What do you produce? Nothing at all, because you have no vision for the future. So it is obvious that both comes together. It's and about policies and about institutions. And we will discuss the role of Parliament. We will discuss unanimity with the main, and I agree fully with some of the interventions here, the main problem in the European Union. How you can, in the world, in the 21st century, govern a continent like Europe with 500 million citizens based on unanimity. Because it's not even the unanimity rule was at stake. It is sufficient that there is somewhere in the north of Finland, or in Finland, that's in the north, Finland, so that there is some, in a government in Finland, there are the true Finns in the government, well, they can block a decision on the European level. What happened when we have to rescue Greece at a certain moment? That happened at that moment. So it's not only a question of unanimity, it's a question of one small party governing in one of the 27 countries of the European Union, having an opposite view and blocking the whole progress that we have to make. Therefore, we need to get rid of unanimity. Unanimity is absolutely not the way to govern in the 21st century a continent like Europe. The Americans know that already since the 18th century. For us, it takes a little bit longer to understand it, but that will be one of the key points, like the defense union will be one of the key points. We are making ourselves ridiculous on the world stage for the moment. When something is happening in Afghanistan, it's Biden who call and say, oh, we go out, without in any way discussing it with the Europeans. If tomorrow something is happening in Ukraine, it will be Biden who decide on it. It will be not the Europeans. And why not? Because we don't have the hardware. Let's be honest about it. It's the biggest waste of money in the European Union. You know what it is? Military, the biggest waste of money. We are spending 30 to 40% of the Americans on military in Europe. And we can do only 10% of the operations of the American army. We are spending 4 times more on military in Europe than the Russians. But if the Russians come this way, I'm not so sure we can block them, certainly not with the help of the Americans. That's the reality. We are duplicating everything 28, 27 times inside the European Union. So defense policy needs to be tackled if we want to be serious in the world of tomorrow and defend our own interest. Because we can share maybe some values with our American friends, but our interests are not always the same as our American friends. So all these points will be on the table. And my hope is that because of the active participation of citizens, it will be very difficult later on. First of all, for institutions to tell us, oh, I didn't know that there was a participation of citizens. Or secondly, to tell, well, we are not in agreement when the citizens are asking for it. So I hope, and I'm optimistic about it, that this conference can make a change in the right direction, and that can emerge something what was not possible after the convention, steps into the real direction we need to have Europe. And this real direction, objective for Europe is not new. It are the founding fathers who knew it already, because many people are talking about the founding fathers and the founding fathers of the European Union. Well, the founding fathers, well, is one of the founding fathers is coming in now. I told that story in Ventotene, Dominic, and I said, if Spinelli would have walked in now at this moment and he hears what we are saying, he should have said, what have you done the last 50 years in Europe? And that doesn't mean that we don't have made step forward. Next Generation Fund, the Euro, and things like that. But I'm pretty sure that you have said that you have not used well your time the last 50 years in building up the European Union. So we have to speed up. The world of tomorrow can, in the world of tomorrow, only a real integrated European Union can play a role, and only a shared sovereignty can change things on the world level. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you so much, Guy Verhofstadt, Co-President of the Conference on the Future of Europe. We have the keynote speech by Alessandro Alfieri, member of the plenary of the Conference on the Future of Europe for the Italian Parliament. He has a central role in the conference and also in the activity which can be done in Italy to mobilize citizens vis-à-vis this conference. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brando Benifei, Simona Bonafè, for having held here in Florence such an important event marked SND, and we of the Democratic Party really believe in this, to talk about the future of Europe. I see great opportunities. I see risks. I don't envy Guy, who has been doing a really difficult job to keep together all the parliaments, governments, the Committee of Regions, trade unions, citizens who are not used to having European timing. They ask for space, flexibility. So really to maintain rules, but at the same time trying to listen to citizens and making them protagonists is complicated. Now, part of the work is ours, because this is a very innovative experiment of participatory democracy at the level of government. With Renzo Amenda, Luigi Di Maio the other day, we took a step forward to accompany a publicity campaign of information on the larger scale, and this is not for popular masses, but it's not only for experts. We need to move people to take part in these initiatives. We were talking about people from the high school saying, you can be protagonists, you can go on the platform, sign in, it's automatically translated, there's no linguistic barrier, you can talk to other young people from the rest of Europe. Now, the next phase, however, and I'm following up on what Guy was saying, is to understand if this will be a great European talk or if it will lead to something more. There's nothing worse than indifference, but except for listening to people and not giving answers. This is the big challenge that we have, to understand what tools we will be able to use, changing treaties or a new convention. Anyway, we got to get equipped to try to create a whole series of different tools, because we can talk about changing treaties, of course. We can talk about treaties that remain the same or outside treaties. We have to be pragmatic and lay. And you reminded us of Laeken. You talked about the convention. Well, I want to take a step back. Jospin had a meeting in Nice. That's where our problems started. So it was too deep in order to enlarge. We decided to enlarge, but without extending a qualified majority vote. And this really keeps us glued to certain things, and things are harder today than they were then. So after the convention, there were referendum, and then many years have gone by. We're in 2021 today. Globalization struck heavily and changed our lives. Identity conflicts with migrant flows. Companies come from abroad and just buy you out. You all know about this. And then all of a sudden, you don't find yourself with the same life as before. So we need to have a social Europe, a financial Europe. And there have to be policy of employment, and to have obligatory insurance at the European level. As Europe says that it's close to all these great challenges, the great challenge is also that of the pandemic crisis. So how do we face all these things? I think that the theme of a European convention using Article 48 is one of the roads ahead. Some reforms can be made. Dominic talked about the reform of how one will elect the European Parliament. Having a transnational list increases awareness in the various countries. You can vote directly for candidates who are in European parties. Or as Patrizia Toia and Piero De Luca said, reforms that can be made to give more power to Parliament. If you leave treaties the same, I wouldn't talk about certain legislations. Enrico Letta was talking about the experience in Cyprus, but I can tell you, when they were launching missiles between Israel and Gaza, we couldn't even say stop throwing the missiles because Hungary had raised its hand and said no. And so the same cooperation on foreign policy requires that there be an authorization on the part of all the members of the Council. So we have to be able to reason outside treaties, because if we do not do that, there will be certain initiatives. He was talking about petrol or diesel engine of the French and German governments, but with the new Germany, with Scholz, Italy will have to face something similar to the Treaty of Aquisgrania. And so if we have to go beyond the idea that there's only 27-member Europe that has to be kept, I think we have to start thinking about how we, in foreign policy and common defense, we could take a step forward, even outside treaties. And I believe that all this has to be discussed freely, without hypocrisies. And in Libya, when we went there on our own, nothing happened. Then there was a Berlin conference, Paris conference. We coordinated ourselves with the Germans and with the French. The conflict became stabilized. We are strong. We are stronger in our decision. Maybe on the 24th of December, we will be celebrating the elections in a country that is important for our continent. We often concentrate on institutions, but these institutions have to go hand in hand with the fact that they have to send out political messages. I have to say that the idea of mutual help, of solidarity, has to be revived in Europe. At the end of the 90s, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was going in Eastern European countries, and we were going to those countries saying if they wanted to enter in Europe, they could use some European resources in a market in which one could freely circulate in terms of goods, merchandise, services, people, and get emancipated from the Soviet yoke. They had to make reforms, and they had to respect those values, however, that were in our constitutions and that were part of our DNA. And today, we find that there is a Europe a la carte. In other words, I can get the funds, but when I have to respect the European rules and regulation, national laws take over. But that's not the way things should go. It's an attack to the heart of Europe, to the identity of Europe, and we have to react. So great the work we're doing, but we have to also carry out a huge political battle to really protect the idea of Europe that the single states on their own cannot go on to face the great challenges that lie ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Alfieri. Thank you for having touched a very important subject, that of unanimity in the reform of treaties that had not emerged until now, and the need to overcome it was a constant decision from confederal to federal systems in Switzerland, in Australia, in the United States. The decisive reform was done breaking with the previous constitutional order, breaking with the rule of unanimity, which the Senator Alfieri saw as a great difficulty. So, thanking Alfieri, I'm going to say goodbye to you. I'm going to call Brando and Simona to carry out the final session and conclusions. It's nice to see this political will to break away from unanimity to move on with the reform of the European Union.
Grazie. Thank you very much. And thank you once again to Guy Verhofstadt and to Helmut Scholz and to our colleagues from Parliament and other political groups who've been here with us as people who are active in the presidency of the conference. We wish to remember, as we are here, this panel of citizens is going onwards, and the sense of our meeting is to connect a network of work which we're going on with. And I want to immediately say, to open this conclusion of our conference, that today we've often heard mention made, especially in the panel on work, a European commissioner. He's been mentioned by many, including the Minister for Work, who concluded the panel this morning. Commissioner Schmidt, I'd like to welcome you. Nicola, thank you for
panel. I want to give you immediately the floor so that you can give us your contribution to this final part of the discussion, especially on the topic of the connection between democracy and social rights and work. In these days when you have been let me say, a protagonist of the change of Europe with this extremely important proposal that was commented today by one of the union leaders of the riders of Florence. And we have now listening to you here the mayor of Florence, Dario Nardella, and the city and the society of this city have been at the center of this work on the rights of platform workers. So thank you for your work on that, and I give you the floor to explain us also on this, how we are doing. Thank you, Commissioner, for your participation.
A tutte e a tutti, cari amiche e cari amici, è un piacere.
Welcome everybody, dear friends. It is a pleasure to take part to this amazing initiative of the S&D group on the future of Europe. I would have loved to be there in presence in Florence, but unfortunately it wasn't possible to me, and I am anyway very glad of contributing from remote to this debate that is focused on matters which are really important for our future, democracy and the rights of citizenship. It is difficult to me to keep on speaking in Italian, so I would like to switch to English.
So the social dimension features prominently in this conference on the future of Europe, and rightly so, with one of the citizens' panels dedicated to a stronger economy, social justice, jobs, education, youth, culture, and so on. Many of the topics raised by citizens relate to jobs for young people, gender equality, decent work, fair play, social justice, work of trade unions, affordable housing, digital tools in education, impact of technology on health, and also taxation. A true substantive European democracy requires strong welfare systems and a solid set of enforceable social rights. Only this can ensure equal opportunities and social progress. These are key principles enshrined in our model of EU economy, which needs to be preserved and enhanced. And this is also what 9 out of 10 European citizens expect from the European Union. And this conference should really take fully into account their concerns. The European Pillar of Social Rights constitutes the compass in view of a strong social Europe. The Social Pillar Action Plan, endorsed at the Porto Summit this year, puts social progress and social justice at the heart of the recovery and the twin transitions. For too long, the European project has mainly been focused on financial and economic integration. And the consequences were that economic, territorial, and social divergences have grown, and inequalities in Europe between member states, but also inside member states, have increased. The European integration project, without a strong social dimension, lost a lot of support among citizens. And the consequence here also was that anti-European populism has flourished. But this time, with a strong reaction to the COVID-19 crisis, the European Union has shown unity and solidarity. It has swiftly adopted unprecedented programs like SURE and Next Generation EU to mitigate the socio-economic effects of the crisis and support a fair, inclusive, and sustainable recovery. It put on hold budgetary rules that are not sustainable, that would not have been sustainable in such a crisis, and will not be sustainable in front of the new challenges, and especially the green transformation. We need to consolidate these important steps and build a true, strong social Europe in a moment where digitalization, artificial intelligence, automation, and the greening of the economy are transforming the world of work at breathtaking speed, challenging workers' rights and our social protection systems. It is our duty to ensure that the digital and green transitions are fair and do not create a new divide between winner and losers or new inequalities, both in terms of income inequalities and inequalities of opportunity. The transition to climate neutrality is not inclusive by default, as the opportunities and the costs of the transition are distributed unequally according to different regions, sectors, category of workers and households. We need to act swiftly and effectively to foster investments towards quality job creations, inclusive education systems and skills, and to ensure fair living and working conditions. We need to invest in our human capital, starting from the children and the youth. We need a paradigm shift that brings social justice and social progress at the heart of European integration, based on policy, social dialogue, legislative and institutional changes. As part of our commitment to build a strong social Europe and implement the social pillar, we have put forward concrete proposals, like the fair minimum wages to fight in-work poverty and foster upward social and economic convergence. An important progress has been achieved this week, and this on this Commission proposal, like another important proposal which targets equality, gender equality. That's the proposal on pay transparency to close the gender pay gap. Platform, and Brando, you have mentioned it, to ensure social rights and social protection to platform workers and fight precarious jobs. I know that in Italy, and especially also in Florence, some big achievements have been realized. But now, with the proposal table this week by the Commission, we have the opportunity to create a EU-wide frame that allows to combine the new economy, the gig economy, and social rights. For our political family, this is absolutely key. There cannot be technological and economic transformation and change without social progress. It is also about controlling technology, and especially algorithms. And this means democracy. We need democracy in the world of work. The Youth Guarantee, to provide our young people with the opportunity to find a job, apprenticeship, or training, is still extremely important. We have to show our youth that Europe works for them and that they have a unique opportunity also with this conference on the future to shape the future of Europe, meaning their own future. The European Child Guarantee for the children at risk of poverty and social exclusion, to ensure them free and effective access to key services such as childhood education and care, school and school activities, healthcare, and decent housing. With Next Generation EU, the new EU budget, and the cohesion policy funds, we have put European funds at disposal of member states. We have set the conditions to combine investments and reforms for a sustainable and inclusive future. We need to build on this momentum and exploit the potential of the Conference of the Future of Europe and put forward ideas and recommendations to strengthen the social dimension of the EU also through treaty changes. And just to tell you, the treaties were mainly drafted before anybody knew what a platform could be and was. We have to adapt the treaties also to the new dimensions of the world of work and to allow us to reform at the European level certain issues very much related to a better world of work. We have to anchor social rights better and more solidly in the treaties and overcome unanimity decisions also, and I join exactly what Guy Verhofstadt has said, also in the area of social policies. The European Union needs the means to deliver on its promise of shared prosperity, social progress, and well-being. This is, and I'm very glad that Guy Verhofstadt mentioned it, this is the fundamental message of the Manifesto di Ventotene and Altiero Spinelli's vision of Europe. A Europe based on democratic values, a Europe based on social justice. And this is the ambition that our political family has to pursue with strength and determination. And I thank you very much for this conference and your commitment. Ciao.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Also,
Grazie Nicola thank you very
in Italy. Thanks. But ora diamo.
We give the floor now to Vincenzo Amenda, our Subsecretary to State of European Affairs, and Valentina Cupi, President of the Democratic Party.
She's impressed by how good are many people of our party, but you will be again impressed by these last speakers. We are not finished with the good politicians. So, grazie Clara. E ora, prima di dare la parola...
Before giving the floor to Valentina and Ansel for this last conclusive part, I'd like to thank Nicholas Schmid, who is one of the protagonists of the work in the European Commission to implement Social Europe. And we give the floor now through a video message. She can't be here live. Our other protagonist, the Commissioner, European Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni. I'd like to thank the group of Socialists and Democrats for the kind invitation. I am unable to come to Florence, but I think it's very important, I believe, to launch the message of democracy in Europe at this time in which we are starting to to deal with this pandemic. And now the theme of democracy can appear something that has to be overcome. That seems a theme that is overcome, but it isn't, of course. The challenge of capitalistic models not based with parliamentary democracy is especially difficult challenge because these models can seem to be models of decision-making models, and there are certain things that slow down democracy. However, democratic systems have faced that in front of an exceptional emergency like the one we've had in recent years. This is a system that, with all these difficulties, it is still able to resist, to decide, to really do the interests of citizens. But this is an open challenge that will characterize the next few years and the next decades. Europe, to really be able to face up to the force that it must have to be the heralder of democracy throughout the world, it has to strengthen democracy. And this means two things. First of all, trying to affirm the rule of law in European countries. We can't just we can't have exceptions to the model of full democracy, parliamentary democracy with the autonomy of power within our 27 countries. And secondly, this means reinforcing the fact that democracy can hold true and that a community institutions can hold strong without taking it for granted. And this is really one of the greatest projects of the post-war period, this European community. But we have to continue to move forward. Without moving forward, we always risk going backwards. And so we have behind our shoulders a positive season. The democratic systems have shown, in fact, good results, obtained success. Who has sowed hate and lack of understanding of parliamentary institutions did not have success in recent years, in these years of the pandemic. But in the world that lies ahead, in a world where we really have the important challenge of ecological sustainability, we have to be the ones to give the example and show what the fundamental basis of democracy is. And in this sense, a group of socialists and democrats is stronger in Europe, also thanks to the extraordinary affirmation of Olaf Scholz, because this is a group that will have a very important role. And I would like to thank Brando Benifei for the invitation, and I wish you a good work session.
So I would like to say that we are about to conclude with two very important speeches of two personalities who represent us at the highest levels here in the party, a mayor of a city with a very important history. Today we have talked about values, parties, administrations, and about the way you create a culture and a community, all of the parts of this discussion on democracy. And somehow Valentina represents all of these for her work, and I am glad of leaving her the stage, and I'm glad of having her here with us for this concluding panel of our conference, Socialists and Democrats. Thank you, Brando. Thank you, Simona. And thanks to the entire group of Socialists and Democrats for this meeting day, for this event that allowed us to emerge and deepen on the conference on the future of Europe. This is a conference that is actually an experiment of democracy, which has an incredible value, and it gives the chance to European citizens to raise their voices and to take part actively to the creation of our European Union, to feel a sense of belonging that for a long time has lacked. The European Union has always been seen as something very far away, a sort of an abstract entity, and it has become more realistic, closer when we talked about austerity. For years, we have talked about our strengths, our European and nationalist and populist strength that indicated inside of the European Union the reason of many problems that the citizens were experiencing in their daily life. But then there was an inversion in this trend, and there was a solid response to the health emergency we lived. And Europe was perceived as closer, as part of their lives, and as a reference for their rights and for the protection of their rights, the protection of their health, as a mother that was able to support the weakest ones. And this is a conquer. And it is our responsibility to defend this trust that has been created and to make it so that it won't fade away and it will keep on being felt, perceived, and powerful. And we need to defend democracy in this way, making solidarity and united Europe to be solidal. And by doing this, we also defend democracy. But we should not just protect it and defend it. There is also a matter of expansion. So we should attack as well, because we always talk about defending democracy, but we should also expand democracy and spread it where it is weaker. And we have to make it stronger, and we need to amplify civil rights and that the rule of law grows stronger and stronger. So this is something we can do, and something that Europe can do by making citizens aware of the value of united Europe. So I'm getting to the story of my country and the story of my village here in Sant'Anna di Stazzema. Enrico Pieri, the president of the victims of Sant'Anna di Stazzema, has passed away yesterday. I want to remember him here. He has spent his entire life for memory, and his life was engagement for memory. And creating memory means creating a present and a future as well. Going back to the roots of the united Europe and letting people understand, letting European citizens to understand where we started from, why is Europe united, and make them understand for real the value of a condition of peace that is not taken for granted. And we can see this already from what is happening on the other side of the Adriatic Sea and what is about to happen. And we really hope that we can act in a preventive way, but what is happening in Bosnia, we can all see this. So we want to make it so that citizens are aware of the importance of united Europe and of what Europe can actually do, because the fact of knowing that there is a European dimension that can actually change people's lives, this can lead to people defending democracy, because we talk about this. And Europe is perceived as close when it can really affect people's lives. And up to this moment, we weren't able to do this. It gets into people's lives when it speaks about the problem of employment, when it takes care of minimum wage and protection of health, and when it is able of providing rules to avoid this social dumping. I was in Gazzomontano at Sagra Coffee this morning, and there are 200 people there who are risking to lose their jobs. The 80% is women. And when Europe is able to raise its voice there as well, then it becomes perceived by people. So we need to make Europe to be citizens' Europe. This is what Patrizia Toia was saying before as well. So unless we manage to get there, to reach that point, we will struggle in creating and reinforcing the European Union and our democracy. In this, we need to bring citizens with us. We need to make European citizens to really be the protagonist of this conference on the future of the European Union, and we need them to be the future of the European Union. And so the first challenge we have is to make it so that, as Alessandro Alfieri said, it won't be the masses, but it will include more and more people compared to the ones we have now, because this conference is creating a public space, a European public space. It is dismantling barriers, and it is making citizens having the possibility of discussing with other countries, dismantling language barriers, geographic barriers, and we are having institutionalized people and non-institutionalized people sitting at the same table, so we can really feel part of the decision-making process of that Europe that is perceived as too far away. I believe that the value of the conference has to be spread more, as we're doing with democratic agoras. So we really want to let people understand the potential, the fact that you can really be part of the decision-making processes that go bottom up. And in this challenge, we need to go on together with all of the citizens to make it so that all of the reforms we have been talking about, and that we have talked about also during the last panel, won't seem reforms that only regard the institutions, but which instead one can understand how important they are for the future of democracy and life of people, the real daily life of all of the people. Thank you.
Eccoci, grazie a te Valentina.
Thank you, Valentina. And I must say that today we have seen many people come and go, many European guests, Italian guests, international guests. And I'm very, very happy to close this very interesting day with Enzo Amendola, who is Under Secretary of State for European Affairs, who is a point of reference, not only for us socialists and democrats on the different dossiers which there are in Europe, somebody who is very competent, and I wish to thank him for being here and for having been here since this morning, all day. Thank you. Thank you. Well, since it's rather late, I'm going to try and be as brief as possible and give you a couple of comments and analysis. I've heard a lot of people say things which have taught me about questions which certainly we should go on looking into, and I want to thank Simone and Brando and the group of Progressive Socialist Democrats, because it's important to fight this battle with every force necessary. Thank you for being calling me a point of reference. I mean, I have to represent a majority, so I have to be careful of what I say, since being a socialist and Democrat and progressist, I want to also express my own point of view, apart from the world we do, the work we do as a government. I think that this, the story history as it has developed in the last couple of years, and Paolo Gentiloni is right in what he said a moment ago. I've seen history, and if you think of it, just a few months before the beginning of this tragedy of the SARS-CoV-19, we were living in a moment of political debate in Europe, and I'm not referring only to Italy, where the theme of democracy and its efficacy and its subsistence in touching and reacting to the different social and political crises, especially in foreign policy, was something to be discussed. There was that interview of the Russian president to the Financial Times, which was saying that liberal democracy is dead. And if we look to the European panorama, I can mention the change of the Chinese constitution, and I can mention other great leaders of the Mediterranean. They had as a point of reference a debate which was within the boundaries of Europe on the essence of of an inconsistency of liberal democracy in its reaction to the challenges of today. But SARS-CoV, this tragedy, has changed everything. It's been a shock which has moved a lot of the debates at the time. I saw it also in the attention of the Eurobarometer when I entered government 2 years ago. I remember the trust of Italians on Europe was fairly low and was going down. And if one had to refer to powers who were helping Europe, Europe was considered to be the least auspicable. And why have things changed in this way? I think that the strength of democracy, also in crisis like the one we have lived through, is that of being protagonists. Liberal democracy for our society, shocked as it has been by COVID, has given the possibility of criticism, of being present, of asking ever more, and has had the resilience, the greater strength to keep society together, even in reacting to a crisis, especially the health model. Not by chance, we are the continent that, with a great deal of difficulty, with a great deal of criticism, has reacted best. And we are those who are co-players of an international solidarity that other superpowers do not put in the field. We should do more. We should liberate those which have patents. We should liberate patents. But you're the ones who push most. And if you think from the point of view of social protection, and I'm not talking only about a next generation, I'm talking about SURE, for instance, we're the ones who've reacted best, bringing a world of consistency, of cohesion, and using in a different way all of the treaties, because SURE is based on an article of the treaties. We read it for those who say that treaties are untouchable. You have to think that many of the things that we've done, we've used treaties turning around the other side, so things can get done. There is no taboo which is untouchable in the European architecture, but we have reacted better. And so if we have these two successes, that of the protection of citizens from the health point of view, that of the protection of citizens from the social point of view, we can't stop now. I am always and constantly look to the European culture as having a role in the world. It is our way of being in the world, not our way of having a relationship amongst us 27. It's the way we want to be in the world, the way we want to see the new difficulties of international relationships, the relationships with Africa, with the two giants that would want to determine a multilateralism, which sometimes is excluding the relationship with Russia, with Eastern Europe. For me, this is what Europe is. It is our way to being in the world after we have conquered peace amongst ourselves for 80 years. But in order to get this done, aware of two successes that we've had, especially for those who told us that it would not be possible to move anything, we have to feel vastly unsatisfied. We have to desire more because we know that we can change, we can reform, we can modify, we can break those which are odious barriers like that of a veto on foreign policy. At this point in time, when we have lived for 11 years, the drama of Mediterranean and Syria, we've looked at the television, seen the hostages of an existent foreign policy. What happens in Afghanistan, we're not even to draw up a revolution to say who is fighting for liberty. We can't even help Hong Kong just because there's a country that raises its hand for a veto. So we have to feel unsatisfied. I don't say it as a progressive, I see it as a member of the government, because the reform of the European Union, of its mechanisms, is possible. But the thrust has to be organized on an idea and has to be relative to our way of being in the world. 80 years ago, Schuman, in his speech, gave a spark because we had to reconstruct a peace amongst ourselves. Today, our problem, our way of looking to integration, European integration, is our way of living in this world, which is much more complex, because in the equation between population and public expense, and especially social expense, we are always in a very strong equilibrium, but we have to know that it'll change. And we know that the challenges we have today are much more complicated. And second to last point, we need public opinion. I remember that during the negotiation of the next generation, we'd go to certain countries, maybe difficult countries, let's not say which, but they were difficult in thinking of a solid, serious and responsible expansive policies. Instead, when we were talking with the leaders of industrialists, the leaders of trade unions, they were all in favor. And the thrust which came in those countries, not by the bilateral negotiation, but by public opinion that already had rationally understood the single market as the existence of the economy of its own country. They had no doubts. One had to go forward. And very many of these taboos were broken because there was a pressure of public opinion in saying, we have to save Europe and we have to be saved altogether. And those which were the leaders who were saying, well, be careful, were those who were receiving more criticism, because it was explained to them that the fate of every individual country would never have existed outside of the single market and outside of the European Union. That's why conference is essential. We're pushing with the Foreign Affairs Ministry. We started a campaign of strong publicity on the media. We have to work, especially with schools and universities, to mobilize so that consent to reform of public opinion is what is decisive, together with parliamentarians, European parliamentarians, and representatives of the government. And third fundamental point for me are the challenges we have ahead of us. We talk about transition a lot to sustainable economy, transition to digital economy. The world transition makes me laugh nearly, because let's look at things as they stand. From now and 2030, we have to reach half of the gas emissions. In 2050, we have to get to neutrality, to respect Paris, COP26, and the COPs that will come up. Sometimes you say, yes, but other countries have longer timelines. No, we are Europe. We have to have a hegemonic force. We have to have the capacity to think how the planet can be saved, those which are the indexes, those which are choices. But it is a choice which is achieved thanks to the other twin, to the incredible force of technological revolution. And that is why I say to talk about transition is too simple, because everything is changing. The way of producing, consuming, and working is changing, of organizing citizens, because without digital competence from the earlier ages, one is illiterate in this new model and this new economic model which is growing. And so times are close, because the leaps we have lived through in civilization and in the Industrial Revolution had lengthier periods of time. Today we're talking about space not only for the objective of sustainability, which is short, less than 10 years if we consider the 250, but we know that the strength of technology is something which helps us and has helped us in what we've lived through our vaccines, because we've made leaps forward technologically, but there can be stops on the other hand if there's no sovereignty and control and governance, and if there's no idea of society which is liberal and democratic the way Europeans want it represented in the world which today is so turbulent. So in order to do all this, and in order to make choices which will be very complicated, not by chance, we have in Porto, we set up a social pillar which has to be eradicated, to have a revolution, to have social consistency and cohesion, and especially to challenge the world. We need democratically, real democratic choices, not only negotiated amongst the 27 in Brussels and together in Parliament and the Commission. They're not choices of directives which modify or harmonize legislative themes. Here we are talking about how to change the economy, what economy and enterprise and education and social protection Europe will give in the years to come. They are great challenges, and that is why I give strength to the Conference for the Future of Europe, because in 1922, when we will be negotiating together with the digital, also the Fit for 55, which will be a watershed in European history. Many think that after Next Generation negotiations will have finished, Next Generation compared to 50-55 is nearly just a walk. We're choosing what model of a European economy and what model of competition we want in the world of tomorrow, and especially in the world that from now to 8 years' time will make practical choices. So in all this, the year in which we will be discussing the reform and procedure of stability and growth, and when we will be discussing the new idea of state aid, in the year when we will be discussing the new rules of competition, which cannot massacre an internal competition, especially when competition is global, but that will give freedom and protection to citizens in a common market. Well, in that year when Ursula von der Leyen has devoted to the young, we have to make big choices, and to make big choices, we need the power of mobility, of consent, of debate, of criticism, and of the strength of public opinion and European citizens in this enterprise. And for these three reasons, we need to do everything as government, as far as regards us progressives, to give a new strength to the integration process. We don't want to be anti. We know that we can do more. That's why we're unsatisfied. We know we can do more. We've showed what we can do in these last 2 years, and we know that the progress of this historical experience will not stop, and we have to be, as we have been, as our choices taken up to now with Paolo, with Schmidt, with members of the Commission, and with our European parliamentarians, we have to be a reference point for a new history, and we want to live this new history properly. As President Mattarella was saying in Ventotene just a few months ago, the idea in celebrating 40 years of the anniversary of that history which has moved is anyway the fundamental founding idea of liberty and peace. For 8 years it was necessary amongst ourselves. Now we have to explain to the young to look farther, to look higher up, because it's not the theme of relationship between Rome, Paris, Brussels, and Berlin and Tallinn. Here the problem is our role in the world. And the role in the world means to overcome those which are violations of rights within the 27, because our identity card in the world is a great space of liberty and peace and social emancipation. And so for all of these reasons, I'm always available of my socialist family, and democratic and progressive family, and we have to work from the government level to bring this experience forward. The Conference from Europe and the future, I say personally, I'll say I couldn't give a date because the power of mobilization does not have a deadline. It is something which should make us protagonists of an intense year, not only of a temporal slot. I tried to say so. At least maybe we'll negotiate through this experience, but it is our message, our positive message, our progressive message of great change. Thank you.
Grazie Enzo.
Thank you, Enzo, and let me say thank you all. We're really concluding this event. This has been a beautiful day, very interesting, very rich, and from this day, I am sure a report on our job will emerge. This will be a very important input for the work of our family on the Conference on the Future of Europe and the work at the European Parliament. And also for our parties, starting with the Democratic Party that was here today with the top exponents. And we are ready to keep on working. The subtitle of this event was future is democracy, and we really believe in this. We are sure that democracy has a future, but to build this future, we need to make it stronger. And today we started and we tried to discuss about it. We discussed about reforms at the institutional level and the relationship on the decision-making processes. Today, many ideas emerged, and from now on, we can keep on working on this challenge that Enzo Amendola summed up. This is an engagement that connects an entire political family in the relation among with the other strengths, the other powers, and the citizens who want a sovereign Europe, democratic Europe, and I want to add a federal Europe in the spirit of Ventotene, a Europe that can really be at the level of its history in a different world where we really need the voice of Europe. Thank you all.
Ma è già stato detto davvero tutto.
We have already said everything, and it would be useless to add anything on federal Europe. I would really like to thank you all for this beautiful day that we have spent together, and we got many inputs for the work we will do together with the European Parliament and with our points of reference in Europe and in Italy. If there was a common thread in these speeches, could be found in the opening today by Clara when she said that we should not take democracy for granted, and in the closing speech by Enzo when he said that we are European citizens and we should not be satisfied by Europe. So I think that for a progressive and reformist party, a socialist party such ours, all of these speeches can let us understand that the push we should foster is the one that makes us increase and improve democracy. And we should never be satisfied, because in this way we can reach more ambitious goals. This is what we have to do. And thank you all for being so patient, waiting until now. Thank you.
Si fa una foto qui con soprattutto i relatori, insomma, o anche chi vuole. Sì, e grazie a tutti i volontari e coloro che hanno lavorato per questa conferenza, il nostro staff, il nostro gruppo, e buon lavoro a tutti, buona serata e grazie ancora.